Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Saturday, Teach Better family. Happy 12-hour live day, Ray. We are live right now. We just started. We're now 10 seconds in to 12 hours straight of being live today, which, by the way, is so long that we have to do multiple streams. We'll get into that later. But we are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. So wherever you're joining us from, drop in the comments and say hello, say good morning. I'd love to know, what are you drinking? I think Ray's probably got some coffee over there. Or is that espresso? It's kind of a smaller.
It's espresso this morning.
Espresso. Okay, great. Well, we are live. We're excited to be here. We got a lot of in store for you today. Ray and I are going to spend the next 30 minutes or so, give or take, a little bit less now, getting you ready for the day, getting you prepped up for the day. We did this a little bit on Wednesday. We're going to do a little bit now. And then we're just getting into it. And it is 12 hours of 30 and 60-minute segments meant to give you a whole lot of value. Tactical takeaways you can take and put into practice, on Monday, and some deep thinking and deep dives into a lot of the work that we get to do with districts all the time. Oh, and by the way, a whole bunch of giveaways, like 50 plus giveaways, multiple ways to win that. And then, of course, the cheapest rates you can get on Teach Better 23 conference ever are going to happen between these 12 hours. Ray, do we have an intro video?
Oh, we have an intro video.
Let's play that intro video now.
Let's do it.
So we didn't even waste time. We went right into it. Boom. The code to get to this count on the conference was right there. But we are live now, Ray. It's game on. Like after the intro video, I don't know if you noticed, after the intro video plays, like there's no going back. We could have stopped that first 15, 20 seconds, but now it's like game on. Oh, so we are live, Ray, all over the place. We have friends dropping in all over in the comments. This is awesome. I can't believe you're all awake already. Because it's only like 7 a.m. where you're at, Ray.
I know.
I'm a little bit further ahead. How are you right now with your pretty green cup and stuff?
I am so ready for 12-hour live. We've been preparing and preparing and preparing, and our audience asks for this. So it's like whether we want to do it or not, we listen to our audience, and they have been asking when 12 hour is. So I'm happy that we're finally doing the crazy thing that y'all keep asking for. We'll do this once a year for you, and it is 12 hours of free PD. I do want to say, Jeff, every single commercial that goes on today has that Teach Better conference code. So whether they go do it right now or in 15 minutes or 6 hours from now, every single transition has that code, so they won't miss it.
So you don't have to rush over and do it right now. You've got the next now 11 hours and 56 minutes, 56 and a half, whatever minutes. But that does...
Jeff, the Teach Better conference website hasn't been live. Registration has not been open. It is officially open.
It is official.
So while we go through 12 hours, registration for Teach Better Conference 2023 is available, which is
officially open. I clicked the buttons this morning.
Crazy.
Like just before we came on. So hopefully it's working as it should be. Yeah, so it's there, but that discount code ends. So if you go at 8 p.m. and 30 seconds tonight, it will not work. It will stop at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you get in there before then.
Can I say, I love all these comments. I love all of our friends. And just a special little tidbit. Hi, Mom. Love you.
Oh, there's Julie. Hi, Julie.
I know. My mom's on vacation, and apparently this is a part of her R&R. I don't know what that says about us, but hey, everyone, we're so glad you're here.
I think it says exactly what it says. Can we, all right, before we get into it, because I know we now only have like 27 minutes or 25 minutes at this point to get into what's coming today and try and prep all these people to be ready to consume as much and have as much fun and win prizes and all this other stuff. Can we start the day off the right way, though? If you all could do me a huge favor, then I would like to just spend the next minute seeing nothing but green hearts in the comments. Several people were already ahead of the game and dropping green hearts, but let's kind of flood it. So like on my screen, the entire right side of my screen, I have like a column that's all the comments. So it's like 15 comments deep. So I need a lot of green to fill that up. So there you go. Okay. So we got that going on now. All right. With that said, Ray, let's talk about today.
Let's talk about today.
Everything going on.
Yeah, so let's start with the beginning. The first half an hour is you and I talking about how to make the most of today's experience. So if anybody has questions, this would be a really good time to post those because we are happy to go through. If this is your first time joining 12 Hour, welcome to the family. This is kind of a fun family event. We're thrilled you're here. This is where the Green Hearts for Teach Better was born. So welcome to the party. And then if you're okay with that, Jeff, we could just go through the whole schedule right now.
I think that's what we're doing. Yes, I want to say I want to give a shout out to all the folks jumping in on YouTube. I love it. Okay, so let's go through it. So this first 30 minutes, we already went through that. That's kind of meta, but okay, let's go. So 8:30 after we're done.
So 8:30, and all these times are Eastern. So 8:30 to 9:30. The next segment is an hour long, and it's focused on reaching all learners. This is with 4 gentlemen that we met at the Teach Better conference that truly, I think, have changed our world by being a part of the Teach Better family. Katie Miglin will be live with James Miles, Jason Rawls, John Robinson, and Vincent Johnson. So that is going to be a party, and they are all streaming in individually all around the U.S.
How did Katie get that?
I have no idea.
I know. Never mind. She's in charge. She puts everything on.
Yeah, shout out to Katie Miglin for planning 12 Hour.
Yeah, like Ray and I literally just showed up today, just so everyone's aware.
Yeah, but I brought my phone.
That's why she's reading off the thing that Katie gave us, and I've got it up on my screen here so that we actually know what's going on.
Okay, 9:30 to 10 is Real World in the Classroom, where I get to talk with Dennis Sharon, who is a part of our Speakers Network, all-star educator, one of my favorite keynotes I've ever seen. Definitely somebody to check in on. 10 o'clock to 10:30, Really See Your Students. That is going to be the one and only Joshua _Stamper with Rizzo. So it's going to be so good.
That's a duo there.
She's also part of our Speakers Network, and she's also been a new friend, new family member to the Teach Better family.
New face of the Speakers Network.
So good. So good. 10:30 to 11:30 is quick fixes in the grading world. And that's where we're bringing on Tom Schimmer to talk shop. Tom Schimmer is a part of our podcast network and so many other ways that he supports the team. So we are getting into those hard questions of grading. And that, remember, these are all live Q&As that are happening. So while there are people on screen that are talking, we are very responsive to the comments. If you have specific things that you want answered, please make sure that you are commenting regardless of where you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, or LinkedIn.
If I can just add that, like to Ray's point, like there are things set up, we've prepped with our speakers and with the team and stuff like that, but like we'll go where you take us in the comments. So we are not afraid to go off script. So drop in the comments, which by the way, I'm loving right now.
So good.
It's good. Okay. All right. So where are we at now?
Okay, we're only at 11:30.
We're only at 11:30.
As a reminder, friends, we're going live for 12 hours. Okay, 11:30 to 12:30, half an hour segment. Be you for your students. That is, how did Katie get these? This is Katie and CJ Reynolds.
I'm telling you, she was in charge.
This is such BS.
I know. We're just now, you and I are just now figuring that out.
I know. I want to be alive with CJ Reynolds. What is going on? Okay, we'll talk backstage later about that, but that will be a half an hour that if you miss it, you will need to go back and rewatch because anything with CJ Reynolds is a good thing. By the way, Jeff, I'm skipping through the lines of giveaways that are happening during these.
Because you're looking at the script, right? Like, so we have all the extra stuff, all the things that we remember to say and give away.
But it's
like a lot of stuff.
But it's like a paragraph. So I'm like one thing, and then I'm like scroll all the way because all these stupid giveaways. Oh my gosh. Okay, 12 o'clock to 12:30. Effective teaching with maximum results. That is you and Jen Manley, who, oh my God.
What time is that?
That's from 12 to 12:30.
So I need you back by 12. Okay, cool. That works.
Okay, stop it. But Jen Manley,
making sure I have my day laid out.
She is somebody, if you were not following her on social, all these people, if this is your first introduction, I'm so excited for you. It's kind of like Jeff. This is going to be the dumbest comment. Well, not the dumbest one I make all day because we're alive for 12 hours.
We got a lot of time left.
We do. But what I'm going to tell you is Jen Manley and all these other educators are people that have truly drastically impacted my life as an educator thus far. And it's kind of like that understanding that people say where you like have a favorite book and you wish you could read it again for the first time to experience the joy. Like that's how I feel about some of these educators, where I'm so excited that some people in our Teach Better family are going to have the experience today of meeting and connecting with an educator that will truly impact their growth in their field. I think that's so cool.
Yes, that's awesome. And I'm seeing people in the comments right now saying that Jen's changed their life, which is true.
So special. Okay, so 12:30 to 1:30 is then this shift. The beginning of the day is all like tangible takeaways. These sessions, whether they're 30 minutes or an hour, are focused on like getting you something that you can do right off the bat this coming week. We kind of transition here into a leadership lunch. This is going to be with Joshua Stamper, Dr. Brian Zwemke, Mark Heller, Sharon Porter, and Lindsay Titus. These are all leaders from around the US and Canada that are coming together to talk shop and talk essentially with the same mindset of our admin mastermind that happens every single week. This is going to be specific for leadership, but absolutely should be viewed by as many people in that educational ecosystem as possible.
Well, because if you talk to Joshua Stamper, he will tell you that everyone in your building, everyone in your district is a leader. So drop in for that. It's going to be a good one.
So good. And then that's where we switch streams. So admin mastermind is going to be that, like leadership lunch is going to be the last segment. We are going to start a new stream. So for those of you that are here to support the Teach Better family, we love the comments as a way to support. Another way to support is to share wherever you're watching, so your friends and family can also catch this opportunity to learn. So it'll be a new stream to share right after that. And Jeff, you and I actually start the new stream together 1:30 to 2, which will be great. Do you want to talk a little bit about why we have to do 2 streams?
Yeah, and really quick, there was a comment in there that says make shareable, please. I'm guessing that the user's trying to share the
the group.
The link from the group. So if you're inside the group, you won't be able to share that link because that's a private group. So only people in the group can do that. If your name's coming up Facebook user, that usually means that you're in the group. So if you're on a page or Twitter or anything else, then you can share that out. But if you're in a group, you won't be able to share that specific link out because that's in the private group.
Well,
the reason we have, but go ahead.
To confirm, if you're in the group, you can stay there. That's a great
Yes, you just want to be able to share it
show.
from there. Go share it somewhere else.
Yeah, like go to the Teach Better Teams Facebook page or go to us on YouTube and use that link to share.
Or all the people you were hoping to share it with, invite them to the group as well. So like all that stuff, do all that stuff.
I love it.
The reason we have to do it is because I can't remember if it's, I think it's Facebook, you can only go 8 hours.
Yes.
I believe on YouTube you can go like 24 even too, and Twitter has increased theirs and stuff like that. And Twitch, I think, can go forever, basically, or at least 12. But on Facebook, you can only go 8 hours. So we have to cut it off somewhere and start a new one.
Yes.
So like it's important to like, so we'll be pushing that, don't worry, at the end of that segment. And then when we get back, like, but we get right into it. So it's like,
there's no
quick change.
There's no breaks, guys. We are live for 12 hours. We will not miss more than 30 seconds. I bet we don't miss more than 10 seconds between streams.
But yeah, no, probably not. But like if it takes you like a minute or two to get to the second stream, like it's just Ray and I on there, you're not going to miss much. But like get there quickly.
Excuse me. Starting the new stream, we're doing this. We're doing details and recap. So we're going to talk about what happened in the morning and talk about what's still coming. So don't pretend like it's not valuable.
I mean, okay. All right, it is. We'll say it's valuable.
I will add value. Jeff will be here.
I will be here.
Okay, wait. So that's our details and recap. Then we get into this new phase of 12-hour, which is something that we're really excited to bring to the community that they've been asking for, but we couldn't really find the right way to do it. I'm so excited that we're releasing this today. This is where we're getting into exclusive training. So these will be conversations facilitated by all different Teach Better team members that are going to be more so related to what we do to support our clients and all the school districts that we support on a daily basis. These are things that don't often get to be highlighted when we come live because we're usually doing other goofy stuff here. So these will actually be trainings that if you're not a school working with the Teach Better team, you probably haven't gotten a dose of. So I'm really excited for these. From 2 to 3, we're getting right into building a grid. I'm going to be live with Stacy Benton, and we're going to build a second grade grid, actually focused on telling time. I'm really excited for this one. So that will be great. Then from 3 to 3:30, we're getting into Chad coming live with Kim Lammers, who is going to talk about supporting the grid method in your school, which is essentially an admin perspective of how we can support teachers doing innovative work in their classrooms. Then we're getting into 3:30 to 4:30. That's where we're getting into Edupreneur Mastermind, which is something, Jeff, that I feel like nobody ever has access to.
Except for those that are in the mastermind. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I was laughing because like we're still only at like 3:30.
I know, but that's where you and Josh are going live to talk about Edupreneur Mastermind, which is a weekly mastermind of educators who have passions to continue work outside of the classroom to better education. And I have to say, like, outside of the exclusive group, no one really knows what happens in those meetings, and you'll be modeling that with Josh and talking through it.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about what is an edupreneur and what does that mean, and then some of the steps to get started and stuff, and then how that group supports them. So it's going to be fun.
I love it. 4:30 to 5 is Purpose Prior to Instruction. That's Katie Miglin and I coming live to you talking about bringing intention and purpose into the classroom. I think that'll be a fun conversation, not only because it's with Katie, but also because we used to teach together, like down the hall from one another. So there's going to be a ton of examples with that.
That's what I said on Wednesday. Like, it's really fun when the two of you are on because you know each other's classrooms and styles so well. It's always a good conversation.
It'll be cool. 5 to 5:30 is Essential Skills with SEL. That's again Katie Miglin, Joshua Stamper talking about those SEL practices. 5:30 to 6:30, managing the grid method in your classroom. I'm actually going to be live with Megan Polke, and we are going to be looking at a special education lens and management perspective of the grid. So less instructional content, more classroom management facilitation, which will be interesting. 6:30 to 7 is you and Chad going live talking about strategic planning. This is probably our most popular request from clients right off the bat these days, is trying to get into how do we strategically plan to support our teachers. So this is insane that we're doing this live. Yeah,
so we're going to get a little look into like what does that mean when we say that, and what does that look like? And I'm just going to I'm pretty sure I'm just putting quarters in Chad and letting them go.
That'll be so good. And then obviously 7 to 8, we're just kind of doing a celebration. We're having our moderators come back on, and we're doing a huge recap of all 12 hours and those major takeaways. It's going to be nutty, but I'm really excited because throughout the entire 12 hours, we have our giveaways page, which I will actually be encouraging you to do here in just a few minutes. We have a commercial coming that's going to give you time to go to the giveaways page and get all set up with that, so you can get it off your to-do list. That way you are up to win a lot of different giveaways. And then we also have the Teach Better Conference promotional code, which is the cheapest code that you will get access to. And it's only right now that you can use it for the 12 hours. So it's going to be an insane day. Very full of content.
You only have just over 11 and a half hours left to use that code. By the way.
But it's the cheapest code that you can
get. And can we celebrate the very first registration coming through? Well, a few have come through, but the very first one that came through, I pulled it up so that we can celebrate Brittany Hodges for being the very first to jump in there and get it done. Whether she was the first to hit the screen or not, she was the first one to complete the order all the way through. So I guess we'll see you in October there, Brittany.
I'm so glad, Jeff. I know that you were sick during the Teach Better conference, but Brittany literally made my day at the conference. Katie is so sick of me talking about this, but I was ill during the conference, and Brittany brought me a care package, and I still get all the feels. I loved it. It was amazing.
Hey, Katie, can we bring the Facebook user one heart that you had just up just before Carly's there? Can you pop that back up? Just so everybody knows, that's Chad Ostrowski.
Chad!
A little celebration there. All right. Wow. Okay, so that's all 12 hours. I thought that would take us the full 30 minutes. Now I don't have anything else for us to talk about.
Oh, should we just sit here and twiddle our thumbs? And wait,
do you have the drink? We can just sit here and just...
Hold on. For real though, Jeff, the one thing we haven't talked about that's probably the most important is how to experience these 12 hours.
Let's talk about that.
Can we take a minute? Wherever you guys are watching, I know a lot of you will pull this up on your phone, you'll pull it up on your computer. We see pictures every single 12 hour of people streaming it on their televisions, where they pull up YouTube, and that's how they watch it on their TVs. We would really appreciate, can you take 2 seconds, snap a photo and post it? Make sure you tag Jeff and I and the Teach Better team, regardless of what social media. We want to see where you are streaming from, and feel free to add like watching from Illinois or watching from California, wherever you are. Jeff, should we do like a photo where we stop and we like make a
You want to
pose?
pause?
Yeah.
Like a
Well, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna do this. Here we go. I'm
I
ready.
don't know,
I'm ready.
like that? Okay. I'll be
You're not doing anything, so you're
I'm
not
doing a
responding.
confused face. Like it makes sense.
Oh, hold on. Ready?
Like,
Okay,
you gotta,
snap a
like-
picture. 1, 2, 3. That perfect
That's
is like that's a
that-
good 12-hour image.
That makes sense. Like it's
Yeah.
you doing something ridiculous and me being confused about why I'm still here with you.
Okay, but yeah, that'll be good. So then everybody, wherever you're watching from, snap that photo, post it, tag the Teach Better team. You can tag Jeff and I if you want to too. I'd actually, now thinking about it, would prefer never to see that picture again, but who knows, it'll be good.
Ooh, that means that we should see it a lot.
What snacks do you have?
I have coffee.
Yep, me too.
I have a Gatorade over there, a Gatorade Zero, and then
Mhm.
I've got a couple granola bars and some peanuts. I'm going light today. You have granola bars too,
Oh,
okay?
cute. This is this 12 hours brought to you by Kind Bar. Just kidding. This is not an ad, but really good. You should sponsor it.
Mine are Quaker. But yeah, so I have some. So I'm going light today because I can get out of hand when it comes to 12-hour. Because I'm like, ooh, I can snack today, so I'm not going to do that. I guess what's an important question is what are you doing for lunch?
Okay, I have a plan.
Because it's hard. It's not super easy because we're trying to be involved. You got stuff out. Usually, you don't want to make a mess. Like, what do you?
To be clear, 12-hour for me is like the Super Bowl. Like I just eat all day.
Do you have like wings coming and stuff?
Yeah. So here's my vision.
Pizza and wings.
I'm starting with a espresso and a Kind Bar. I did just get a notification that my DoorDash has arrived outside my door.
Well, what'd you get dashed?
I got McDonald's. I got a sandwich.
At McDonald's breakfast.
And another coffee. Yep. And hash browns. If anybody wants a hash brown, text me. I got you.
McDonald's hash browns.
Yeah, it'll be good. And then later this afternoon, I already have a salad from Curito, which is, by the way, if you don't have a Curito, come visit me in Illinois and I will buy you a salad. It's the best salad of all time and it's in my fridge, so I'll be eating that later. And then everything from there is just going to be a hot mess. Like I got M&Ms.
I was going to say, you got M&Ms and popcorn for later at some point?
Popcorn. I got the whole.
So I will be taking bets or predictions or whatever for the rest of the day, the remainder of the day, which will end at 7 p.m. Eastern time. If you want to DM me or tweet out at me and let me know what do you think Ray will be eating and or drinking on screen during the last hour.
Okay,
we have now, to be fair, I think wine's the easy guess, but like in the past, she is literally eating a massive piece of cake while we were on live for that last piece. So
here's
just like
as
the day goes on, Ray cares less and less about what's going on the screen. She's like, all right, I'm good. I'm looking good. I got my little espresso. And then later on, I'll be like, I'm eating M&Ms while we do it. And at the end, she's like, you know, the scene in the movie, like where the guy or girl gets like the devastating breakup and they're just like on the couch with like Doritos everywhere. And like they found a Dorito later on in their hair. Like that's what Ray's going to be like. Only it might be a thing of cake or like.
Okay, the sad part is all this is true. Like I run branding and marketing for Teach Better. So I like get to yell at people when they like aren't ready to be live or their camera setup doesn't look good. And 12-hour, it all goes to shit by the end of the day.
Jeez, we're not even 25 minutes in and she just cursed. I hope someone beeped that out. We got young kids watching, Ray. Come on.
Sorry, Katie, can you beep
What if
Dave
Schmidt heard you say that?
But Katie's in the background running the show today. So Katie, can you beep? Can you let us know thumbs up or thumbs down if you
I think it's too late.
Oh,
but can I just say look how good looking our backstage is right now with these four gentlemen back there waiting.
Our backstage is literally the all-stars. I can't believe bringing them on so early.
I know. So yeah, we don't get to see that. Like we don't get to hang out with them, but like Katie does. But we can see them right now. So
wait, I'm gonna watch them while I eat my McDonald's breakfast.
So I'm actually gonna go coach a soccer game. I'm gonna run out of here real quick. I gotta coach Jonathan soccer, and then I'll be back. So like I'll have to watch the next 2 segments on the replays. But by the way, we do house these, so you can watch later. So you can come back and take more notes and stuff like that. But like the fun is to be here today in the comments. Dropping some green hearts, showing some love.
I have an honest question that I know our entire community is wondering, and I'm here to ask those hard-hitting questions. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Will it be challenging for you with 2 AirPods in to coach a soccer game while you're just committed to watching 12 Hour Live?
Possibly. Yeah, we're gonna see how it goes. Are
I
you
mean-
picturing me like on the sideline, like, yeah, kick it?
Yeah, exactly.
Watching
That's
that phone just
exactly what I
yeah.
envisioned.
Yeah, all right. It's probably won't do that, but maybe I will. I don't know. We'll
Wait,
see.
this is somebody in the Facebook group, which by the way, I love our Facebook group. You can join over at teachbettergroup.com. There's over 7,000 educators in there. It says that doesn't think I'm going to last after eating McDonald's breakfast. Guys, I got a large coffee. I'm ready to go. I'm ready.
I don't know. I'm wondering if he's talking about the guilt. There's that McDonald's guilt after eating.
Guys, you don't understand. I'm going to consume so much food. I won't do it
there's no-
tomorrow, but I will make it through. I will make it through.
Guilt. You know what? While we're talking, we're finishing up here. Get ready to get into the first segment. If you can drop in the comments, let us know, what are you snacking on today? Like,
That would be
I know, because I know some people are gonna be popping in and out, but I know there's a few people in the comments right now that are here with us all day, the whole
Mhm.
day. So, what are you snacking on? What are you drinking on? And are you taking us today? We've had people take us places to get ice cream and pizza and all over the place, and that's fun too. So,
Okay, I know you just gave them a challenge, so maybe they can put this in while they're typing, but I not only want to know what snack they're going to eat, but I really would like to know what segment they're most excited to
that's
tune
good
into. And the
Okay.
reason being, obviously the next segment's going to be like insanely fabulous. I cannot wait for that one. So let's not count the next segment. We're all going to be here for that one. But are there other segments throughout the day, either later this morning or later this afternoon, that you are also equally as excited about as you are for the next one?
And
Like,
while
is there
you-
anything you're here for?
And while you do that in the comments, let us know. So what you're eating, what you're drinking, and what segments you're most excited about. We have just over 3 minutes left to make sure that they know. Are we sharing where to go win stuff right now?
We
Are we
are
sure
in
that- okay.
the next commercial,
In
and
the
it's,
next commercial.
and
Okay,
it's
great.
2 minutes long. So I'm thinking that we could probably give them the time to do
Okay.
that, and then we'll be all ready and set
All right,
for.
great. And then we're also in the all the commercials include the code to use to go get your discounted Teach Better Conference 23 tickets. So
Yeah.
teachbetterconference.com is where that's at. And the code will be, code's 12 hour, 1-2 hour. So like that's the code, but you can also catch it all day long. If you forget, it's going to be in all the commercials. So
Can we confirm really quick? Because now I'm going to take us off task. The commercials for 12 Hour this year are a little different than normal. Here's my opinion. I'd love to hear our OGs like give us some feedback at the end of this. Either the commercials are super uplifting and amazing, or like this one coming, really dorky and lame. Like there's like 15 different commercials being featured today. And I just want to be clear. The next one is like really lame and dorky, but like some of the others are like amazingly inspirational.
So you know what, you showed like one or two, and then I'm like, I just kept saying like everyone was good because I actually enjoy like not knowing what they are. So this is going to be entertaining for me. So
I just want to be clear that there's like a ton to see. So while the segments are great, like the in between should be fun. This next one, super dorky. I hope everybody gets a giggle out of it.
Well, anyway, okay. So you said it's about 2 minutes. Like we're within 2 minutes of the segment. Do we need to play it now and then just get into the first segment? Because I figure as much time as possible we can keep with these gentlemen and Katie the best. Katie was literally just like throwing her hands up in the air back there and ignoring the text that I sent her. So she's excited. I think let's just do that. Can we just do that now? And then I'll see you all in a couple hours.
Yes. Love you guys. We will see you all throughout the day for 12 Hour Live. Thank you for being here. Continue to share out, and we will see you soon.
Hey, don't forget to register for all of the awesome giveaways from today's 12-hour live event. No, really. Go, register. Well, welcome back, guys.
Good morning. Hey.
I
Good
cannot
morning.
believe we are all on screen, man. This is awesome. I do want to give a little shout out to Ray for her dorky commercial because now I understand why she said
that
it's
was
dorky.
cool. And she's got the McDonald's, so she's ready to go.
Right,
She's ready to go.
exactly. Well, welcome, guys. Good morning. So excited to see all of your faces. Shout out to James because it's very early for you. James, what time of the day is it?
It is 5:32 in the morning. Crack of dawning. I'm yawning.
Okay, so we aren't going to ask you any questions until like another half hour. Let you wake up a little bit.
Yeah, please let me settle into this.
Perfect. Well, welcome, guys. So excited to start kind of our day. You know, we had Ray and Jeff who kicked us off, but really, you guys bring so much energy. We saw a lot of you you saw a lot of us at the conference. But if people didn't have a chance to connect with you because it was just a crazy day, can we kind of start? We'll start with Vincent. Can we kind of go that direction? Tell us who you are and where you actually located and kind of what's your role in education.
All right. How you doing? Good morning, everybody. Excited to be here. My name is Vincent Johnson. People know me as Wordsworth. I'm a recording artist as Wordsworth, known from MTV Lyricist Lounge a lot. And then I became an educator 8 years ago. Best move in my life to be doing that. I'm in Florida. So I'm out here in Florida in the Fort Myers area. And yeah, I'm a middle school teacher. So it's been great.
Ooh, middle school. Love that middle school. All right, let's go to Rawls. Go ahead.
What up? What up? My name is Jason Rawls. What am I? So I'm a DJ producer for hip hop. I have been blessed to work with artists such as Mos Def, Talib Kweli, John Robinson, Wordsworth, Beastie Boys. I've been blessed, right, to do hip hop. But I've been in education. I've been a teacher for 20 years now. Wow, woo, my age. I've been a teacher for about 20 years now, and now I am currently an associate professor of instruction at Ohio University, where I've created the first, I think it's the first, and my colleagues here can help me, but it's the first hip-hop based education program in the country that I know of, and it's called the HOPE program, Hip Hop Ohio Patent Education. And what we do is work with young teachers to help them infuse hip-hop based education, youth culture, culturally relevant pedagogy into their pedagogy. And so it's been going very well. We're excited. And this is year 2. Okay. So it's moving forward. And I think that's enough. But yeah, what's going on?
Welcome. All right, John, you want to go next?
Yes. Peace, everyone. I'm John Robinson. I'm an MC, hip hop practitioner for many years, over 20. And about 10 years ago, I met this next guy, the Fresh Professor in New York City. And he was able to show a lot of us how to leverage our superpowers, AKA our art forms, and bring them into the classroom, right? So I've been a teaching artist for over a decade now and been able to really activate youth culture, hip hop culture, and all of these things that were so natural to me in the classroom spaces. And I'm also a co-author with Dr. Jason Rawls. We have 2 books, and I'm just a youth advocate. I'm an advocate for the power of young people, and I invest in the future as much as I can.
Love that. All right. Are you ready? You awake? Did you
I'm
get
ready.
the
I'm awake
sleep
now,
out?
Katie.
All
Thank
right.
We're here. We're here.
Ah,
Yeah, greetings. Good morning, James Miles, he, him. I'm the fresh professor, as JR said, the fancy dresser, barely awake, not dead. I'm having fun. So I started my career as an actor. I was doing Broadway, film, and TV. And then I met JR, met the whole team, and we started doing hip hop education 10 years ago. That really changed not just our lives, but the lives of many youth in New York City and beyond. So I'm very blessed to be here with these cats, and of course with you and the Teach Better team, Katie.
Well, honestly, I'm so glad I tricked them into letting all of us go together this morning because you guys, I remember talking to you. It was right at lunch at the conference, and you just brought so much energy, but it was coupled with this passion for education and like just really seeing the youth. And Ray can attest to this, who's currently eating her breakfast sandwich. I literally like ran to her and I was like, hey, I just found a group for the 12-hour. So like, we're good. I got them. We're good. Like they have to be a part of it. So I'm so glad that was like 5 months ago and it's now happening for real. So I kind of have to ask, I know I have asked you guys kind of separately, but I want people to kind of know, you all have very different backgrounds. Like you're all kind of all over. How did you come together?
Yeah, I'll
Wow.
start by saying it was mostly music first that brought the earlier part of us together. I met Wordsworth in the streets of New York City, different hip hop events in the 90s, right? Connected with J. Rawls soon after that. Through music as well. We were both practicing and doing music and blessed to travel the world. And the Fresh Professor, as I said, I met 10 years ago in New York City doing hip hop education. And I feel like, Words and J. Rawls were doing their thing in education. Fresh Professor and myself was in New York City, and just through the camaraderie of music and connecting and traveling, at least for myself, was part of the glue to bring this team together, and just really started to go over ideas and realize how many similar pathways we had, how many ideas resonated with each other. And I'll stop there and let someone else add on.
let me just jump in because it is kind of interesting. I'm sitting here like, dang, this is cool. So Wordsworth and I met during the Nkiru book days. So I go back to Kweli, Mos Def, and we're on the same first album, Black Star. Mos Def and Talib Kweli are Black Star. I guess that's the official title, right?
That's
and we're on that same album together. And so we've known each other forever. John and I have done 2 albums together. We alikes. We got 2 books together, 2 albums together, like, and so John was always talking about the Fresh Professor. The Fresh Professor. The Fresh Professor is the Fresh Professor. And I was like, man, I got to meet the Fresh Professor. And when I met him, I was like, oh, so then every time I was talking to Words or somebody else, I'm like, the Fresh Professor. The Fresh Professor said, this is how. So we all just kind of linked like that. And then was it South by Southwest?
South by Southwest, yeah.
So Words and I met Fresh Professor in the flesh, and then it just kind of it was like Voltron. We clicked with fam, and we all got the same goals. And like John said earlier, I think that's the best thing. We're youth advocates. See, the thing is, we teach, we love teaching, we love education, but we put the youth first. So we're not really like worried about standardized tests and all this other stuff. Are the kids okay? Are they all right? Now we can teach.
There you go.
That's it.
So that's a perfect segue. Kind of the title of our technical segment is Reaching All Learners. And I know the conversations I've had with you guys, it's like you don't even have to try. You guys are just, you're in it for the kids. You like you said, you kind of ignore all the other stuff and you're just really focused on them. So for kind of the people listening, what does that look like to you guys? When you say I'm really seeing the students, I'm really kind of meeting them where they're at, I'm ignoring the standardized testing. What does that actually mean in the day-to-day when you're with kids?
Well, I'll say this. Once that, you got to kind of think of it like a student is kind of like being dropped off to meet you for the first time. It's like a culture shock for them. It's just like, I don't know this person. Yeah. They don't know me. and I don't know if I'm going to like this person at all. So you have to figure out from the doorstep what to do from there. So for me, I would say definitely just having that positive energy as soon as they enter the threshold of walking across it right there. So something that I like to do is just typically to have headphones on. Hey, what are you listening to? Just asking, what are they listening to? If you just ask that simple question, it shows that you have a vested interest in trying to meet them where they are. So I think that's one of the things. And so that'll be my first step is, what are you listening to? And then I'll actually go check out the music in front of them to let them know I'm not afraid of what they're listening to. I'm not against what they're listening to. I'm not an enemy when you come here. This is our home. The classroom is here. It's a safe space for you to be you. And I'm allowing you to be you.
Oh, I love that. That, like Marcus said, it's such a simple question. And I think it's good for us to remember. It doesn't always have to be about getting those earbuds out of their ears, which is so often what I know some teacher who used to be in the classroom would often do.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important, that positive greeting at the door, right? That's a cognitive behavioral attribute. If you're able to greet young people positively at the door with just like, yo, I see you, it actually saves about 10 minutes per week per class. So by the end of the week, you've saved, or end of the month, you've saved an entire period just by greeting these young people at the door every single day with a, yo, I see you, how are you? We've seen videos of it with people doing all types of, handshakes and stuff.
Yes.
You could be that complicated, or it could be mad simple. Like, what are you listening to today? Like words would say, yo, let me play what you're listening to right now. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. So
that's a takeaway.
Yeah, that is a takeaway. Okay, so I know the other day when we kind of talked, you guys shared another way that you truly try to see students. You guys remember what that awesome takeaway was? It was another simple question. It wasn't just what you were listening to.
Yes, it was more listening, right? Literally listening to the students.
Yes.
So traditionally, teachers, educators, etc., in these classroom capacities feel if it's too noisy, no learning's happening, or it's chaos, right?
Yep.
And a lot of times we flip it and say, no, don't quiet them down. Listen to the chatter, learn from the chatter, use the chatter as a blueprint, but not just a blueprint for all the bad things or the things that you feel like may be disruptive. What do they care about? What are they passionate about? What do they watch? What do they listen to? Who are their favorites in film, music, television, whatever they're into, right? And then not only just listen and sit back and be passive, activate these results, literally start to bring in things, as Word said, meet them where they are, but meet them where they are in a dynamic way, where you're literally in tune with what they are dealing with in a live way, and you're bringing it in to really show them again, I see you, I hear you, and this is our space, and we want to hear from you more, and we want you to feel like, yeah, this is your place.
You kind of hit on a couple different things with that. By not only allowing the chatter to happen, you hear your students, but you, like you said, you're creating this culture where students feel comfortable. And if we truly, we hear all the time, this is a safe space, this is our home, this is our family. But when,
right.
I know in my house, I don't know about you guys, but my house is not quiet often. I've got kids laughing and running around. We've got TVs or music or something. And so it is kind of true when you're like expecting the room to be quiet, you do take away that safety net, because that isn't really what our homes are like. And so I love that. That's such a powerful thing to just allow the chatter to hear and kind of just embrace it rather than constantly, kiboshing it. Oh, I love that.
Constantly shushing them. And we call that classroom chatter, right? Listening with an open ear. It's allowing their voice. When you hear people say that, that's kind of a buzz thing. You hear that all the time, right? But it really is allowing their voice, because you hear things. You might hear something they're going through, or you might hear just like something that's going on, maybe something that's brewing. And there's an issue going on, and you just happen to be, you're listening, you're paying attention. And so what's going on. So you have a student going through something, you can pull that student outside, like, hey, are you okay? Is everything all right? Like, what's, you want to talk? You feel like talking? just little things like that. And then you'll have a child look at you like, oh, wow, like you care. And once they know you care, you've already won. You won. You're the winner.
Well,
It's
and like
golden.
you guys said, acting on it, like not just listening to it and then kind of moving on. You're exploring the music they're listening to, or
Yeah.
you're, engaging in the conversation. It takes that extra step to show that you're actually invested. You're not just like checking the box. It's always interesting
Right.
when adults are like, oh, what are you doing? And then they don't respond, and they just kind of keep the conversation moving. It's like, no, actually, keep going back and forth.
I think another thing too is we can't be afraid to show that we know what they know about. It's like they'll be listening to music, maybe wearing clothing or things like that you wear yourself, but you're apprehensive to bring yourself down to let them know that you know what's going on, because you don't want to break that discipline wall. You think, okay, if I get to know them and they get to know me a little bit, I can't teach them. They won't allow me to teach them, but it's actually the opposite. If you let them know, like, oh, I see you got some sneakers on. Hey, I wear these when I'm running, when I go jogging. This is what I wear is comfortable, Yeah, I know, sneakers cost this much. So just sneakers in itself, we know that's kind of like a common thing, no matter what school, what level you're at. So I think just having that ability to do the research and find that common ground that has nothing to do necessarily with what's going on in class at that moment, but it could be anything. So because anything they're into, you're into in some shape, form, or fashion. If it's music, you listen to music. So hey, that song was first sung by such and such. Here's the original. As we know, a lot of songs, So I think you can't be afraid to feel like you're losing a piece of yourself to meet them halfway.
Oh, love that. Okay, so you guys have talked about how to see students kind of in those raw moments, the passing periods or transitions, but we do have to address there is like a whole thing we're supposed to be teaching, right? So you guys are awesome at taking what the curriculum says and modifying it, molding it to meet the students where they're at so that they can actually kind of embrace it. So can you kind of give us some tips or tricks? So if we're looking at this curriculum that we're like, I remember I taught math, middle school math, and teaching properties, like, associative property. Literally, it was like I was bored reading the lesson plan, so I could only imagine how my delivery was. So help people who are like looking at their stuff and they need some revamping so that they can engage the students. I know you guys are awesome at this. So what do you suggest?
Yeah, I would say I gotta give props to the fresh professor again, right? This guy has shown me literally how to do things like teach hierarchies or the French Revolution by ice breaking with a deck of cards. Really bringing theatrics into it. Historical events, literary characters, and acting them out and really bringing it to life in class, allowing the students to get up and really get into it to actually, become a part of it. And the last one I'll say is things like, teaching world wars or some sort of conflict by literally going right to the internet. Who's beefing on social media in the celebrity world, that the young people know about, etc. And just all these dynamic things that are normalized for young people, but sometimes for us, we might not see how it fits into our lesson plans or curriculum to really spice things up and really allow young people to see themselves in the work.
One time, JR and I were doing a PD at a high school in Brooklyn, and we brought in Drake and Meek Mill as like as a way to talk about the Cold War between U.S. and Russia. And communism and capitalism. So we did that, and the teachers, remember this, JR? The teachers got so heated arguing about capitalism and communism. Students started coming into the room, watching, listening, like, yo, this is what y'all talking about? That's amazing. I want to be involved in this conversation. And it was just about Meek Mill and Drake, right? And capitalism and communism. That was it.
Okay, so I know when I sat in your session at the conference, you guys talked about how to teach Romeo and Juliet, which sometimes can, be a little boring unless you've got Leonardo DiCaprio or something. But so when you're first thinking of a topic, because, you all taught a lesson that you probably were less than excited about, What's your first kind of thought when someone opens their curriculum and they're like, ugh, I got to teach this again this year? What's your first kind of action that you take?
Well, I'll break it down, and I hope people are taking notes for this because I'm about to drop some gems. I'm just kidding.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No,
Nah.
he's not. No, he's not. I'm ready.
When I look at a curriculum, I think about the 5 elements of hip hop. So let's first talk about the 5 elements of hip hop: MCing, DJing, breaking, graffiti, and knowledge of self. So when I look at a curriculum, I say, all right, what are the MC aspects? How am I able to use my voice in classroom? Graffiti, how are the students able to showcase visually their understanding of content? Breaking, how are they breaking from tradition, or from the literal translation of break dancing, how are they using their body to show their understanding? And this leans into what JR was talking about. You know, young people know how to be young people. We have to teach them how to be adults. So we have them enroll as characters in history or literature. They're stepping into their own adulthood and matriculating through life in their own way. Back to DJing. DJing, what am I mixing up? Or if I'm studying Cold War, what else is similar to that students may be listening to, watching on TV or on the radio, on podcasts, on YouTube? Then lastly, most important is knowledge of self, right? How are they showing up in the classroom, bringing their entire selves, how they feel belonging, how they feel welcomed? What are we doing to foment that? When I look at a curriculum, that's what I do, those 5 elements. And I say, all right, cool. And then I bring it to build my unit plan and my semester plan and my year plan and go from there.
And can I add on? So you take that right there, right? And you have those elements. For those of you who don't quite know about the elements of hip hop, first of all, you should research that. But let me break it down. If you have that, you can take it and pair it up with Gardner's multiple intelligences, right? Mm-hmm. So we take that same idea and you have the visual, where you got the graph, right? You got the spatial, the body kinesthetic with the b-boys and the breakdancing. And so you can take these same things. So, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I don't know hip hop, I can't really do this. You can. If you went through teaching courses, Gardner, right?
Yes.
Maslow, Bloom's, these things. So you can take those as well, take their theories and match them with culturally relevant things that are going on today. And you can bring that into your classroom. That's another option.
Yeah, I would say you can't be afraid to bring home into the classroom as well. As far as for me, with background knowledge, I'll place categories. I'll bring categories into the classroom, and the kids will be like, "What's this? What's that?" And then they'll play that. And we'll stick to just card 1 and just staying on card 1, different letters, and they're starting to go I'm like, all right, so you guys do know these things. You just need a different way to do it. Or if I'm doing inferences, we'll do charades. So something like that. So just trying to find different ways like that. And typically a lot of that actually stems from hip hop, because with hip hop, you had to be creative. It stems from this being creative, everything, In hip hop, there's a big thing about being original. So no matter what you're doing, if you got those sneakers on and I got them, I got to wear them differently. Yeah. So if it's similar like that. When we enter the classroom, if we've seen how it's been taught all these years, no, we're going to do it differently, add some flavor to it. We're going to put our flavor to it. So that's what you get when you see us together. We're meeting, we're rehearsing and talking about, okay, this is Shakespeare, Romeo and Juliet, but how do we do it? Mm-hmm. How are we going to do it that relates to everybody else? So I think that's the big takeaway from hip hop, is that it's so organic that we're always thinking of new ways of doing something and making a twist to it. Because if you look at the students, that's what they do. They can have the same exact items, same exact book bag. It doesn't matter. Somebody will have something written on it. Somebody has some drawn on it. So how do you bring, something new and organic into it? And hip hop has taught us to be new, organic, and come up with original stuff.
Oh man, you guys are, James, I don't even want to know what you're like middle of the day, because you guys are dropping fire now.
I think
Miss Early, pretty much. A lot of us.
That's right. That's right. I see someone in the chat was mentioning about, playing music with explicit lyrics.
Yes,
So
let's
I
address
just want to
that.
address that. And, JR, I'm going to let you talk about that one. Bro.
I thought I had it figured out. I was like, oh, you know what? I'll just bring in the instrumentals. And then the young people just sang all the lyrics because they know the
There you
lyrics.
go.
So the explicits
go.
were still there. But I guess it's about building these connections, right? I was going to say even earlier, before this magic happens, etc. I think it's really important to seriously know who's in your classroom beyond just their first and last name and kind of what they look like. What's their background? Where are their families from? What are the different nuances and culture that I need to consider? And I feel like from building up this real organic, intentional relationship and connection in your class, a lot of those things are easier to manage, So now it becomes, guess what? We're bringing in music today, but we got to make sure it's school safe. We may have what's called a YouTube cipher, right? We may allow the students to literally go on the smartboard on YouTube and play their favorite thing. And so now they're learning about the similarities and differences that they have right amongst their peers in the class. But also, I think it's the building up of this relationship that allows you to just manage those type of things.
I think also to add on, you could also get the karaoke version. So typically when we're doing talent shows and things like that, you need a karaoke version. So look for those karaoke versions as well. But I would say you should see the student's face when they see that you're searching up, what's the name of that song? Like they're like, nah, you're not really about to play this. Like, nah, I really want to know what's the song that you got. I mean, I want to hear what you're talking about. So, and then sometimes there's an assumption that we may not like that genre of music too, right? That could be based on race and culture and things like that. And then next thing you know, you're playing some rock stuff, they're playing some hip hop stuff. Now you got it all mixed, jazz and everything is being played in there because a lot of the students actually are into what you're into because of their parents. So I've had a student one time, we were doing like a music soundtracks and she drew a poster of the Breakfast Club. So I'm up here like, what how you know that?
That's awesome.
Like even put like the old stores on there, like Tower Records and all this stuff on there. I'm like, oh, well, my parents, and that's what I'm into. So there's that assumption that, they may not know your genre or know what we listen to, but they're in the car with their parents, they're at home with their parents. So that bridge is happening at home. So we have to make sure we fortify that bridge while we're in the classroom too.
And the comments are completely agreeing with that and loving the nuggets that you guys are dropping. Just bringing home to school is so important, kind of bridging that gap. You've talked about parents and what they're listening to. I thought this was cool. Brittany says she'll have the kids rewrite lyrics, but using content, which is really fun. And it's such a good way to like have the music played, but relative to what you're teaching. You guys are speaking my language because when I was in middle school, I had the students build our classroom playlist. So the rule was you could submit any music you wanted. It just had to be school appropriate, which got a little dicey at times with middle schoolers. But, it was so fun because they would listen to a song and they're like, oh, man, really, Taylor Swift? I'm like, someone donated the song, someone contributed it. So we got to go with it. And then I could play my, my old school, Whitney Houston and stuff. So, but it's about kind of bringing everyone together. But it starts, I think, what you said, you started the segment with, it starts with listening to them and embracing them where they're at, because those lessons are going to be a lot harder to plan if you don't know what your students are into or you don't know their personalities. You can create your own kind of plan in your head of what makes sense to you. But if you want to make sure it's relevant, you've got to make sure you get to know them. So we're about halfway through our segment. I know we've got a ton more to get into, but are you guys okay if we take a quick pause to do a giveaway?
Of
course.
Okay, so we actually are going to do 2 giveaways, and I want to thank, I got to look at my notes, the Young Educators Society of Rhode Island. They have donated a $25 gift card to Starbucks, which I don't know about you guys. Cheers to that idea. We're going to actually do this one as a first to comment. So not many of our segments today are going to be first to comment, which simply means the person who drops an answer to the question I'm about to pose first. Ray Hewer is in the back end and she's going to drop me a name. So this first one is specifically for the Starbucks gift card. But for all of our viewers, I've seen lots of comments, lots of activity around this kind of thought of how to amp up your lesson. So when you're thinking, this goes to everybody in the audience, when you're thinking of a lesson that maybe is a little blah, what is one lesson that comes to mind that you could take some of these tips and tricks and apply it to? So what's like the content, the subject, what's an idea that you could revamp this coming week or coming months? Drop your topic in the chat. First one to win, Ray's going to let me know. So just keep going. All right. Oh, we've got some good ones coming in that I can see. All right. So we've got meeting students at the door. We've got, listening to them, letting the chatter happen. We've got all that good stuff. You start your lesson. You've got these ways to connect to them. What else? What else is there when you're a teacher, you're in the classroom, you're an educator in the schools? What is something that you guys feel like you really make an effort to see your students so that they feel connected, especially some of those tough nuts to crack where they are like bound determined not to develop a relationship with you? What do you do?
Well, I think you have to establish. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll follow your lead because that's a tough.
That's a tough one. But as you greet these young people at the door, you're also creating like classroom agreements of interaction in your classroom, right? That's your guidepost for the rest of the school year. Always going back to that. For us, part of that is participating. We all have to agree to participate. At level 1 or level 10, doesn't matter as long as you're participating. So
Okay.
once like we've greeted everyone, we've done our do now, pardon me. It's like, all right, now we're going to start teaching. How do we bring in, or how do we integrate youth culture into the academic content? How do you enliven that through, Gardner or hip hop pedagogical approaches? And then how are you assessing that content understanding? And that's where it really gets into the nitty gritty, where students don't have to just write a paper. They don't just have to type it up. They can perform it. They can do a dance. They can make a film. I know Words was up all night cutting films together, right? They could write a song. They could create a play. As long as you're demonstrating content understanding, you're benefiting them. The test scores are frivolous, right? The Alfie Kohn said they mean nothing, right? I saw in the chat, George Curl said something similar about that. Who cares about test scores? They don't define you. What does define you is how you associate with the rest of your team, your class, your school, your colleagues, your peers, and then how do you get through society, right? We're all contributing members to society. That's it. Go ahead, Ross. I rambled for too long.
No, man, you the fresh professor, man. I just took some notes. No, I just was thinking. I know in the past, I taught everything from 5th grade to college, and at the younger grades, when you have a tough nut to crack, they're usually going through something. That's what I've noticed, right? And so trying to get through is very difficult. And so some tips I would give for a teacher is, first of all, you got to keep trying. You can't give up. Like, you can't just get to a point where you're like, all right, that kid, I'm sick of him. I can't, right? And as much as we want to feel that way because we're human, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm tired. Like, when you get home, you can say that I'm sick of this kid, right? But when you're there, you're back at it and you're talking to him. What I found that works is really trying to find something that they're into, right? I had a young man who used to come to school, and I couldn't crack that nut. He just wouldn't deal with me. He didn't like I don't mess with none of y'all. I don't like none of y'all. And and that was his attitude. And so one day I got there and I got to school a little early, and I noticed him ride up in a skateboard. And I was like, Now, what do I know about skating? Absolutely nothing. Right?
You're not a skateboarder? Come on.
I'm not looking like it, right? But I think that's the best thing, because John and I, when we're doing PDs, we always have teachers say, I don't know anything about hip hop. I don't know. I can't do this. I don't know.
Yes.
That's the best, because the kids want to teach you. And once they can do that, the connections there. So I just asked them, about, like, tell me about your skate. I noticed you got stickers or something on the bottom. What is that? And he was like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. And he's like talking, and I'm sitting here like, uh-oh. What just happened? Like, who is this kid? Like
Right.
so eventually our relationship became based on skateboards. No lie, just skateboards. And I knew nothing about it. He was teaching me everything. So when it came time for him to learn, he was more receptive to me telling him something because and this is my guess, but he felt like I had listened to him about what he was into. And it can't come to find out, just dealing with him, he was going through something. I guess his parents in a divorce or whatever was going on, and he just had shut down. Right.
Mhm.
And that's the thing. And it made me realize these kids aren't bad. You know, when people say the bad kids, they're not
Oh,
bad.
yes.
They're children, right? So they don't know how to deal with any stress or anything they're going through. So when they get to the classroom, yeah, they're going to cuss you out or do whatever they're going to do because they don't know how to deal with their emotions. So you got, it takes patience. That's why this job, what we do, as my brother John Robinson says, teaching is a love sport.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll stop because I babble too long.
No, I think you guys you're bringing up such good points because it's so hard when you're in the moment. And I know all of you have experienced this. You're with that student that is always mad, always in a perpetual state of, anger or frustration. And you're like, I'm literally trying to get to know you. And I think it's so interesting. You just keep going back to the same thing. Keep it simple. Ask questions. Maybe that day they're not ready to answer your question about the skateboard. Maybe the next day they will. And I think that is very tricky when we're in the classrooms, in the schools. It's busy. We've got 100 million things we're doing on the daily. But to constantly remind ourselves they are kids and don't give up on them. Even though our feelings might be feeling differently, to keep going back to that. So it's just so interesting that it's such a simple thing and such a simple almost reminder that I think we all need to hear, especially in February, especially when, this is the longest month I think ever. So I love that. But okay, before we keep going, because I'm always worried I'm going to run out of time for these giveaways. But first off, love the things. I don't know if you guys saw all the ideas that kind of came through, just initial thoughts on inheritance patterns, Copper Sun novel study. These are all things people are excited to go back and just do a little bit differently, right? Given some of the things that you guys have shared with us this morning. Love that. Money, factoring. Oh, geez, Julie, God bless you. Oh, man, factoring was not an easy thing to teach.
Not fun.
But we do have a winner for the $25 Starbucks gift card. Candace Miller won for that first giveaway. So Candace, you can go ahead and email me at katie@teachbetter.com and you can claim your prize. So that was our first giveaway. But we also have another gift card to give away, which I'm always excited to give away the gift cards. Thank you, Ray. Ready to go in the background. This one is just a $25 Visa gift card. So go buy yourself whatever, Starbucks or maybe an adult beverage for later in the day, whatever you want. But this is from Dr. Myra Sweeney Miller. So thank you so much for that donation. So this one, I want people to think through one question that you could ask Monday morning, a simple question you could ask a student to get to know them a little better. Ray is going to pick the first person that she sees on her end and let me know. So we'll watch those questions come on in. So, all right. So we don't have a ton of time. You guys have given us a ton of information, ton of knowledge, just kind of good tips, tricks, reminders. But you all have kind of major stuff going on in your kind of your education life, but also your non-education life. We've got new music. We've got new books. Tell us a little bit about what you guys are doing so people can check you guys out. Who wants to start?
Go ahead, JR.
I'll start. Yeah, I'll start. No problem. Well, Dr. Rose and I have 2 books out. Our first book is called Youth Culture Power. And it's a hip hop ed guide to building teacher-student relationships and really tapping more into the culture of young people. And the second book is called How Can I Move the Crowd? And it's a classroom activity handbook. And really, the music, I feel like, is a continual with us. We're always creating, we're always developing something new. So yeah, there's new music out, live life and tell stories. And I'll leave it at there. Next.
All right. You got Rolf?
Let's get to the socks.
All All right. So right now, currently, I got a book out. It's called Socks. So you can go get that right here. Socks. It's a middle school book, but elementary to middle school. And it's basically the adventure of where your socks end up going. So we created this whole city called Soul City, and that's where they end up at. So make sure you get that. That's available on Amazon, so you can get that. And I also have another book called What Words Are Worth. And this is more so like, yes, thank you. And it's like basically it's like poetry. It's like a poetry book, but it's based on all the lyrics of my this album, and it lets you get some it lets you get to know me more, my narrative voice, as opposed to a couple of bars and you assume who I am. And then also coming up, I have a curriculum that I licensed to the University of Miami. So it's going to be online, frostonline.com, and you'll be able to see me teaching you at home 4 modules, and it's called Organized Rhyme. It's a systematic approach to being a better freestyler, songwriter, and rhymer. So look forward to that soon. So University of Miami, and I got some music in Bel Air. So check that out in a couple episodes. Episode 3.
Love that.
Love it. Go ahead, Ross.
Wow. Well, like John said, doing the work with him as well. We're currently actually working on our next book, which is talking about hip hop mentality. And speaking of that, I'm doing a TED Talk coming up in the next week or so about hip hop mentality, creating something from nothing. So I'm trying to get to Fresh Professor status. But we're always working. We got so much coming, and just excited to share. So Fresh Professor.
Yes, we also are working on something else, which we will announce later.
Yes,
but it'll be something for mass media consumption. So my book, Gotta Stay Fresh, is coming out this year. It's in the publisher's hands. We're doing some fine tuning, but that'll be out. It'll be about hip hop pedagogy, neuroscience, and of course youth culture and theatrical integration. I'm also producing the largest music festival, arts and music festival in the Pacific Northwest, called Bumper Shoot. Tickets went on sale yesterday. Our early bird tickets sold out, but we still have some tickets available. We'll get to 30,000 people. That's my hope for Labor Day weekend. So if anyone's in the Seattle area, hit me up. We'll come. I'll take it throughout the entire campus, meet the performers, meet some of the youth working the stages. So part of that is part of the festival is that young people will be working alongside the professionals, learning the skills, and also doing the work, setting up sound, lights, microphone, everything. And then there's more coming, but I'll pause on that.
Man, I'm wondering if you guys have more hours in your day than the rest of us, because wow. I mean, all of the books, the music, I know I've had an opportunity to read your books and listen to your music. You guys are talented. Yeah. You're amazing. Oh, Ray Hewitt is making an appearance.
Ray?
Can we go? Katie, can we go? I
volunteer. I volunteer to the music festival.
They want in the fest.
Please come to Seattle.
Wait, I've never been to Seattle. Have you?
No, we're taking the Teach Better tour bus, and we're going to pick up all of our friends along the way, and we'll meet you in Seattle.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, I'll
get out of here, Ray.
Segment. I just want to make sure that my ticket was reserved.
I got you, Ray. I got you.
She just popped in. I love it.
I know.
I'm sure that will not be the last time Ray's face just appears. Well, lots of love happening in the chat, but there's 2 things. We've got literally a little less than 15 minutes to get through. So first off, our winner of one of the questions was Cynthia McQueen, $25 Visa gift card. She was the first person to drop the "What did you do this weekend?" Such a simple, easy question. I think the takeaway from you guys is actually listen to the answer. Don't just go to the next student or the next person you're standing there. Take the minute to actually engage in the conversation and hear what they did, maybe ask some follow-up questions. So I love that. But lots of other good questions. How's your weekend again? What are you going to do to have a great day? I love that.
That's great.
This one, I really liked. What was the best thing that happened to you yesterday? I really love asking that to my 7-year-old, but I ask it the day of. So what was the best thing that happened today? Usually it's PE or lunch, but you know what? It's still a question. But these are fantastic ideas. So if you are just kind of bopping around town today with us in your ears, make sure you go back and read through some of these comments because there is such good conversation happening. However, I do want to address one that was asked that I think is a good question. Alex asked, any advice for how to get a great student who's clearly struggling first thing in the morning? How do we lift them up without setting them off?
Great question.
I would say sometimes just let that student be. I'll be honest with you, but let them know you're there. Hey, you're not doing well. You want to just go lay down for a few minutes, and then you need me to contact anybody. You need to talk to a counselor. Who's your favorite teacher to talk to? That's another thing. So a lot of times I'll say, so who's your favorite teacher? And they'll say this person. Well, let me contact them and see if you want to go over there. Because some students, sometimes you'll be surprised. I'll have a student that may come to me and say, can I talk to you about this, Mr. Johnson? I'm like, man, you didn't talk all year. You get surprised. You'll never know who, if you're the favorite teacher of what student until they come approach you. So sometimes that student has a favorite teacher. Sometimes they just need 10 minutes. So take 10 minutes and then come back and join us, or, hey, you can go in there for today and let them know it's for today. Hey, you're going there for today. Maybe it's not your day today. I'll see you tomorrow. And sometimes they need that time because, like you said, we don't know what they're going through. But I definitely would say, so who's your favorite teacher? Kind of do that because you want to know who they may want to talk to a lot of times because I think that's a big thing right there. So I'll have students that say, can I go to this person for that? And then talk to that teacher. And that teacher will let me know, comes to me often. That's like, okay, now I have that partner. So having that partner classroom too, where to send a student. So you want to get that partner classroom where you can just be like, hey, why don't you go see such and such for today? And, hopefully things will work out. Come back tomorrow. No, it's no big deal. And let them know it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You're not going to fail. You'll be okay. Because that's a lot of times like grades. And they know they have to transfer whatever you're saying to their parents too. So it's like, you're not going to fail. You'll be fine. You're going to be fine.
Yep.
Yeah. And the Gottman Institute, I did some research that was initially around couples, right? Marriage counseling. Their work has been translated to the classroom. And that is that it takes 5 positive interactions to counteract 1 negative interaction. So, right, a young person that comes to school has probably had several negative interactions if look like they're about to pop off. How do you counteract that with 5 positive interactions? Some of it can just be as simple as Words was saying, I see you. What do you need? How can I support you? Who do you want to talk to? Right? Have a seat. When young people are having some issues in class, sometimes just walk over to them and say, hey, I see you. If you want something, just let me know. Because that's often, every behavior is to seek or to avoid.
Right.
And if their behavior is to seek, you got me. If it's to avoid, it's like you want to get out of the room, talk to me, let me know. And I can guide you to the person you need to speak to. Right. Because it should be all about, and this is a common phrase in hip hop, it's all about love, right? We spread love. That's our jobs. Love is love work, man. Love's
Brooklyn way.
It's the Brooklyn way.
I love that. And it's in those moments, it's so hard, especially first thing in the morning. I feel like my to-do list in my head was always, 4 miles long. And so sometimes it is kind of hard to really have that intentional moment with a student who is struggling, who maybe this is abnormal behavior, to provide them the space they need to go seek out another adult or help them kind of problem solve or whatever that moment is. But those small moments, I know I've seen it in the chat, can make such a big impact. And I definitely wrote down the 5 positive interactions to counter 1 negative, because I think it's so easy to forget that. It's like, well, we had a great interaction today, but it's like, yeah, well, what was the relationship like before that moment? So such a good reminder. Okay, so just to kind of recap, we covered the ways to see your students, questions to ask, simple ways to just see them. Can someone give me the quick 5 ways for the 5 things for hip hop, just so that we have it in case someone needs to write it down.
The elements.
Elements. Thank you.
MCing, DJing, graph or graffiti art, breaking, and knowledge of self.
Perfect. Love that. Using that to guide our instruction to help us kind of make them more relatable, students to be able to see that. We covered different ways to problem solve with different students, kind of help them bring their home life into the classroom. Anything else that you guys want to share? Anything that we haven't covered yet?
I mean, we've covered it, but I would say
Yeah.
put a focus on probably the simplest yet hardest word in education: care. Care. Just genuine care. Rawls and I break it down as an acronym to mean culture, affability, relationships, and egalitarian.
Yeah.
And literally, it's implementing these elements into your practice to really develop this care. When young people understand easily that you care and you're there for them truly and genuinely, a lot of these things really come together and piece together like a puzzle. And I think the communication changes, the way that you're able to share and teach and really get response back. All of those things change, but I must say also, it's not a fly-by-night thing. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of really staying in there. As Dr. Ross said earlier, you can't give up. You have to really believe in this thing. And, you know, the worst thing that young people could see you do is give up or get frustrated or throw your hands up. And I feel like that's really when you lost the battle. And it's harder to get back on your square at that point.
I'll say one last thing. I think you have to come back to something with them. So like, for instance, if I say, what do you listen to? What's the sneakers? What's that? I'm going to go research it. You have to come back with a response that you did it. So
Right.
don't just do it just to be doing it and just, hey, you know, I like what you're into. And then days later, they're going to be like, yeah, they really didn't care what I was into.
Right.
So whatever it is, if it's music or whatever the case, come back and maybe you'll have the new album. Hey, I bought the album because of you. Hey, I got this. You know, I learned this is coming out. You know, the new sneakers are coming out in 2 weeks. Oh, I didn't even know that. So come back with some information. So research from the conversation of things that they tell you.
And can I just leave it with one last? Well, Fresh Professor might have one thing, but I'll just say this. And this is for me recently. You know, I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been with the brothers here, and we talk about, you know, culturally relevant pedagogy and bringing hip hop in and all that. But just to keep it simple, try to have fun. Try to remember, like, okay, these are kids. Just sometimes you might have to be silly. Have fun, smile, be like, man, y'all, like, just kind of, you know, let them know you're human. And I think that right there just helps so much. I mean, I just had to remember that a couple of weeks ago. That's why it's on my mind, because I start thinking of, I got deadlines, I got to do this, I gotta do that. And you forget, oh, I'm human, they're human. Let's have fun. So.
Yeah, super easy to forget, especially second semester. You know, state testing is coming down the pipe. You know, you're like, oh man, how much more of my curriculum do I have to get through? All the
you're never there. I've never got everything in. I just never have. I guess
never happened.
I would love to know. I would love to meet the teacher who does. Honestly, I'm like, can we have a conversation?
Like, how did you do that?
Yeah.
I just want to highlight.
Here we go.
Yes. I highlight what what these brothers just said. I teach organizational leadership at Seattle University, and I bring in all their texts are the texts of my class, because what we're talking about, you know, the classroom, it's the same thing as the boardroom, right? We have to show care. We have to see the people that we work with. We have to love them, and I don't say that frivolously. We have to love the people we work with, and that includes our students. So. It's not easy, but it's easy, right? It's easy just to say, like, you know what? I'm not going to fight this. I'm not going to fight my own willingness to let go of vulnerability. I'm going to be vulnerable in the class. I'm going to be my true self and be who I am, and let them be who they are. You know, there's many times that things happen in class. And as they've all said, consistency is key. I had a student that says, you know, there's a big fight in class my first day of class. First class was going well. In the class, someone throws a desk at another student, punches a girl. And I'm like, oh man. I come back the next day and the student's like, you here? I said, why wouldn't I be here? They're like, I thought you'd be scared off. And I said, I'm gonna be here every day. And because I said that and I kept to it, I was there every day. We were able to get through that curriculum. And this, I'm gonna switch gears for a second to go to one of the comments about creativity, which relates to the state testing, is that to build creativity, you also have to embrace failure. As any of us know on this call, all artists, Rawls has probably made a beat. I know I've acted. I know these cats as MCs have said some words like, man, this doesn't even make sense. We make mistakes and then we try it again. That's a scientific method. That's a creative process. If you want to foment creativity, cultivate creativity and willingness to do better, you have to also say, well, we're going to fail sometimes. And that's okay, because that's a part of learning. And as Chance the Rapper says, you turn every L into a lesson. That's it.
Love that. Oh,
Bars.
awesome. Wow. All right. Well, on that note, good luck the rest of the segments because they've got a pretty high bar. But thank you guys so much for giving up an hour of your morning. This has been awesome. I love that you guys were able to start our 12-hour live. So much fire dropped. So many, 2 great giveaways. Candace and Cynthia, don't forget to email me at katie@teachbetter.com to claim your prize. Guys, this has been awesome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We've got Ray and Dennis coming up next to talk about the real world classroom. So this is awesome. So we're going to take your idea and kind of segue into that. So thank you guys and stick with us. We'll
Thanks
be
for
right
having
back.
us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
It just warms my heart to see our bloggers share their stories and ideas to be read by educators all around the world.
Blogs are published all throughout the week, so be sure to check back often so you can continue learning from others in the Teach Better community.
Visit teachbetter.com/blog to read new ideas each week.
Hey everyone, we are back for 12-hour live. I cannot believe it. Hey Dennis, thanks for coming live with me.
No problem. Thanks, Ray. Good to see you again.
I'm so excited to be here. The last segment was so good. I don't know how we're going to follow up, but I can just say at least I'm glad I'm live with you because we're talking about something that I have seen you keynote and speak on so many times that I'm just hoping I can sit back and soak up all your knowledge. It's going to be phenomenal.
Well, thanks. First of all, Katie sets me up with following these guys, and now you're setting me up with having to be phenomenal. But I've got to be honest, just listening to the last half of that first session, there's so much depth of understanding of what puts right into not just what is culturally relevant to kids, but what is actually their real world and what is the humanity of them, what is the reality of them, and how much we as teachers are in a position right now. I'm going right into this, by the way, sorry. How much we as teachers right now are in such a hard spot to be able to mentally, psychologically, physically give every one of our kids, every one of our classes, what these guys were talking about, what they were saying that they need. And I'm going to jump right in here. If there's any school administrators out there in the world right now, find the funding. I don't care where you get it from. Get at least 2 adults in every classroom. I don't care what the grade level. Forget this in-class support thing. Every classroom, 2 teachers. That's the way it's supposed to be. I'm done with this whole, like, I'm the only person out there. We need more adults. We need more people who can care. We need who can be there for every kid when they need them. So just to jump right off of that. Yeah. Hi, how you doing, Ray?
Yeah, so good. And gosh, we are like 1 minute in and I'm already like chill. So good. Hey, everybody, welcome to 12 Hour Live. We are live for 12 total hours today, nonstop. There are no breaks. We are streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. And this next half an hour is with Dennis Sheeran, the one and only Dennis Sheeran, which I can honestly say, Dennis, I connected with you early on in my career. I was sitting in the audience of your keynote and I literally remember the topic. I remember every example you gave. And I know I bragged on it earlier this week when I was live with Jeff Gargas. But if anybody here doesn't know who you are, would you mind giving us a little like bio? What do you do in education? All that fancy schmancy stuff?
Sure. I suppose back to front. I started teaching high school math in 1999 in Lake Forest, Illinois, and I taught there for 13 years. I coached track. I was a double major in math and music, so I also directed our school's jazz bands for a few years and kind of kept myself involved with that. I'm a saxophone player, I'm a singer, and it's been a great experience for me in that world. And then in 2012, I moved back to New Jersey to get closer to my family, and I took on roles as district administrator, and it kind of really grew my understanding of what a classroom should look like and be like, because I was stuck in my I'm doing a great job world. And I wasn't. I was doing an okay job, I think, but there's so much more that I saw that I realized needed to change, which also opened the door for me to start conversations with people like Alice Keeler and Dave Burgess in allowing me to begin my social media interactions with people and the world of people who thought, hey, like, we like what you're saying. So I started blogging and I started writing, and I ended up writing 2 books for teachers. Instant Relevance was the first one, and the second was Hacking Mathematics. And both of them have given me an opportunity to share my thoughts and ideas with teachers. But honestly, they've given me an opportunity to learn 1,000 times more than I would have learned had I just stayed in my own classroom or stayed as an administrator in one school district. And right now, my full-time job is I am a university professor at Montclair State University in New Jersey, teaching pre-service teachers who will go into teaching math. And for me, being able to do that while I work with other teachers in their instructional changes and growth now is the best way for me to make the, not to make the change, but to be a part of understanding what's necessary for a new wave of teachers to be in front of our kids. The teachers who are out there growing, who want to understand, and the teachers who are coming in, not just being college kids who were taught by professors who might not have had much teaching experience, but they learned how to teach from the teachers who taught them 30 years prior. And suddenly they're teaching kids 30, 50, 60 years old versions of what it's like to teach. And that's where you get these 22-year-old old souls coming into classrooms thinking, the old way is the good way. So that's where I am now. And that's where I'm getting, my hands into a lot of different places. And I hope that that's working out for me.
It's so wonderful, Dennis, and we're thrilled to have you part of our speakers network. I know that within our next half an hour, there's going to be so many different tidbits, not only tangible takeaways, but also you are somebody who always challenges my thinking. I feel like I always walk away from our conversations being like, oh God, I got to chew on that idea a little bit more. I think he just schooled me. So I just want to let people know if they and when they enjoy all the stuff that you're going to be laying out during this half an hour segment, they can connect with you not only through the Teach Better family, but can actually bring you to schools, to conferences via the Teach Better team to continue to share your expertise. Before we get too far into this, Dennis, because I know I'm just going to say one question and you're going to give us all this stuff to think about. I will be in trouble if I don't share a little bit about the giveaway. So will you give me 1 second to touch on this? Then we'll dive into content.
100%. Go ahead.
Here we go. All right. Well, there are a ton of great books that are being given away today. I want to highlight How the Hell Do We Motivate These Kids by The Gifted Guy, Control the Chaos by Stephanie Hall and Tara Rickman, and The Startup Teacher Playbook by Darcy Begarded. All these titles with fantastic educators. You can check out these titles as well as so many other prizes by registering over at teachbetter.com/12 our giveaways. And again, there's an S at the end of giveaways. I know there's been some questions in the comments. The winners for those submissions will be chosen at the end of the day. So just jump over there and make sure to register. So Dennis, when I was planning a part of the 12-hour live planning, we really went down to wanting to bring purpose into the classroom. And you are my go-to guy for that. This is a passion that I share with you. And I know that you do such good work in this space because I personally learned from you. One of the keynotes I sat in years and years ago of you had to do with flipping a bottle, the flipping bottle challenge that we all did with students. So when you think of coaching teachers to more easily in a way that they can manage, bring purpose into the classroom, can we just begin with like, where do you start?
Wow. Where you start is a very interesting place. And I think the guys touched on it a little bit in the past session. It's where are your kids? Where are they right now? Like, honestly, you could try to flip a water bottle in your class right now, but nobody cares. Like, that was a couple years ago, right? And so now I've spent 2 years developing this amazing lesson plan on water bottle flipping, and we take it out and the kids like, why are you doing this? Like, we're done. Like, and there's an unfortunate temporal fleetingness to what kids want and what they care about. They even mentioned at the end, like sneaker culture. There's like, what's coming out in 2 weeks? Like, you know what? Well, maybe in a couple of years, it's not going to be about that anymore. It's going to be about something else. And so we're talking about sneakers and like, yeah, again, whatever. So the question isn't necessarily where do we start, but the purpose, what you're talking about, is really important. The question is, why would I do this? Like, what is my intent for what I'm about to do? And let's step it back even one more layer of, I'm a math teacher. I'm teaching high school algebra 1, and I'm coming into school today and I'm going to take out my textbook. I'm going to see the examples that they got in my book. I'm going to write them down on a sheet of paper because I don't want to hold a book in front of the kids because that won't make me look like an expert. So I'll turn back to the board and then I'll write the equations from my examples up on the board, and then I'll wait while they write them down, and then they'll walk away, and then I'll check their notebooks a couple of days later on a quiz. You just made yourself an unnecessary middleman. All you're doing is transferring things that kids could read from one piece of paper to another, and they don't need to transfer it. And a lot of teachers feel like that's good teaching. I shared information with kids that they maybe didn't have before. And if that's what we think good teaching is, then we're obsolete. We're done. We're necessary. There's no purpose for us. So stop and think, like, what is the instructional purpose for what I'm doing? What are these kids supposed to learn? Then what is my intent for this? Is it that I want them to be able to show me that they know it? Or is that I want them to be able to show me that they understand the process to know it? And then it's, what am I going to do to let them show that to me? I mean, without going into real world problems for just a second, it's a big conversation I'm having with teachers in this space right now. Like, we've probably all said this at some point. If you're a math or a science teacher or somebody else who teaches some things that has like a broken down rubric piece to things, you've probably said, well, they got this quiz and this question's worth 5 points, but the answer is only worth 1. So you got to show me your work, and then you're going to get the rest of the points, right? You know what? If what you really wanted was for them to show you their work so that you could understand that they got the process that you wanted them to learn, put your money where your mouth is and take that point off, put the answer on the quiz. Here's a problem. Here's the answer. Go. Show me you know how to get there. That's what I want to see. I don't care if it's right or wrong. I want to know that you know the process. So here's the right answer. Find your way. The same way I put an address into the GPS before I leave my house. I got to know where I'm going before I start taking my turns. Then you release this anxiety of, oh, I'm not going to be right. I'm going to be wrong. What do I do first? Now it's I can do anything and I'll find my way there. But if really what I wanted to do was say, I don't care how you get there. Just show me that you know to do this thing. We're at that point right now. That's why multiple choice questions were invented.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because as you're sharing this, my initial gut reaction is, you can't put the answer on the test. Are you crazy, Dennis? Like, no, don't put the answer on the quiz.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking through, this is the difference between old school teaching where you do something because you think you're supposed to do it that way, which is what you touched on earlier, and this more effective, innovative, research supported way of teaching, which has to do so much more with understanding why you're doing something, which was, to be honest, in my pre-service time in education, that wasn't the focus. The focus was, how are you going to teach this content But now it's, why is this content something that we are going to teach? And how do we ensure that we got there before moving on too quickly? What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're right. I think it's that we have always had this, maybe not always, but at least for the last 80 years or so, have always had this view of learning as producing the final product.
Yeah.
And that once you can produce the final product, we know that you get it. And I honestly, one of the things that made this shift for me was when I was supervising in the school district, I was also overseeing the computer science department. And they, like, if a kid was writing a program for them, like, they're like, well, how do you know he's right or wrong? We're like, well, if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't, you know? And I'm like, all right, so what are they going to do? They're just going to keep going in, debugging, fixing, rewriting, whatever. They didn't necessarily care that it was the most efficient process to the end point, but if it worked, it worked, right? But that was the assessment, like finally, like, if it works, it works. I know you got there. But everything else along the way was, how do you fix this? How do you get there? Where are you going from here to here to here to here to here? And it mapped over to even what these other guys, I'm sorry, I keep calling them these other guys. I love these guys.
They were awesome the last segment. If you missed it, make sure to go check it out over in the Academy later.
But like what they're talking about music, I've been a musician my whole life. And think about being a band director, a middle school band director, and you walk into the middle school band on the first day of class, and these kids are playing a song that they intend to play for a concert later on. It's garbage. It's so bad, you know? So what do? They take moment by moment to incrementally improve on things. Like, you know what, day by day, I'm going to listen to you, and I'm going to decide whether we need to do this as a whole group, and if we need to do this as a small group, if you need to play individually, if you need to come up lessons with me. And every single day is about incremental improvement. But you know what they also did right at the beginning of that first day? They played that song for those kids. They told them, this is what it is supposed to sound like. This is where we're going. And now my actions to incrementally improve have purpose. And if I do that type of thing on a math test and I say, here's the problem, by the way, here's the answer, get there, and they're working along and they're a little confused, they're not going to give up, and they're not going to believe that they're right or wrong. They're going to look at it and say, my work has purpose. I'm still trying to get there. How do I incrementally improve on what I did to get there? How do I do better at this? And I know we're not talking about necessarily real world math, but this is real world life. This is what we do on a day-to-day basis. I don't cook a meal, realize it tasted bad, and be like, well, that's the end of that one. I'll never do it again. I might fix it, try again. I taste it along the way. I'm like, what do I have to change? What do I have to do? That's my personal day-to-day. But we set goals for ourselves to improve. Is it just that I'm going to jump to the end and race the marathon and be the winner? Or am I going to find a way to goal set? And if we know the end point to that goal, which we all talk about, like, oh yeah, know where you're going, know your why, know all these things. Like, well, that means we have to think about the finish line, and we got to recognize what it is we're trying to get to. And to be honest, the finish line is always there. It's not like we have to hold that back and be like, hey, say we're going to go for a run. I'll let you know when you're done. Like, no, like, tell me where I'm going, right? I'll get there however I need to get there. And whether we do that through an experience of the teaching experience that we set up, a math workshop, a grouping experience, or whether we decide to reflect on and honor what kids are specifically interested in and use that as a leverage point for getting them to work into our classrooms, that's on us. That's our comfort level, our professional decision making. And some of us aren't ready to say, I'm supposed to teach this lesson, but I thought this really cool thing over here, I think it might work to teach it. And others might be like, you know what, I'm going to try it and see what happens and go from there. And that's what leaders and teachers need to help develop in their staff, is the opportunity and the comfort zone to be willing to do that and to feel like they're not going to be punished if they try something different.
Well, and that's exactly where I want to go in this conversation. But before we take on that coaching there, I love this beginning notion, and the comments are blowing up advocating for wanting more on this, of giving the process more value than the product itself. I know Dan made that comment earlier. I feel as though, Dennis, this has a lot to do with also seeing students' perseverance change, because when you know where you're going and you feel confident that that end result exists, and it's not just Like, I hate running, and if you have me run and you're just going to have me run until you decide I'm done, I'll give up so much earlier than if I know I only have to get a few more blocks, or if I know I only need to reach this line ahead of me. And so I wonder if, as we're all reflecting over the last year or so, really struggling with student motivation, student choosing to understand that we are here to learn, and sometimes learning is rigorous and difficult, but we need to persevere through that struggle. This, to me, really is a supporting feature of seeing that perseverance go a little bit further than we might be having currently. What are your thoughts on that?
I can't agree more. I hear school after school after school, and I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it. And if you've been the person who said it, I'm not a fan of it. My kids are lazy this year. They don't want to do anything. They're unmotivated. They don't want to try. They just like to stare at their desks. You know what? How about this? Your kids are so genuinely motivated to persevere and engage and focus and accomplish just nothing you're asking them to do. Right? My son is in 6th grade. And if I let him sit in his room all day long, by the end of the day, he will have written a game for Roblox. He will have gone in and been like, I want to do this thing. And so this is amazing. I found this thing. And then I watched this YouTuber and he had this code, but I couldn't copy the code because it was on YouTube. So I made a screenshot of it and it kept going back and forth and I rewrote the code and then I changed the thing. And now I have this whole game. And like the focus and the determination and the motivation and the energy that he has for that, he wouldn't eat to do it. So don't tell me that they're not motivated or motivatable. And don't tell me that they're lazy. We're uninteresting. I'm sorry, we're not, our stuff, it's just not interesting to them anymore. And it may have been in the past because the nature of the world that they lived in made it possible for us to be the most interesting people in the world, but we're just not. So the question that we have to ask ourselves is, how do we make ourselves, our content, our classroom experience more interesting to them? And it doesn't have to be necessarily that we bring the content that they're focused on into the classroom. Could be. But it could also be that we bring the environment that they prefer to be in into our classroom. From a content focus, I've had a conversation with this one. This is amazing. You know, kids don't know anything about money anymore. Like they don't know money. They don't know coins. I'll hear elementary teachers. They don't know coins. They don't know money. I'm like, you know why? They don't spend coins. Who uses coins? Who sits there and counts coins for fun right now? They don't do that. Like they don't do it. So we used to know that all the time. We counted coins as kids. We counted our pennies and nickels. And we knew denominations of coins and dollars. And then we came into school and our teachers knew that we knew it. So they use it as a manipulative to teach us things like skip counting and decimals. And now they don't know it. So like, what do we do? I'm like, well, teach them skip counting and decimals and then use it as an application of it instead of on the front end. Teach the money through the learning if you want, but they also still don't know what money is. I had a conversation that most kids in high school and down believe that cash purchases are free. I know, I love your confusion, and here's why. Cash purchases are free because what does it do to your bank account when you buy something with cash? Nothing. The fact is, free isn't the right word because they're actually spending something on it. The right word is invisible. Cash purchases are invisible. Like nobody knows that they happen because you know there's a business in your town that only takes cash. You think the government knows all the money they're making? Cash has always been invisible and kids are figuring it out right now, right? So they get what the difference is, but we should be teaching them about like digital and financial banking as a real world thing, not checkbook tracking and cash purchases. That's not real to them. That's instead like I had a 6th grade math problem that had, about an insurance salesman who made a commission on each one of his policy sales. Like 6th grade insurance sales. How about this one? Instead of making a 10% commission on your policy sales, my son likes to buy Robux in Roblox. For $5, you get 400 Robux, unless you're in the Builders Club, which he is, and you get a 10% bonus. So now you get 440 Robux each time. And he's sitting here coming at me with like, Dad, I need $11. I'm like, why? Because I need this many Robux to buy this thing before it goes out of stock for whatever. He's calculating with purpose without telling me I wrote an equation for this, right? That's them taking the content right into their real world application. But look at what Roblox is and look at what Fortnite is and all the different games that they play. They're platforms where they get to fail without repercussion. and try again and try again and try again and try again and try again. And they get to work with friends and they connect online and they get to hack it. They get to come in here and buy a thing or change a thing and hack their way in and take control over some of it. And they get to work together and they get to be in an environment where they're growing and learning something that they can apply. And then we look at our classrooms and we have a routine. We have a routine that they have to follow, that they have no control over, and that they have no ability to influence, and where that we call group work proximity sitting. They're sitting next to each other, but they're not really grouping together. They're not collaborating with each other to improve. They're spending their time just next to each other in case they need a friend. Ask 3 before me, right? So that just puts you a little bit farther back, So instead, what can you mimic the environment that they want to be in your classroom? Can you make it more collaborative, right? The number one way that I'll make I'm running out of time. Make a classroom collaborative for my kids is treat math like your ELA classroom. When you have kids write, do they just write an essay and hand it in? No. What do? They throw down a rough draft. They peer conference on that rough draft and make improvements. They conference with you after those first set of improvements, and then they hand in a final draft. You got a math problem you want your kids to do? Instead of just saying, here, do the math problem, at your desks, throw down a rough draft. Just what do you think is going on here? Show me what you can do of this stuff. Peer conference. Take what he did, take what she did, put it together and make a better version of it. Improve your rough draft, then come to me and we'll finalize this thing. Right? Like rough draft culture is true collaborative learning. They can take control over it. They can show you what they know. And I think there's a lot of what we need to do in our classrooms that from a real world way, not just connecting the things that they care about and the things that they value, which has motivational energy to it, but creating an environment that they prefer to be in because it's like the environments that they choose when they're not in school. That's what Dave Burgess meant when he said, would your kids come to your classroom if they weren't required to? And if you're not setting up an experience for them where that's going to happen, and the answer is no, you've got time. Change your experience.
Dennis, when we think of relevancy in the classroom, I think so many of us turn to, oh, great. So I need to figure out how to bring a student becoming a doctor when they grow up into the classroom. And what I love about this conversation, which I have no idea where the time has gone because I have way more questions for you and we only have about 7 minutes left. But the biggest thing that I feel like you've been able to highlight here, which I know will take then so many more conversations beyond just this 12-hour segment, is the dialogue that motivation, relevancy, perseverance, and connections with students actually has so many different layers that the teacher has a role, responsibility, but also the freedom to dabble in. This is not a segment going to teachers and saying, okay, everyone has to figure out how to have a pop-up restaurant in their classroom next week, because that would be great, but also not the only element of how to teach these days. There are so many more layers, and depending on the type of teacher you are, some of these layers that we've discussed might be a little bit of an easier lift. So start there. This doesn't need to be an overhaul of, hey, you're a bad educator, you should be different, but more so, can you take these moments, reflect on them, and just be a little bit better, 1%, 2% better tomorrow in a way that doesn't cause you more work, but allows you to better connect with the work you're currently already doing.
Yeah. And if the first session, if you care about your kids actually learning, and if you love those kids and you're really interested in saying, it's most important to me that they learn this topic, this math, this subject, then the least important thing to you is that they got a grade in October. It's more important that you do everything you can to help them learn as much of that. The issue we have is that some of us believe we care, but say things like, I've got so much to cover. I don't have time to do this. And I think we need to have the freedom to spend a little bit more time. We're looking at what it truly means to cover that content and say, I can't get to a relevant opportunity for them to build a pop-up restaurant in my classroom. There's no way I can do that. I've got to teach all this stuff first, because without 5 minutes of a conversation with a colleague available to them because you're just fatigued and the copy machine's broken, you won't know that the best way for them to learn the thing you wanted them to learn was to start with the pop-up restaurant, not finish with it. Like, they'll learn through the process. We do too. We start something, it didn't work out, we fix it. And somehow we believe when we walk into a school that everybody learns start to finish. I don't know where we got the stuff from, but it's probably our history, and we need to change it. We need to open up some of those doors, and that's where, like I said, administrative levels need to come in and say, do it, try it. Your textbook isn't curriculum; it's materials. Find a new way to support this with materials. Find a way to get 2 people in the room. I said it earlier. I mean it. I need people. And we're struggling for teachers. You know why you're struggling to find teachers? Because you're telling them as soon as they work for you, they're going to be alone. I bet you don't have a teacher shortage if you tell them they're walking into a room with a partner.
Wait, that like hurt to hear.
Yeah.
That was tough. You're right. And that is, oof. Dennis, I love chatting with you. A half an hour was not long enough. I so value your insight, and I so appreciate you coming on to 12 Hour. And I want to really allow our audience to know that there is more where we've started.
Where that came from.
Yeah, please go connect with Dennis. He is a part of our speakers network. He's an active participant in our Teach Better family. He was at the Teach Better conference 2022. I hope he'll be at this 2023 one. And I just want everybody to know that when you have these moments where you connect with an educator that allows you to challenge your thinking, be better, be motivated, you cannot stop connecting with them. It has to continue forward. And I so appreciate all that you've been able to share, Dennis. I know we are completely running out of time, but give me 1 second. If you had a minute to share your soapbox passion, your one thing that you'd want every educator to know before you kind of take some time and they all go DM you right after this segment, what would it be?
All right. Now, I've taught math forever, so I'm going to do this through a mathematical lens, but I think it applies to every one of our topics. Teaching isn't about answers. It's about questions. So you need to find a way to ask questions your kids want to answer. You need to find a way to let the questions that they want to ask you be asked. You need to find a way to take everything that you were about to make as a statement to kids and turn it into a question for them instead. And you need to make the questioning process alive, because that is what will continue to help us navigate around riverbend moments in our classroom. The current is moving along and we're slowing down. Questions drive that thinking. Don't say, you're right or wrong. Say, does everybody here agree with this answer? It's in their hands, not mine. All of our learning is about questions, and all the stuff that we know now, everything we know only came up because somebody asked a question that we needed to answer. So find a way to make your classroom a questioning environment more than an environment of information transfer, acquisition, and collection. If it's that, you're going to find kids who are willing to talk to you. They're going to be willing to talk to each other. They're going to be willing to go do homework, even if I don't want them to do homework, because it's interesting to them. Questions drive learning. Questions make us want to learn more. Having a bunch of answers are just, I got answers right here. Who needs it?
So many good things, Dennis. I know you have 2 books that everyone can go pick up, as well as learning more about you over at teachbetter.com/speakers network. Dennis, before we go, do you mind if we highlight a little bit about what's coming? Because sure. If people are popping in right now to 12 Hour, I want to make sure they have all the good, juicy details. Do you mind?
No, go ahead.
All right. First and foremost, thank you for tuning in to 12 Hour Live. We are so glad each and every one of you are here. Dennis, I'm sure you've seen the comments blowing up during this segment. We are currently streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. And for any of you who are currently listening, we would so appreciate having you share this live stream so your friends, your families, your colleagues, your leadership teams can continue to learn from all the great guests, all the great segments that we have going on today. Dennis, the big thing today, which I'm sure you are all sick of hearing about already, even only 2 minutes or 2 hours into this 12-hour segment, is that we have our Teach Better Conference registration officially open today. Awesome. And registration being open means a lot of things. Podcasters Row is officially open. Our sponsors are officially open. We have our bookstore for our authors to submit their titles for the conference officially open. And you can register using the cheapest discount code that we have ever been able to share for the Teach Better Conference, but it is only live for the next 12 hours. So we are about to play a commercial here, Dennis, that has some fun stuff about the team. And at the very, very end, it gives you a code so that you can go to teachbetterconference.com and type in that code and get $150 off your ticket, which is the biggest discount we're going to be able to provide until the event. So Dennis, I can only imagine that we're going to trick you into coming and speaking at the Teach Better Conference, but just in case, you or anyone else could go and get their ticket right now, and it should be a good time.
Thank you for having me. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the speakers going on today because there's so much to take from this that I'm going to be tired, and I'm glad to be.
So good. Next up is our friend Rizzo, also part of the Speakers Network. And of course, the one and only Joshua _Stamper. We'll be right back. Thanks so much, Dennis.
Honestly, here at Teach Better, my favorite part about being in schools is seeing those connections, because we are not a one and done PD provider. We're with you for the long haul so you, your staff, your school, and your teachers can thrive.
All right, welcome back to the 12-hour live stream. My name is Joshua Stamper, and I'm so excited to be here with all of you for this wonderful segment with Rizzo. We're going to be talking about making students feel seen, and I'm so excited about this conversation. Before we start the segment, I just want to remind everyone, if you're watching, feel free to ask questions in the comment section, whatever platform you're watching. I know we're on so many different platforms today, but we would love to get your input. If you are loving what Rizzo is going to be talking about, which I know you will, throw in those green hearts whenever you are enjoying what she's talking about. Rizzo, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Well, it was a wonderful pleasure to have you at the Teach Better 22 conference, and that commercial, I don't know about you, but I was dancing. I was enjoying
yes.
the commercial because it was just bringing up such great memories. And one of those great memories was meeting you in person, getting to go to your session and to learn about this topic that we're going to be talking about today. So I'm so excited too about Teach Better 23. I'm hoping to see you again in the near future.
I'll be there.
I can't wait. And I want to talk real quick because we have some giveaways today. So I know people are probably wondering how can they get their hands on all these wonderful things. So there's a ton of great prizes going to be given out throughout the day, but I want to highlight a couple, which one is Strive for Happiness in Education by Robert Dunlap, Moving Beyond for Multilingual Learners by Carly Spina, and Define Your Why by Barbara Bray. All of these authors are fantastic. These books are phenomenal. I have them on my bookshelf as we speak. I've read them all. And if you are interested in winning some of these prizes, head over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. And of course, our winners will be chosen at the end of the day. Don't miss out on these awesome opportunities. So, Rizzo, I want to learn a little bit about yourself. I know there might be some viewers that are being introduced to you for the first time. Who are you? What are the amazing things that you're doing in the world of education?
I am Laura Rizzo, but I don't really use my first name. I just tell everybody, just call me Rizzo. It sounds cooler. Here from El Paso, Texas, shining bright and early, 2 hours behind everybody else. I know you're in Dallas, so you're an hour. But I was like, oh my God, it's so early. El Paso, Texas. It's just Rizzo, guys. You know, not Lizzo like the famous rapper. Not Frizzo like the school bus lady, just Rizzo. And here in El Paso, they know me as the Mexican version of Ellen DeGeneres when I come out with my suit and tie. So I did education for many, many years. And as a counselor, I was able to do high school counseling. Now I'm doing substitute counseling for one of the districts here in El Paso, one of our larger districts. So I'm able to go around, and this is what I love. I'm able to go around to different schools and learn different settings, elementary, middle school, and high school. So I go wherever I'm needed. I also do public speaking. But more than anything, I love to, and I changed my name because I saw your name on there on the screen. The life. I love to speak life to people, and more than anything, to give love. Anytime I meet somebody, I always think in the back of my mind, what are they going through? Do they need to hear me say something positive today? Do they need to see a smile on my face? What are they going through? And so I just, go around the world giving love to everybody. No matter the energy, I love to give love to everybody. And speak life to kids, because how much of that do our kids need nowadays? I loved, the session with Dennis, because he talked about, ask those questions. It's everything that I always tell my teachers. Ask them questions, and ask them questions about life too. So that's a little bit about me.
I love it. Rizzo, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that because, well, your energy is just amazing. I've noticed it right away at the conference, and you just liven up a room, and I can only imagine your classroom was very similar. So I'm super excited about some of the strategies that you use, in education. Obviously this time of year, it's difficult. It's February, right? So talking with a lot of administrators, folks are seeing some behaviors increasing this time of year. It's pretty typical, right, in February. And sometimes though, I want to talk to you about noticing what's going on in the lives of our kids, because sometimes it's really difficult. We don't realize what's going on behind the scenes. So for those in the classroom, for our administrators, what are some tactics they can come away with today to kind of dive deeper on what's going on behind the scenes of our kids?
So every time I talk to teachers, or I've been subbing as a counselor at an elementary school. Things are very different at the high school level than they are at the elementary level than they are at the middle school level. Everybody knows that if you've done, different levels. If you haven't done different levels, just know that it is very, very different on how you ask the questions. 1 to 2 minutes of every class, and in elementary it's different, maybe 1 to 2 minutes of every subject. Take that 1 to 2 minutes to ask, instead of a bell ringer about the content that they had the previous day. If it's high school, middle school, let's take that for example. Take 1 to 2 minutes to ask a bell ringer like a personal question, something about, what 5 things do you enjoy most in life? What did you do yesterday that put a smile on your face? And anything that you can do to ask a question about their life. One of the best things that I remember as a teacher is I always taught life before content. And every first 2-3 weeks, I got to know my students and build those relationships with my students. Well, we're not in those first 2 or 3 weeks of school right now. Right now, we're in the testing phase where everybody's like, go, 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 testing. So yeah, there's going to be more behavior issues. There's going to be more because they're stressed out. but you can still take that 1 to 2 minutes of every beginning of the class or end of the class to learn something about their lives. They will connect. I saw a comment there. Yeah, they'll connect with those teachers that show that interest in them. I completely agree.
All right, so let's talk about some of the behaviors, right? Because I think both me and you agree that behavior is a language. And
Yes.
sometimes the behaviors we have to kind of decode. So as a teacher, as a counselor, when you were doing things, what were some behaviors that you were looking for to identify that there might be something going on deeper than them just not enjoying the subject?
I mean, I had my little kids, walking into class and just slouch in the chair, like whatever, just taking notes like this. I do it so well because I was that kid, right? I do it. I was that kid that, you just walk into class and your body language says a lot about you, not wanting to be there, and that body language alone tells you not, let me give this kid a referral because he refuses to do anything in class. And I'm sure the teachers that do this already agree with me. Listen, let me not give him a referral because he's refusing to do anything. But why is he behaving this way? What's going on at home that's making him behave this way? There's a reason that he's slouching. There's a reason that he's giving you attitude. There's a reason that he refuses to do anything or she refuses to do anything in class. There's a reason that she's throwing a fit. He's throwing a fit. One of the questions that we, get trained on asking a lot is, where did you learn this? Where did you learn this? Did you learn this at home? How's home right now? That's the number one question that we ask when a kid misbehaves and they send them to our office or they send her to our office. What's going on at home? But can't that conversation be started in class? Can it be started in class? You don't have to literally go up to the kid and talk to the kid. When I was teaching many moons ago, I'd write it on a little sticky note and I'd say, hey, is everything okay? Or if the kid was slowly, little by little improving, hey, good job today. Little sticky note, little personal note coming from you asking, are you okay? Are you okay? Or come see me after class and get to know a little bit about them. But that behavior says a lot. Don't ask why they're misbehaving. Why can't I get this kid to misbehave? Don't write them an office referral. Don't do that. But figure out what's going on at home that's making them behave this way. Some of these kids at the high school level, as a high school counselor, I was in awe of the things that these kids were going through. Some of them didn't have a home. Some of them didn't have a mom, dad. They were being raised by grandma. I mean, the amount of things, and you cannot tell that just by looking at a person. You can't. You have to have the conversation with them.
Rizzo, let's go a little bit deeper in that conversation because I love the topic. I love what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I know in the comments and what you're talking through was authentic relationships. And I think a lot of times teachers, and they believe, and I've done this myself, is, the student's compliant, they're enjoying my class, so I have a great relationship with them.
Mm-hmm.
And in turn, I didn't really know much about who they were, what they were struggling with. I just kind of assumed that because we were cordial with each other that we had a good
Mm-hmm.
relationship. That's not really what you're talking about. That's not really being authentic. So what were some strategies that you used in your classroom to make sure that you understood who your student was beyond what they produced in the classroom?
So let's say you have, let's say it is so different, right? For elementary, middle school, high school. Elementary, let's say you have, 25 kids in your class, okay? Let's go level by level. Elementary teachers, if you're out there, you take a picture of each kid, and by the end of the year, they're all going to get to know each other. You take a picture of each kid, you post it on your hero wall. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. You post it on the wall, and every week, even every day, if you have time, you post one personal thing about them. I love, I don't know, I can't come up with it right now, but you post one thing that you're learning about them throughout the year. And in that picture, you need to make sure you have tons of things that you learn about those kids by the end of the year. Let's say you're doing middle school, high school, you have eight classes, about 180 kids, even some teachers even more than that. Because, some of you, they throw you like 25, 30 kids at a time. You put names, or you have an activity where you put kids' names up on the wall, or you put kids' names up on now we're using technology, you put it on a Google slide or whatnot, and you post those positive comments about them daily. You post those positive comments about them weekly. they then post positive comments about themselves. But why are we only doing that with kids, right? Who do we need to do it with? Dennis touched on this earlier. We also need to do it with our teachers during your PLCs, your professional learning communities. You get together, you pass, really, really old school, guys, because I'm super old school. You pass a paper around that has every person's name up at the top, and everybody has to write one positive comment. If you cannot possibly come up with one positive comment about that person, you haven't gotten to know them enough. Or about that kid, you have not gotten to know them enough. That's something so simple, so minor, that it's, even the kids that do behave well, you have to get to learn those kids. They come in and you ask, let me give you this, for example. One of my favorite teachers that came up with this activity, I wish my teacher knew. You do it for everybody. You have them walk in the first 5 minutes. What was her name? Kyle Shorts, I think. And you have them come in first 5 minutes. I wish my teacher knew. What do you want me to know about you, about your personal life? But you don't only do it at the beginning of the year. You do it, every 9 weeks, every 6 weeks, whatever grading period you have. You do that even every 3 weeks. You do that often, so that you're little by little, because their lives are going to change throughout the year and different things are going to happen to them throughout the year. They need to know that you care about what's happening to them. Little things like that.
Rizzo, I want to tell you that I know you said it was an old school practice, and it probably is, because I actually had this happen, but I did that activity where you pass the paper around with the name on top, and I actually still have that. I think I was like 14 years old.
Me too.
Yes.
Me too.
It's in a book on my shelf. I still have it. And it's something that you may think, oh, it's a minor activity, doesn't mean a whole lot. However, I was at the time struggling with self-confidence, depression, whatnot. And that piece of paper actually lifted me out of some of that, because I was able to go back and see what positive things people were saying about me that I probably didn't even think about myself. So there is a lot of power in what you're talking about. I can say that firsthand. So I love all the strategies that you just mentioned. I want to talk about some overarching pieces, right? Because yes, those are some things that can happen in the classroom, but we also know that, we're serving a lot of kids in a building. And so for those administrators, some leaders that are listening or watching, what can they put in place to serve the emotional needs? Because that's what you're talking about, emotional needs over content right now for the students as a body. What are some overarching practices?
So one of the best things, gosh, I wish I could go back to those days. Those were like our glory days. One of the best experiences that I had as a teacher is I was an AVID teacher, and then I transitioned into AVID coordinator. Those of you all that know AVID or don't know AVID, let me explain to you. Advancement via Individual Determination. It's a nationwide program with amazing strategies. And we were a school-wide AVID school, school-wide strategies, AVID school-wide. We used it school-wide, so we used all those strategies school-wide. If you really want to make a difference in the needs of all of your kids, you embed school-wide strategies. Like that activity of every bell ringer you use every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, where your bell ringers at the beginning of every single class or every morning, you embed a life bell ringer, not a content bell ringer, but a life bell ringer, and you build school-wide strategies. How do you get the buy-in of those teachers? You talk about social emotional learning in a way that it relates to emotional intelligence. What did you learn? Because it's exactly literally the same exact competencies in social emotional learning. And you get the buy-in of those teachers, because let's face it, I mean, let's be real, we've been teachers. The number one issue when administrators want to implement something is the buy-in of the teachers. How do you get their buy-in? You show them through the emotional intelligence, the emotional intelligence strategies. Through professional development, you do the exact same strategies that you want to implement in the classroom. And you want to do that. And somebody said earlier, actually, they talked about our activity. They said, yeah, I did that with my students after I did it in a PD, right? So you do it in the professional development to say, oh my gosh, like I just learned so much about my peers, meaning the teachers, that now I want to do this in the classroom. And that's how you get that buy-in. For example, with AVID strategies, we had school-wide binders. How do we get the buy-in? Well, we made sure that we had our own binders in our professional development. We had our own agendas, and you little by little, that buy-in is going to come. But you do it in the professional development, in the PLCs. You do those strategies. If you all look at the social emotional learning competencies, I challenge you to go look at the 5 different competencies, and then go Google emotional intelligence competencies. You're going to see that they're very much very, very similar. What are we teaching our kids? We're teaching them how to be emotionally intelligent and handle the issues of the world. So what do? We teach it to the teachers first. There is a wheel that our counseling department in my district that I was working at developed for those social emotional learning competencies for adults. Literally, they transitioned all those competencies into what can adults do for each of those competencies. So you do it with the adults first, and then little by little, you embed it into the classroom.
All right.
I'm
So
reading the comments. I'm like reading the comments and they go away.
The comments are talking about, yeah. So people are interested in the emotional intelligence piece, and rightfully so, because we all know the last couple of years have been not only extremely tough on teachers, but also on students. And, you know, a lot of students have gone through a lot of traumatic events in their life, and we're seeing some of those behaviors because of that, right? So, you know, with adverse situations, our students are having a difficult time regulating their emotions, but then also getting through that situation in the moment. So, you know, for teaching emotional intelligence to the students and maybe some of those strategies, what are some things that maybe our teachers can, you know, teach their kids to work through really tough situations or stressful situations in the moment?
There's different, you know, we talked about that connections wall. There are different ways to connect with their students. Give me the question one more time so that I can really break it down.
Yeah. So social emotional learning, there's obviously teaching strategies on like maybe calming down or working through a tough situation in the moment. So, you know, maybe, you know, you're talking about the different levels. It could be elementary, middle school, or high school, but you know, in that moment, instead of sending the kid to the office because of behavior, maybe we can teach some calming down strategies in the moment.
So there's one of the schools that I've been working with recently. They have in their classroom a calm corner where if the kid thinks that they're gonna have a moment of anxiety, they go and do their calm corner. Me as a counselor, when I was high school counseling, so that's elementary school, you give them a calm corner where they think if they're gonna really, really just have it, they go to their calm corner, and you put things in that calm corner that work for them, because what works for one kid is not going to work for another kid. You know that. We all know that in the world of differentiation. And then for high school counseling, me as a counselor, I would give the strategies that work for that kid. Let's say that kid that in that moment really, you know, feels like, y'all, let's be real, you know, and I'm real. When you hear Rizzo, you're going to hear real, you're going to hear transparent vulnerability. Let's talk about those high school kids. If y'all that are listening, you know, you have kids at your school that love to cut themselves. What else can they do instead of in that moment where they feel that frustration, where they feel like they're going to cut themselves? You know, give them a rubber band where that, you know, they just, you know, keep snapping, not hard, obviously, but, you know, they keep snapping. And so I would tell my teachers, hey, this is the strategy. It's all about communication. Every adult that teaches that kid needs to be aware of what that kid is going through. And you don't need to tell them exactly what they're going through, but you need to tell them, hey, whenever you see like they're having a moment, just tell them, you know, pull on the rubber band a little bit, just pull on the rubber band a little bit. But little things like that where they have the calm corner there, because most of the time, y'all, I know that sometimes it, you know, it stops instruction, it stops, but you could, you know, little things like that, like whisper to them, give them a little sticky note. Hey, don't remember your strategy that Miss Rizzo gave you. You know, the little things so that you don't interrupt your own instruction, because I realize, and it breaks my heart, I realize that that's what people are worried about. You know, it's going to interrupt my instruction. But if you learn their ways on how they handle that anxiety, that moment that they're about to have, you know, and you learn their ways, then everything, you know, it won't interrupt instruction. You know, you just send the student to the calm corner. We have a young lady that struggles with, she gets so angry that she starts throwing things. So, you know, the teacher tells her to get to her calm corner. Obviously, you know, we have to come in once in a while and make sure that that kid is doing okay so that they don't get to that level. But, you know, little things like that. It says here, our amazing counselor at my last school created a calming center. She received a grant to create activities in the room. Middle schoolers need calm corners too. Middle school, high school. She's talking about middle schoolers. I don't know who this is, but she's talking about middle school. In middle school, teachers, if you don't teach middle school, we're teaching emotional intelligence and social emotional learning so that in middle school, they don't go through those identity crises. I've done all 3 levels. In middle school is where they're going through that identity crisis. The saddest thing to hear as a counselor in an elementary school is to say, I had this kid last year and they're completely different this year. They're completely different this year in middle school because they think that they have to adapt to whatever everybody else is doing. And then it's just a pattern that trickles down every single year. They think that they have to completely change their identity. They don't realize that they can be the exact same person and still be loved. So, I said that because somebody said that on there, but the calming corners really, really work. Counselors can have that too, but we also don't want to keep our students away from instruction for too long because obviously they need to learn. And I hate saying that, but because, that's what they come to school for, they have to learn. So what can you do in your classrooms to have that calm corner? Have them draw a little bit. Dennis was talking about Roblox. Oh my God, a 3rd grader was teaching me how to do a Roblox, like everything. I was like, you are so smart. Like, they are so smart with technology. Give them something that they love to do. Give them a puzzle at the corner of the class that they can build. Give them something that they can build. If it's technology, put something in the corner that they can do. Little things like that is what really, really matters and makes a difference.
Yeah, there were some great comments in regards to coloring books, fidgets, rubber cubes, the whole 9 yards. So there's definitely a need, not only in the elementary, which I think most people gravitate to, but yes, secondary, those kids need a space. Sometimes, we just assume that they need to be on for 8 hours straight and to not have any emotional outbursts. And for a lot of kids, that's not how they were raised. That's not their environment. They don't have those skills. So the only way they're going to get it is through us teaching them. And I love the strategies that you provided. Rizzo, I can't believe it. I just looked up and we're almost out of time. So
that's what Davis said too. He's like, oh my God, no time to die, right?
I can talk to you all day, Rizzo. It's so easy. And I want folks to be able to connect with you. So if they're looking for, you to come out to help them at their school, to connect with you on social media, to pick your brain, how can they do that?
So it's Rizzo Speaks Life on every platform: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Rizzo Speaks Life. I think more than anything, I love to have the adults really bring out that kid in them. So yes, y'all, I do the dancing at the very beginning because as the Mexican version of Ellen DeGeneres, I had to meet her expectations. But I definitely do the dancing and I do a lot of self-reflection. I think more than anything, we need to reflect on what we're doing. And, I love what Dennis said earlier. He said, I don't have the time. Teachers, it takes 1 minute to put life into that kid, to learn about their life. It just takes 1 minute. And that's what I talk about, that it takes 1 minute. So I literally give them 1 to 2 minute strategies that they can use to build those relationships. And always remember to teach life before content. So every day you do life before you do content. So Rizzo Speaks Life on all the platforms.
Love it. Definitely reach out to her. I know there was a couple questions at the end here, and I would love for you to reach out to Rizzo, and she'll answer those. She's amazing. Again, don't forget the giveaway. There's links in the comments for that. But if you're needing that, teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. Make sure that you're signing up for that because we have some amazing gifts. Rizzo, I appreciate you so much for joining me today to discuss this really, really important topic, but I don't want anyone to go away because we have phenomenal guests coming on, which is Tom Schimmer, good friend of the Teach Better team. He is amazing. Of course, Ray too. She's fantastic. She's giving me squinty face right now, but she really is. So. I can't wait to see the session. Tom always gives such amazing insight, and Rizzo, you did the same. I just love that you're connected to the Teach Better team and are now on the Speakers Network. So for everyone, make sure that you check Rizzo out. Bring her to your school. You're going to see the same intensity that you are right now.
And bilingual. So if y'all need sessions in Spanish, I've been doing sessions in Spanish for the parents. The power of love. And really, really giving love, not just within teacher or student, but families as well. So I love doing those parent sessions of the power of love.
All right. Love it. All right. On to the next session with Tom Schimmer.
Bye, everybody.
to our Wednesday wake up show with the Teach Better team. Good morning, everyone. We are live for the Wednesday wake up with the Teach Better team. It is Wednesday morning.
Good morning, Teach Better family. We are live for the Wednesday wake up. I'm so excited.
What is up, Teach Better family? I am Jeff. That is my good friend Joshua Stamper. This is your Wednesday wake up with the Teach Better team. It is Wednesday. What is up, Teach Better family? My name is Jeff, and this is your Wednesday wake up for.
Come on, I know you want to join us every Wednesday for a little pick-me-up in the middle of your week. Tune in every Wednesday, 7 a.m. Eastern Time on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn.
Hey everyone, welcome to our Sunday weekly warm-up. This is our weekly Sunday show. We're on Sundays in the evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. We get to go live. Brad Hughes is with me, of course. My name is Ray Hewart, and we are so thrilled every Sunday to bring you different experiences. Today we have an incredible guest that if you are not following on Twitter, Instagram, and everywhere else, this will be a moment where you're going to add somebody to your PLN. Hey everyone, we are live for our Sunday weekly warm-up. This is our Sunday show exclusive to our private group.
Good evening, Teach Better family. It's Brad Hughes checking in with you tonight for the Sunday weekly warm-up, streaming exclusively in our private.
We are live for our Sunday weekly warm-up, which is an opportunity where the Teach Better team goes live every single Sunday at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusive in our private Facebook group.
Good evening, everybody. It is Teach Better Sunday weekly warm-up time. My name is Brad Hughes here from the Teach Better team, and tonight we are getting ready for the week ahead in education, whatever.
Join us each Sunday for the Sunday Weekly Warm-Up.
It's exclusive for you in the private group at teachbettergroup.com.
Thank you for being part of this family.
Hey everyone, welcome back to 12-Hour Live. We are headed into the 2.5-hour mark, and I am live with maybe my favorite educational speaker of all time. Tom, I'm so stoked that you are part of our 12-hour. Thank you for being here.
Wow, Ray, that's quite the endorsement. I'm excited to be here. Looking forward to the next hour.
We're going to have so much fun. For all of you who may be just popping in for the first time, we are live for 12 hours all day long, streaming on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. Please feel free to share this stream to your friends, your family, your colleagues. I cannot tell you the excitement. The team has been texting behind the scenes, seeing all your tweets and your Instagram stories and your posts on Facebook, sharing your takeaways and how much you've enjoyed the show so far. And please know we are not even halfway through. Let the goodness continue. For those of you who have been here since the beginning, I also want to remind you that teachbetterconference.com registration is officially open for our October event that we recently announced. And today is the cheapest ticket you will possibly ever be able to have access to. We want you to save your money, use your money on yourself, and whatever you're saving, maybe give yourself an upgrade on your flight maybe, or your hotel stay. So for those of you that are looking for that code, it is 12-hour, just 12 hour over at teachbetter.com for $150 off, which is so exciting. Tom, I know that everybody must know you because I just saw the ratings of our show boost so much when your segment was coming on. But will you do me a huge favor and just share a little bit about what you do in education? And maybe we'll start us off just in case we have some newbies here.
Sure. I'll work backwards. Right now, I'm an educational author, consultant, speaker. I work full-time, have been for the last 12 years in the field of assessment and grading, but also in MTSS, and do work a lot with leaders as well. Prior to that, I spent 20 years in the school system. So I've been teaching since 1991, which is code for I'm old. And 32 years in education, 7 years as a classroom teacher, 11 years as a campus administrator, and then 2 years in a central office position. I resigned from that position in 2011 when my first book was published, and 8 books later and all the work around the world, here I am.
Do you like that? Like, slide that in, just a ton of books later. No big deal.
Yada, 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 right?
Yada, yada, yada.
It's a lot of
Tom,
work.
I have to tell you, I know we'll get into so many things, but I have to ask you, where are you right now? Because every time I stalk you on social media, you're in a different place around the world. So are you like home today?
I'm actually home. I have been home for the last couple of weeks, or the last week or so. I've got one more week at home before heading out on the road for 2 weeks. So yeah, no, I'm home, and it's kind of nice to not be going from hotel to hotel. But I chose that life, and I love that life. So, but glad to be home and glad to be with you today for sure.
And out of curiosity, where is home?
I'm in the Metro Vancouver area. Yeah, Vancouver, BC in Canada. Yeah.
It's so great because I recently was in a meeting where someone was like, oh, I emailed Tom. We haven't heard from him yet. And I literally pulled up your Instagram. I was like, guys, he can't respond. He's in Germany right now. So like, I don't know what you've been up to, but you are all over the world, which I cannot tell you how happy that makes me to see, because now you're not just impacting educators in one small spot, but you're truly going global to ensure that educators feel supported and valued, and that they have the opportunity to enhance their craft. So excited for you.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I mean, assessment is something that travels no matter where you are in the world. The schools I work with overseas are international schools, American schools for expats. There's kids from around the world. They're all sort of on a track trying to head to college and university in the United States. So they follow Common Core, and the language of instruction is English. But it's just it's an opportunity I'm so grateful for. It's been a big part of my work, and I'm so happy that post-COVID now the international work is returning. So very excited for just in January I was in Bahrain in the Middle East, and in March I'm headed to South Africa. So I'm really grateful for all those opportunities that come my way.
Okay, can I just tell you that was my life goal prior to, how life just works out where you take opportunities in front of you. But my plan was to work, like, I think you needed 2-3 years working in the States before you could go apply to work at an international school elsewhere, like an American school. And that was the plan. I was either going to go to Milan or I was going to go to Israel. And I was like, that's the mission. I never did it. So maybe that's the way to go visit those buildings.
Never too late.
Never too late.
I know you love what you're doing now, though.
I do. I'm very lucky. So maybe I'll just take little trips and vacations. If you need an assistant, Tom, I could carry your bags.
Yeah, that's right. I've had many offers like that.
No. But I would be fun. I would bring humor. Right. I wouldn't complain too much. Hopefully your bags are light. I mean, I don't know. I could be valuable.
You wouldn't complain too much. Oh, so there would be some complaining.
Well, let's be honest, Tom. We know each other well enough that I can't stop all the complaining.
Fair enough.
So I know we have an hour here to get into some deep dive conversation, and grading and assessment is something that our group here in the Teach Better family is constantly hungry for. I was kind of giggling though when I saw the title of this segment, because the title of this segment focuses on quick fixes, because we're currently in our tangible takeaways themed segment of our 12-hour live, where we're trying to give people some actionable steps that they can take into the classroom as early as Monday, but how they can start working towards our big, maybe long-term goals of being stronger in grading and assessment practices. However, grading and assessment's like opening a can of worms. So I don't know what quick fixes you think we should start with, but I want to challenge you. When you heard this topic and you heard that we wanted to bring you on for this, what were your initial thoughts?
Well, I had a couple of thoughts. One is I thought, okay, let's come up with some quick fixes. And then the other thought was, let's try to avoid the quick fixes, because there is much more nuance and detail than some people give credit to in terms of how we transform assessment and grading. But I do have some quick fixes for you.
Well,
and let's start with those. We can start with those, and I can go from there. And there's 3 big ones that I would say when it comes to grading that are actually really within your control as a classroom teacher. You don't have to do certain things. Sometimes there are the odd schools out there that have policies and practices that you're kind of pigeonholed into, but for the most part, you get to choose how you handle certain situations. So the very first one is simply base grades solely on the quality of evidence that students produce. In other words, do not allow a student to behave their way up or down the achievement scale. So there's no extra credit for positive behavior, on-task behavior, pro-social behavior, and there's no penalties and zeros for inappropriate, what we might call, behavioral missteps with late work and things like that. That's totally within your control as a teacher, how you handle those situations. So you want a quick fix, make sure grades are based solely on the quality of evidence. That's the first one.
So are you saying that I can't give 3 points for bringing in a tissue box? Is that what you're saying?
No, you cannot give 3 points for a tissue box, 50 points for printer paper, and 1,000 points for cans for the food drive. Let's not do that anymore.
Okay, so obviously, Tom, I support this completely, but I will say, while I feel like that is a wonderful quick fix, there is going to be somebody who says, yeah, that sounds great, but, and the but typically has to do with if my grading isn't going to be a consequence for poor behavior, what can be. So I don't want to necessarily get too far off topic, but give me some thoughts. So I'm saying, okay, Tom, I won't give punitive grades, but how do I address that behavior and maybe a way that can support this quick fix?
That is absolutely a fair question. And anybody out there who attends a PD session, if somebody offers you what I just said and doesn't have an answer for what you should do instead, you should stop listening to that person, because it's not fair to walk into a school or a PD session and say, no zeros, no penalties, stop docking kids. And then they say, well, what do I do instead, Tom? And I say, that's for you to figure out.
Yeah.
That is just not the right way to do this work. And we have to have an answer. You might not like my answer, but that's a different question, right? So the answer is we have to still hold kids accountable. The interesting part about, this is going to take me a minute to kind of go through, but I think it's important, right?
Yeah.
We disprove the theory every day that we need our grade books, and we disprove it in a parallel experience when kids are disrespectful. Schools do a really effective job of holding kids accountable for disrespectful behavior. When they do that, they're effective in redirecting kids to more respectful and more pro-social ways of behaving. But the one thing schools never do when handling disrespectful behavior from students is use their grade book. We never touch the grade book when a student's been disrespectful. So the behavioral misstep of disrespect, we hold kids accountable outside the grade book. And yet for some reason, we pretend to not know how to hold kids accountable for irresponsible behavior outside the grade book. We disprove that theory every day. We hold kids accountable for those behavioral missteps all the time. So that's the backdrop of this. Now, the key is to make sure that we do hold kids accountable, because where I'm aligned with people is that kids, and especially as they get older, but any child can learn to be responsible for their age. If I'm 5 or 6 years old, I can learn to be responsible for a 5 or 6 year old, right? But as kids get older, we definitely want them to learn to be accountable and responsible. So where I would shift, and this is really interesting because this is something that I've most recently been writing about, which is redefining accountability around this idea that accountability means you are accountable or answerable for the learning. You're not accountable and answerable for the behavior in the academic realm. So we handle the irresponsibility elsewhere. So if a student is missing a deadline, is missing assignments, they do need to be held accountable. We just protect the integrity of the proficiency grade, the academic achievement grade, because we want that grade to accurately communicate what it is the student has learned, what it is they can do, or where they are in their proficiency. So that's kind of the quick answer for that quick fix, even though I know there's a lot more to talk about where that's concerned.
Of course. And we can absolutely get there if and when
Sure.
people in the comments have specific questions about this topic. I know we mentioned this right as we got started about almost 3 hours ago, but this live stream for 12-Hour Live exists for all of our Teach Better family. And if you hear something and you have a follow-up question that you want to address with our guests at any point throughout this live, we'll do our best to address it live on camera. And if we can't, then please feel free to direct message and we'll figure all that out too. But Tom, what I really value about what you've said so far is that there is a solution. We just need to separate the way in which we discipline. And I think that that is something that we can all wrap our minds around and brainstorm what is the best fit for each and every teacher in each and every classroom, in each and every community, which is a great starting point for us as we're thinking through this topic.
Yeah, when I went through one of the biggest lessons for me in my career, in the arc of my career, is understanding that when we talk about discipline, for me, the word discipline now means support and inclusion and parameters. It doesn't mean removal and isolation. That traditional mindset around discipline is one I used to hold. It's one I used to exercise in terms of my school leadership and also in the classroom. But one of the biggest lessons in my career was that I could actually be tough. I could actually be demanding and have high expectations without being punitive. That there really is, it's really about shifting the culture, and that students are answerable for their actions as they get older. That doesn't mean we consequence them or punish them. There may be a response or a consequence for their irresponsible behavior, but we protect the integrity of the grade. Because I often say it to people this way, Ray. If accurately reporting student achievement doesn't matter to you, then you can do whatever you want in your grade book. But if accurately reporting student achievement matters to you, and I think it does, then there's some rules to follow. And one of them is making sure that what we put in the grade book serves that sort of accuracy in terms of making sure that their achievement grade truly reflects the degree to which they've met the learning goal. And anything you add in serves to distort the achievement level in one direction or another. So I would be equally concerned with things like extra credit and other aspects like that as well.
So when we think about quick fixes to grading, we talked about this as it's a big can of worms, right? Everybody has questions, everybody has opinions, and we want to make sure that there are some things that our community here can choose to do, choose to reflect on, and choose to maybe even implement as soon as Monday. What would be your second quick fix that you feel like our community here can be reflective on?
The second quick fix would be make sure a student's grade is not determined by comparing them to who else is in the room or the achievement levels of their peers. So it's not about a norming process where we compare students to students. When you criterion reference, which is about basing grades on clear success criteria, you have to almost erase your mind and go, this is what the student has demonstrated. This is how I have assessed their level of performance independent of anyone else. Because when we start getting into comparing students to students, we're getting away from criterion referencing and we're getting into norming. We don't have enough students in our classrooms or schools to do true norming, but that idea of comparing students to students is problematic. So you hear it come out in conversations or when teachers are co-grading or things like that. Well, they'll say, well, if this is a 4, how can that be a 4? And that starts to bubble up to the surface. And that tells you that the teachers are probably starting to compare. And so what ends up happening is we end up grading like figure skating judges, where a figure skating judge has to award a gold, silver, and bronze. And what the figure skating judge does is they don't give away too high a marks early in the program because someone later in the program may skate at a better level. Well, we're not doing that. We're not awarding medals, but sometimes teachers will inadvertently grade that way. So for some of the assignments, for example, early in the stack, they'll say, well, this is good, but I don't want to give away too many 4s or too many A's early in the stack because someone deeper may have written a better essay or and that should be irrelevant in our grading. The grades are based on clearly articulated success criteria, and it should be the student against the criteria, erase your mind, student against the criteria, erase your mind, student against the criteria. That's the way I would approach it.
Tom, I found myself doing this really frequently early on in my career, and I couldn't figure out how to grade without this comparison. And I wasn't doing it to be malicious. I wasn't doing it because I wanted to be a bad teacher. I thought I was a fairly good teacher and I wanted to continue to improve that practice, but I had no stinking idea how to grade without doing this comparison. And what I found later on, as I've been more reflective and learned more about the space we work in, is it really just came down to the fact that I didn't know the content expectations. I didn't know the standards well enough. So I was dictating how the students really were doing in comparison to the students that I deemed successful versus the students that I deemed unsuccessful. Right. And so if you are somebody reflecting now as you're listening, saying, gosh, maybe I do compare too much, I think that isn't necessarily so bad, assuming you now recognize that it's because you have a deficit in an area that you have the ability to improve in right this moment. Right. You can never compare students again after today if you choose to say, actually, I do need to really own and understand my content expectations more than I do right this moment. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, for sure. The expectations, the criteria, it's just the students don't set the levels. They don't set the performance levels. I mean, you can write the best essay in the class, but it still maybe at a developing level or in a novice level. It's really about the criteria. And that's the key because, this all happened. And this is, again, one of the advantages of being older. I don't want to call myself old, but I'm older. Yeah. Is that some teachers don't know this career without the existence of standards or outcomes. And yet that was a 90s phenomenon. So when we shifted to standards-based learning or outcome-based learning, depending on where you are, that happened. We should have let go of a lot of different practices, including comparing students to students. And in many places we did, but in some places we did not. And that kind of fractured the relationship between what we should have been doing, which is grading based on criterion reference, that's self-evident, right? And maintaining some of the old structures and old sort of remnants of the past that make it actually more difficult and challenging for teachers to report accurately.
Well, and I think it's interesting as you note that. I know there's so many practices that as we develop and continue to do better in this field, we should be letting go of. I think the interesting component that I find so much in this community is so many educators are willing to let go of those things, but some of them don't know that that's included in something that we should let go of. Like, it takes some time to see this change and evolve in education and then say, wait, if this is true, then actually this next component must not be progressive any longer and I need to change. So I appreciate you bringing this awareness to some of our community here, because that's the first step, is knowing that, I guess this doesn't quite align as much as I assumed it did.
Yeah, no, there are so many things that we do that are automatic from the way we went to school or the way we started. And I have to say that, you know, when I started teaching in 1991, I was this teacher. I was the zero guy, the late penalty guy, the grade all the homework guy, no retesting in my classroom. I am the antithesis of everything I represented early in my career. So I've gone through this process, and it's not easy. I understand it's not easy to unravel some of those things, but there are things that we do on autopilot. For example, a teacher that organizes their grade book by task type is really misaligned to the standards. So if you have a grade book that's got categories that are called tests and quizzes, assignments, projects, labs, your standards have never been organized that way. So in the 20 to 25 years of standards, they've always been organized by strands, categories, and domains. So we end up splintering or fracturing the evidence. So I could assess the same learning. And this is something that's so interesting, Ray. I don't know how we got away with this, because for years, we had a system that said the name of the event determined how much weight the assessment carried, regardless of what you're assessing. So I could assess the exact same learning 3 times, but if one of them was called an assignment, it would be worth 20% of your grade, for example. Right. But as soon as I take that same learning and put it on a quiz, it now jumps to 25% of the grade. Why? It's a different name. I take the same learning and I put it on a test, and now it's worth 40% of your grade. Like, how did we get away with this idea with a straight face, saying to people, the name of the event, the title, influences how much weight it carried? That is a remnant from the point accumulation system pre-standards, where tests had, 100 points, or quizzes had 25 points. And so they carried more weight as a task type because we weren't teaching to standards. We were teaching to topics and curriculum. So that's just another example of something we kind of do. This is going to sound, I don't mean it this way in the cynical way, but we do these things kind of mindlessly. And until we kind of stop and say, like, why am I organizing my evidence this way? That makes it more seamless for you to see where kids are with the learning. So that's an example of something we do kind of on autopilot that we could rethink and really change. And it's not that hard. It's one of the easiest fixes.
Right. And that's what I really value about this conversation is we're not trying to alter complete mindsets and make huge gains today. I mean, oh my gosh, guys, there's so much content out there, especially that Tom shares out, that will completely change your world. But these fixes are truly just questions that some of us need to sit back and say, oh, I guess I've never questioned that component. Let me take a second and make a quick, silly adjustment. That doesn't really affect anything that I currently do, but it will drastically affect how my students receive that feedback and what I'm actually communicating out to stakeholders.
There's so many things that we have total control over in our classroom. They're choices we make, and we don't like to see them that way because we always, okay, I'm using definitive language here. We often will say, it's the district, or it's the state, or it's the system, and we are the system. Like all the educators, if the system is not the educators working within the system, then what is it? It's the choices we make. So there are places where there are policies and things that are out of our hands and out of our control, but there are a lot of things that we can do that could shift the context of grading and change the culture of grading and what it really is, it represents and what it's supposed to communicate.
This is exactly what I wanted this segment to be about. So I'm so glad we are not running out of time. We still have a half an hour left. I want to encourage all of you to remember that we still have giveaways going on and a Teach Better Conference 2023 discount code that you can all take advantage of. Tom, your session was one of the most talked about that I heard about after Teach Better Conference 2022. And I think it's so funny because people were just like oogling at what was shared. And I'm like, that's the best part of the conference is we not only were able to learn from you, but be social with you at networking events and then stay connected. You are constantly somebody that continues to stay connected in between professional developments. And we really value that part of everyone in our network, but especially you. Tom, before we move forward to possibly another fix and some other conversation, I want to encourage our comments here. If there's any questions you want us to touch more on, please feel free to throw them there. We also have a giveaway, so we're going to take a quick second to encourage all of you to participate in a quick giveaway. Today, we're giving away 12 characteristics of deliberate homework and the magic of growth mindset. Both of those books are by Eric Youngman. We are going to take the first 2 people to comment with one change you're thinking of making to your grading practices. Katie Miglin is in the background, and she will let us know those 2 winners. So take your time posting those, and then the first to comment will be, first 2 people to comment will be getting those incredible resources. As we look at grading practices, and you're thinking of the fixes we can try and share with people, have you found that there's another outside of the comparison game that we can suggest to our community?
Well, this may not be a quick fix. It's a quick-ish fix. And that is to, and it would depend on the size of your team, but it's to make sure that a student's grade is not dependent upon who their teacher is. If 2 or more teachers teaching the same grade level subject don't determine grades in a similar or like-minded fashion, then we have potentially a compromise in what is technically called inter-rater reliability. This is a reliability issue. So when you have one set of state standards, and those state standards or provincial outcomes are set at a particular cognitive rigor, and there's a depth of thinking that's required, right? So the verb tells us in the standard, the verb tells us the cognitive complexity and how to assess it. And then the DOK level, which is typically right behind the verb, is how we create alignment to make sure, because every verb can go to different DOK levels. Anyway, so the point is that you have a standard set at a particular level of cognitive rigor. So when you grade, there really should be no such thing as I have a high standard or I have a low standard, because you have these standards that dictate the cognitive rigor. So the idea that if that's true, then if we're both teaching the same subject, then we should have a similar view of what excellence looks like, especially as the body of evidence grows. On a single sample, there's times where, Ray, you and I could be 1 off. So if we were grading on a 4-level scale and you said, Tom, I think this assignment is a level of excellence, it's a 4, and I say, Ray, I still think it's a 3, that's going to happen. That's going to happen between teachers on single samples. As the body of evidence grows, if you look at a body of evidence and you say this student has a B or a 3, and I say this student has an A, that's a problem. Because now my grade, think about the implications in high school on someone's GPA if they have a path of least or most resistance in terms of who their teacher is. So we have to calibrate with one another to make sure that we are on the same page in terms of how we view excellence. And if on a single sample, you and I would be, say, 2 levels off, that's an immediate problem. If I say this is a level of excellence and you say I think it's a 2, it's developing, it's partway there, one of us is wrong. Or the criteria needs to be adjusted because right now it's allowing for multiple interpretations. So we've got to fix that. So we don't want a student's grade to be dependent upon who their teacher is so that we don't compromise reliability. Because here's the deal. Here's the real deal with, we know these terms, validity and reliability, but they work backwards. And they work backwards because you first need reliability in order to make a valid interpretation of the results. And here's something that I think sometimes gets lost in the conversation. There's actually no such thing as a valid assessment. Assessments are either reliable or they're unreliable. If they're reliable, then the results would be repeatable. Once you have a reliable measure, now you can make a valid interpretation of the results. So validity comes from the teacher's interpretation of what they're looking at. And you can have validity on one question, but not validity in another question, right? It all starts with making sure there's consistency, reliability amongst the teachers in how they determine evidence. And I know I'm getting into the weeds here a little bit, but it's really important to know that if we don't determine grades in a similar like-minded fashion, we've got a problem. So quick example I often give. Let's say we've got 3 high schools. And just hypothetically, 3 high schools, every sophomore in the high school earned a B in science. Okay, they've all got a B. So the district's looking at this saying, wow, our students have done pretty well in science. But here's the backstory. In one school, those students actually produced C quality evidence, but they were nice kids who tried hard and they had great attitudes. And so those C's became B's. In another school, little Goldilocks here, like too hot, too cold, just right. In another school, those students produced A quality evidence, but they behaved their way down the achievement scale because they were the challenging achievers and they gave attitude and all those different things, right? And then the third school, the students actually produced B quality evidence. So now, given the information I've just shared with you, which I admit is an oversimplified example, how could you possibly look at those grades and make any valid interpretation, not knowing that information? You'd look at all those Bs for those sophomores in science and think everyone was doing fairly well, except we know that there are students who actually produce lower quality evidence. So it's one of those things that we've got to be on the same page. If we're not on the same page, then we're going to have the residual sort of effects. So we can't equate the existence of grades for their accuracy.
You know, what's interesting is I'm thinking through everything you've been able to share in this third quick fix. I really value the fact that there is this overarching big concept we need to fix that will not necessarily be quick. It takes time, it takes discussion, it takes really growth as educators to question and discuss. But what I do value is you're also giving us some gray area in understanding that the world is a little gray. Because as we go into grading, I have so many educators, I've sat in so many conference rooms with educators saying, let's talk about this one assessment. And if we don't all agree, the world is ending and we need to sit here and duke it out until you understand it's a 3 and I agree that it's a 3 and not a 4 and moving on. And what I really value is you're giving us some leeway to say, hey, if you're one off, there's so much discussion you can have, but it's not the end of the world. As you start looking at the full body of the student's work, that's where it becomes a really meaty discussion that we need to agree on. I think that gives educators, in some regard, a sigh of relief and also an excitement to say, okay, it doesn't need to be perfect, but we can all get there in the end.
Yeah. If you and I are one off 12 times in a row, then we better talk. But if on occasion we're off, and that's why in large scale assessment, people may not realize this, but in large scale assessment, they usually score in teams. Because, you know, if there's 3 people and often it's odd numbered teams. So if we've got 3 people scoring an extended essay, an AP extended essay, and 2 say it's a 4 and 1 says it's a 3, the essay is a 4 and we move on. Like it has to be done that quickly just for the sheer volume. I asked an AP literature teacher once. I was working with a school in Arkansas and I asked the AP literature teacher, I said, because she did the marking for the AP extended essays. I said, when you score an essay, from the time you touch it to the time you score it, how long? And she said to me, about 2 minutes. She said, we read the paper and we judge its quality and we move forward. And they use anchor papers to keep recalibrating and keep having those discussions. So grading isn't actually that complicated when you have clearly definable levels and you're looking at quality. It actually, you know, again, sometimes we do some editing and some feedback in there, but just the pure art of judging quality and thinking about what level is this, that's a pretty simple decision for teachers if you have very clear levels of performance.
Yeah, and I think this does, I mean, everything you've shared has come back to knowing your content, knowing the expectations, and then being consistent no matter what other hubbub is going on around, which is so challenging as an educator because we constantly have 100 things coming at us. But I really appreciate that grading is something that we can find some stability in, understanding that when we know our standards and can collaborate with other colleagues that also feel confident in the work we're doing, we can all kind of come to the same conclusion together, especially over time. You know, Tom, we have still plenty of time to discuss, but I do want to give a shout out to our winners of our books. Shout out to Janelle Sebley and Heather Clemens. You two are both our winners of a book from Eric Youngman. To receive that book, please make sure you email Katie at teachbetter.com. Just email her and tell her that you won a prize during a segment with Tom Schimmer talking about grading. She's got everything documented. But congratulations to Janelle and Heather. And just an FYI, shout out to Janelle. I used to work with her and she was an educator just like you, Tom, that like challenged my thinking. And so it's always fun to see your friends and colleagues in the comments. Tom, as we continue this conversation around grading, I know that quick fixes are something that we were focusing on because we want to give our community ways to develop without being overwhelmed. But what I really found comical is early on in this discussion, you're like, I have quick fixes, but sometimes don't do them. So tell me a little bit about quick fixes not being the solution sometimes.
Well, I think we we often look for shortcuts, and I understand we're busy and teachers are busy and we're looking for the quick one, right? So, but we have to really take our time. Everything about assessment is nuanced and contextually dependent. And I think sometimes we get very reductive and oversimplified, especially on social media, when we talk about assessment, not just grading, but we talk about assessment, or we talk about feedback. We talk about feedback in a way that is so oversimplified, and feedback is complicated. Grading is complicated. So what I would say is that we have to focus on when it comes to grading, focus on assessment, because grading is assessment. And this is the part that people sometimes forget. Don't have a grading conversation in your school. Talk about sound assessment practices, because grading is assessment. Just think of it this way. Assessment at its most simplest definition is just the gathering of information about student learning. You either have prioritized the formative purpose, and that means I've prioritized formative feedback, the idea of what's next for the learner, how do I move them along their trajectory, or I've prioritized the summative purpose, where I'm thinking, I want to verify the degree to which a student has met the learning goal. That's grading. But grading is preceded by the gathering of evidence, and the gathering of evidence is assessment. So what I would try to do in any school, and I often talk about this in my own workshops, which is stop having philosophical discussions. Philosophical discussions about grading are pointless. There's no point in debating someone's philosophy, because that's usually just their opinion. And what I have found is that with so much research out there, we have no shortage of information. Over the last 20 to 25 years, I would say there's probably very little in education that's been given more treatment in academia than assessment. So we don't need anyone's philosophy. What we need are grading practices that adhere to sound assessment practices. If you want to bring it right down to the simplest form, grading is measurement. And there are rules and principles you have to follow to ensure, and I've said this earlier, if you don't care if the grades are accurate, then do whatever you want. But if you want those grades to be accurate, I know teachers do, then you have to follow some rules and principles where that's concerned. And grading is not about raising achievement. So the first piece is stop having philosophical discussions about grading, because honestly, I couldn't care less about anybody's philosophy around grading. What that normally means, I say this all the time, when somebody says, hey, Tom, it's my philosophy, that's usually code for, hey, Tom, I don't have any research to support the opinion I'm about to express. Because if you had research, you wouldn't start the sentence that way. You would say, Tom, doesn't the research indicate that this is the most favorable course of action? When you don't, you say, but it's my philosophy that. That's how you begin sentences, right? The other part is stop looking, and I'm being very definitive here, but stop looking to grading, or don't allow people to turn grading into raising achievement. People say to me, Tom, show me the research where standards-based grading raises achievement. And I'll say to them, that's like asking me to show you how your bathroom scale would help you lose weight. That's not what it's for. You raise achievement through interventions. You raise achievement through strategies. Grading is neither of those. Grading is measurement. So you want to raise achievement, that's the formative work. That's the assessment for learning. That's the feedback strategies. That's the self-assessment, helping students become more self-regulatory about their learning. Grading is about verifying the degree to which the student has learned. And that's a totally different conversation. So to focus on assessment and sound assessment practices, as long as your grading practices follow sound assessment principles, you'll be fine.
I want to dig into this more, because you were reading my mind and where I wanted to take the end of this conversation. So I so appreciate it. And I'm so excited for people to continue to divulge their reflections following this conversation. As we talk about grading, assessment, feedback, so many of these things are used interchangeably. I really appreciate you highlighting that they are different conversations. And I know this happens to our team all the time. I can only imagine how often it happens to you, that a district leader comes and says, Tom, we want to move to standard-based grading. What's your favorite grade book? And my answer is I don't really care what grade book you use. There's so many other things I want to talk about. The grade book actually isn't one that I care at all about if we can get to all the things prior. So if I came to you, Tom, we were in this fake scenario. I had this beautiful, let's say, middle school. My teachers were outstanding. And I was like, Tom, we're ready for standard-based grading. What's your favorite grade book platform? Can you help me out? What's your response?
Well, my response would be, we would have to back map that, because I would ask them a few questions about that. Because if you want to do standards-based reporting, And I think it's important to separate grading and reporting, because you can grade based on standards. And by the way, there's a simple definition. Don't complicate it. When people say, what's standards-based grading? It's simple. Read it backwards. It's grading based on the standards. That's it. So if you want to do a standards-based report card, you need standards-based grades. So I'd ask them, do you have standards-based grades? Then to get standards-based grades, you need standards-based evidence. Standards-based evidence comes from standards-focused assessments. And those assessments are a derivative of standards-based instruction. If you just introduced a standards-based grade book, but teachers weren't teaching that way, you're actually going to make it worse. You're going to make it harder, because you're now, if I organize by task type, but you're asking me to do a report card that's organized by strand or category, you're creating an extra hurdle for me. So this really is about, when I wrote Grading from the Inside Out, I wrote it literally about developing a different mindset. We have to change how we think about grades. And the overarching change is this: is a grade a commodity that students acquire by harvesting points, or is a grade a reflection of learning? And if we can make that mental shift, then all the other changes come forward. But it really starts with our mindset. It starts with thinking about grades. Are grades a coercive leverage tool where I can promise or threaten your score to get you to do things? Or is the grade really just about the degree to which you've met the learning goal? Once you make that mental shift, then all the other practices kind of come into form. And that's a really important thing to think about. So for me, it's about making sure that we're doing standards-based instruction, which means analyzing standards, unpacking standards, creating learning progressions, clear success criteria, feedback, instructional adjustments. All of that work leads us to being able to grade by standards. So you're right, the program, because here's the challenge with the program. Some people end up buying these standards-based programs too soon. And I caution them against that, because the worst thing you can do is buy a new grading program, spend thousands of dollars on that program, hundreds of hours training people, and then a year later regret it because it doesn't do what you want it to do. So get your mindset right. Live with the I've got a lot of quick fixes and workarounds for grade books that are imperfect, but they'll work. Get your assessment literacy high so you know what questions to ask the vendors. You have to be able to go in and know what you want that grade book to do. Don't let the tail wag the dog. Go pick the program that is right for you once you know exactly what you want it to do.
I know Katie Meglin in the background is going to kill me, but we've had so many good segments. But Tom, I could talk to you all day. Like, we could cancel our 12-hour event. You could just be live. And it's too bad, because I know we have good stuff coming, but I cannot tell you how impactful it is for me. Even though I know a lot of this work, I have the luxury of being able to facilitate with educators. I just could sit and listen to you speak forever. Mm-hmm. I want to make sure our educators here know that while this conversation was supposed to be focused on tangible takeaways, and you gave so many of them, I want to know, and I want everyone to know, that there's more that can come of this if this is interesting to you. Like, for me, I'm like all jazzed up. I feel like I've already finished my second coffee and I'm ready to go explore. Tom, I know you're full of resources. Do you mind doing a little overview of what books you have, what resources you have, maybe a little bit of a summary so I would know which one I should turn to first if I want to continue my exploration?
Absolutely. So Grading from the Inside Out is a book I wrote in 2016, and that's about the mindset. So if you're at a place right now where you're not sure yet, you're hesitant, things like that, that mindset piece, that's the book for you. If you're thinking about, okay, I've got the mindset, now I need to take action. In 2017, with Garnet Hillman and Mandy Stalitz, we published Standards-Based Learning in Action, which is a book filled with strategies, how to literally put it in action. And the thing I really love about that book is that we flipped the script a little bit. And we just, instead of having, here's all the research and here's a few practices, we flipped it and said, here's a summary of the research. Let's get to the action. So that book would be helpful there. So those would be the two around grading that would be really helpful. There's books about, we just recently released a book called Jackpot, which is nurturing student investment through assessment, about how we help kids self-assess and be more self-regulatory about their learning. So lots of resources, but those are the two. Standards-Based Learning in Action, Grading from the Inside Out would be the grading books that would help people with that mindset or the actions.
And Tom, I'm sure that you have school groups or teacher groups that have chosen to do book studies with your books. Do you have a specific way that you encourage people to go through? I know every time I talk to an author, they always have different theories of how you should get started. And grading is such a challenging concept. I always feel like reading a book with a buddy, especially around a topic that I want to chew on and process ideas, is helpful. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that I don't really have a particular way, like in grading from the inside out. I think there are some things that are, I wouldn't say there's one aspect that I think is unique to that book. And one thing that I think is pretty common. The one thing that's common is that each chapter ends with some questions for learning teams to kind of say, okay, let's take the ideas that were presented in the chapter and let's talk about that. That's not a very uncommon thing, but that is helpful when it comes to facilitating a book study. But the one part of the book that I think we did this in standards-based learning in action as well, we wrote a section for parents. And it was not for parents per se, but it was how to talk to parents about this idea. Not a long section, but just a few paragraphs on here's the things you want to talk to parents about, because I think that's often missing in the equation, which is you want to make all of these changes in your classroom, but you forget to put parents at the front end of that change, and then they have a lot of questions. And so it's not wrong for parents to ask questions, but we tend to take it as they're questioning us and challenging us, when parents just want to know, like, why are we no longer using percentages? Like, I'm curious. And we can help them sort of understand that. So I think it's really important that so that feature, I think, in both of those books is somewhat unique. In standards-based learning in action, we actually also wrote a section for kids, how to talk to kids about this. How do we talk to the students about this particular change? So my thought is that read it as a book study or read it with a partner, just a thought partner, somebody that you really like to have those conversations with. You can challenge each other. Maybe the book challenges both of you, and just read it as a team, because it does help to debrief using those questions at the end.
As we kind of wrap up here, we have about 10 minutes until our next segment, which is going to continue, of course, the wonderful things happening during 12-Hour Live. But Tom, you brought up exactly where I wanted to head to wrap this up, which was including parents in the conversation. So much of what we've discussed thus far has been talking with colleagues, working with leadership teams, and even more so, talking with students about how we're going to go about our classroom and grading and assessment practices. And what I appreciate is that as we are doing all these conversations, our colleagues are typically within the building, our students are typically within our class every day. We can kind of move slowly throughout this progression. However, so many educators that I've spoken to are so intimidated, nervous, and anxious when communicating with parents, because first off, many of them only do it about once when they're communicating a new idea. And then, like you shared, when they come back with questions, it feels as though they're questioning us as the educator, which then is kind of spooky. And what's challenging is that most of us are learning something new. So to be learning something new and then answer questions on it is intimidating. So can you give us some insight, some perspective on when parents need to be involved in the process and how we can do that effectively with the last few minutes that we have together?
I would say that, on the fringes, we know that there are some situations that become unruly and all of that. And I know that I'm not naive to the fact that those exist, but I want to sort of talk up the middle here, which is a lot of times for parents, they just want to know, that's not how they went to school. That's not how I was graded when I went to school. So can you explain to me why this is different? And more importantly, why it's better? Why are we focused on that? So one of the things I actually talk about in grading from the inside out is developing this idea of a vision, or what I call a true north. And if you have a true north, then you can base your communications all around that true north. And it actually helped us mitigate a lot of these different situations. So for example, the true north for me in grading from the inside out is accuracy and confidence. We want grading practices that produce accurate grades, and at the same time, we want confident learners. So you take that vision, if that's our mantra, accurate grades, confident learners, every time you communicate with parents, you incorporate your vision into communicating with parents. So if somebody said to me, Tom, why are you no longer using zeros or penalties in your classroom?
Sure.
My response is going to incorporate those two ideas. And if I would respond to the parent, we want to do this naturally. So as a tangent here, one of the things I did very early on in this, and this is 19 years for me now in this assessment work, but early on, I used to practice my answers when I drove home from work. I literally would get in the car and I'd think, okay, today I'm going to talk about homework. And I would just talk out loud in the car as I drove home because I wanted my answers to come off like I wanted them to be natural. I didn't want to have to sort of stumble my way through. Okay, so back to the penalties or the penalties thing. So what I would say to a parent in that situation is say, listen, we want to make sure that you as a parent get the most accurate information possible when it comes to your child's learning. And while we're in the midst of that, we don't want anything to undercut their confidence, including lowering their grade for a non-learning factor. It's not that they know less, it's that they handed it to me, 2 days later, which is a behavioral misstep. We get that, but we don't want them losing academic confidence as we move forward. Do you see what I did there? I've had no parent ever come back to me and say, Tom, I philosophically disagree. I would like inaccurate information about my child. Or I've had no one come back to me and say, I disagree philosophically. I'd like you to undercut my child's confidence. So it neutralizes to tell them that this is leading to more accurate information for them. Why are you allowing kids to reassess? Well, learning is messy. Some students need longer to learn. And while they're in the midst of that learning, we don't want them to lose any confidence in their ability to reach the outcome, because in the end, we want to make sure that you get the clearest, most accurate picture about where your child is in their learning. Now, argue against that. I mean, there's no way to argue against that. So once you have a mantra or a vision, you start to keep using that, and that becomes clear messaging, right? So stay on point, stay on message, and make sure they understand that we're not just doing this because someone was bored. We're not doing this because someone had a sort of some whim that they wanted to do. We're doing this because this is going to lead to more accurate information for you, and it's going to maintain your child's confidence, their efficacy, and their belief in their ability to be successful. So that's how I would approach it.
Something I really value about this conversation, especially this tidbit about parents, is that that's applicable to then now anything you do related to supporting your students with communicating to stakeholders and parents. And it's something that I think a lot of educators say is so spooky, intimidating, that parents are sometimes the most challenging component of our role. And that can be true. But two things that you highlighted here that I want to make sure our community heard is, first, the focus on speaking to that middle, right? We know that there are outlier parents and I think there's some space in saying those are not the ones that we're speaking of, because we know that those can be such toxic environments. But looking at the masses, most of our parents just want to do what's good for their kids. Most of our parents have no interest in picking a fight with another adult. And most of our parents just want to make sure that their child is well taken care of and that you're willing to be a partner in their success. So I really value not necessarily thinking about the worst case scenario, but in these conversations, focusing on the fact that these are normal human beings asking appropriate questions. The other element you share that I think is so incredibly valuable is looking at those conversations and saying, what is you said true north? What's the core pillar I'm going to stand on that I'm going to continue to focus my answers towards? And I really appreciate that in both the examples you gave, which I'm sure so many people here will go back and replay, is that you were able to infuse confidence in the parents' minds while you were answering their questions, simply by truly sharing what you already knew to be true prior to that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is another reason why grading needs to be based on sound assessment practices and principles, is because it's defensible.
Yes.
Try to defend a practice like penalizing late work when there is no research that supports the assertion that late penalties serve as a universal motivator. That research does not exist. So it's been looked at, it just hasn't proved the assertion. So we don't need parents' permission to follow sound assessment practices. We owe it to them because parents have the right to be heard. They need to, we work with minors, so their parents have a right to know what's going on in their education, especially in the public school, but even in a private school situation, they're paying tuition. They have a right to know. That doesn't mean we're asking them for permission. I don't need a parent's permission to follow sound assessment practices in principle, but it's a level of respect that says, here's what's different. Here's why it's better. It's really important to do that. So when your grading practices are based on sound assessment practices and principles, they are defensible. So if a parent challenges you, you can point to research, you can point to those practices and say, but this is what the research tells us is most favorable. And that's typically how I talk about research. No educational research is ironclad. But what we know is that the research gives us the most favorable practice given the largest numbers of students. but there's always exceptions to the rule. Are there kids in high schools who are motivated by zeros and penalties? Of course there are. I'm not naive to that. But is it a practice that's generalizable? And that's the part where we have to question it a little bit.
This has been such a valuable conversation. I'm so excited for so many of you to continue to connect with Tom well beyond this conversation. I'm just being reflective. I really struggled with my own fear of supporting what I was doing to the parents of the students that I was working with. And it really did truly change when I started using the grid method. And I say that not because I care if anybody uses the grid method, but mostly I say that because I was able to understand where the research of what's best for students was infused in the model in which I was learning. So you're right. I felt so much more confident defending the work I was doing because I knew that it wasn't just made up by me by a gut reaction, but truly looking at the research that says what's best for students and making the appropriate steps on a consistent basis. And I really appreciate so many reminders of that. Tom, as we wrap up here, I am going to have you share your contact information one more time so people can stay connected to you. But before we do that, I do want to remind our two winners for this segment, Janelle and Heather. Please make sure you email Katie for your winnings. You won 2 books, and I'm so excited for each of you to enjoy those books by Eric Youngman. We also have much, much more coming in 12-Hour Live. Coming up here next, we have CJ Reynolds, who, OMG, is such an all-star. And I know he will have a great conversation coming up here with Katie Miglin. We also will have a little quick commercial that plays in between our 2 segments. And don't forget that in that commercial, there is a code that you can use over at teachbetterconference.com. Registration open today for our October conference coming this year, 2023. And during 12-hour today, from 8 a.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern, that is the cheapest ticket we will ever be able to offer. And we want you all to have access. I know we said it earlier, kind of as a joke as we were live a few days ago, but I truly believe it. This conference is a form of self-care. This conference is you saying, I deserve a community, I deserve to be supported, and I deserve to have access to good information so I can be better. So I want to encourage each and every one of you to grab that ticket. And regardless of what hurdles may come our way, we will figure that out together as a community. Make sure you grab that ticket. Tom, would you mind sharing your contact information for our crew here before we head to our next segment?
Sure. Lots of information. My email is tshimmer@live.ca. That's a great way to get a hold of me. Social media @TomShimmer on Twitter, @TomShimmerPod on Twitter as well. So the podcast, Tom Shimmer Podcast, is part of the Teach Better Network. So you can check that out. Instagram, it's @TomShimmerPodcast or @TomShimmer there. LinkedIn, Facebook, probably too many social media accounts to keep track of. But and the @TomShimmer Podcast is also on TikTok. So you can check it out. It's not me doing silly lip syncs and things like that. It's just clips from the podcast. Nothing too exciting, but great clips from so many great guests that I've had. And honestly, I've got some great guests lined up for the spring. So excited for the podcast and where that's going to go. So hopefully check it out.
I'd love to see some green hearts in the comments of everybody watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. If they just want to see Tom doing like a lip sync or like a TikTok dance. I really feel like it's funny because I obviously follow you on social media and watch all your Instagrams, which I know you use also as TikToks. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, I would love to see you dance just because. So maybe we'll do all the green hearts and Tom.
Oh, I don't think you want to see me dance. That would be, I'll bust out my 80s robot. How about that? We'll bust
There we go. There we go. You know, at Teach Better Conference 2022, when you were there, I don't think we had like a dance segment. We could do that this coming year if you're willing.
Well, I might be sick that day, but I'll see you all in the morning.
It'll be awesome. All right, for everyone here, we'll be right back continuing our 12-hour live. But Tom, thank you again for all that you do. And I really appreciate you, friend.
Well, I appreciate that, Ray. Thanks for the invitation. Anytime, I'd love to do this again.
So good. We'll see you all soon with our next segment with the one and only CJ Reynolds.
Bring one of the inspiring educators from our Speakers Network to your school today.
What's up?
How's it going, buddy?
It's going fantastic. How you doing?
Good. Good morning. Well, yeah, it's still morning for you. It's still morning for both of us.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, we get up pretty early around here, but we'll take it.
That's true. That's true. Well, welcome back. For those of you who have been joining us this morning, we are over 3 hours in, which honestly, it's going so fast. I'm not sure how much you've been able to catch this morning. I know Saturdays sometimes can be busy, but there's been so much good conversation. And CJ, it's so funny because all of them have kind of like blended together. Like that, we don't necessarily we know our vision, but we don't necessarily tell our guests that. And I'm so excited to be jumping in here with you because I know the conversation you and I had the other day is going to continue with all of the theme that we've had, which is so powerful, seeing your students and just kind of making your classroom feel like home. So
yeah,
CJ, welcome to 12-Hour Live. This is not your first rodeo.
It is not, but thank you for having me. This is awesome. And it's so dialed in. Like everything looks so like those transitions just looked so beautiful. Like, well done.
Well, I know a person who works really hard at that. Her name is Ray Hewert. So shout out to Ray for all of the amazing commercials she puts together. So CJ, I know we know you. I know our network knows you. I know lots of people know you, but just in case someone stumbled upon this stream this morning and they're like, hey, who's that guy? He looks kind of fun. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Who's this weird guy? My name is CJ Reynolds. For 17 years I taught 9th grade English and the history of hip hop in West Philadelphia at an all boys school there. And so now I am deep diving into this world of trying to help teachers become who they're called to be, because I think I saw a stat the other day that was 500,000 teachers have resigned since the pandemic kicked off. And so we are really doing all that we can to try and unlock teacher potential so that they can be the teachers that they dream of being.
Oh, I love that. So we had the opportunity to meet you in person. I know you came to Teach Better 19, but then a lot of us saw you not that long ago at Teach Better 22. And you just bring so much energy. One of the things I have loved about you that I saw early on, before I really knew who you were, knew how you were connected, is that you have always been authentic. And I know when I met you in person, we've talked about this, where you meet someone in person and you're like, are they going to be the same person face to face as they are on their YouTube channel, on social media? So when I met you, I was like, he's real. This is him. And so how do you kind of figure that out? How did you figure out how to be real in the classroom, on your YouTube, in person, all the things? How are you authentic in so many different ways? Teach us your ways.
I think some of it is like kind of how I grew up. I didn't grow up in a sugarcoating kind of family. My mom was like kept it real all the time. And so, and my mom would actually, this is not a story I tell very often. I would come home from school in like my high school years or come home from work on the weekends, and my friends would be hanging out at my house already. Like my friends would hang out with my mom because she would give them advice on dating, on what to do with their jobs, on what to do in life, on just anything. Because I think there's this idea that, you know, one of my favorite poets says that children are often told speak when spoken to and then are never spoken to. And if you think about how we often talk to young people, it's usually, it's pretty surfacey, right? It's like, how's school going? Are you playing football this year? You know, but it doesn't, no one ever asks them how they think or feel about stuff. And so I think I took a cue from my mom. But then in my first year teaching, I remember I had this kid, his name was Alton. And Alton was, he was that kid. He was that kid that, like, my hair was black when I started teaching Alton. And so he just had this way about him where he just didn't care about anything we were doing in school. And I remember the end of that school year, we were talking and he was like, I don't care about college. I don't like school. This is just like a waste of time. I just want to, like, I'm just biding my time till I can drop out and I can get a job. And so I said, well, why is this so important? Like, why? Like, that's just, all right. Like, let me just hear your story, right? Instead of just telling you, like, trying to convince you otherwise. And he said, well, I have a little sister and I have a dad that's not around. And so my mom works a lot and I want to be able to like help her out and give my sister things I never had. And they said, well, did you ever, like, if this is what you really want, right? Because my students will often say that they would die for someone in their family. And my question is always, but would you live for them? And so let's have that conversation about what this might look like if you did stay in high school, if you played the game of education and went to college and did something that was far more lucrative than any kind of part-time like job that you might get out of high school without a high school diploma. Then what does that life really look like for yourself? Walking kids through that scenario of what this would look like. And that shifted. I remember watching, like, the look on his face change. And that was the beginning of, like, can I really get to the core of why kids actually are in school, why this is actually important, why education and growing who you are is so important. And then I started putting that into everything I did in the classroom.
Okay, I don't know if you had a chance to see the segment this morning where I was live with, like, the group of guys. They literally said the exact same thing.
Oh, I missed it. No, I did not.
It's like, I'm like laughing because I'm like, I promise you guys, we don't script this, because what you're saying is spot on to what they kind of, like, they also said is, it goes beyond just the, hey, how are you? How was your weekend? It goes to really getting to know them and then figuring out what makes them tick and what brings them excitement and passion about being in your classroom. Someone earlier today said, you know, if students didn't pick to be in your classroom, would they? And I think that it all just kind of goes together of bringing in that feeling of they matter, their spot in your classroom matters, and just being authentic. And I love how you talked about your mom and how she created that at a young age. You know, it's something that not all of us can say we did, you know, just to be real with friends, family. You are clearly doing that as an adult. So rock on. So when we're talking about this, like, not sugarcoating and really getting to know students and kind of making them feel safe, when you were in the classroom and you were standing in front of a group of students, and I know you had relationships that went above and beyond, you know, just looking at all your social medias, you can tell that you truly cared about students and they truly cared about you. But it doesn't start that way. And you don't necessarily, like, they don't walk in and they're like, hey, Mr. Reynolds, we're going to be best friends. Like, you have to get there. So what are some kind of tips and tricks that people who are struggling with that relationship piece, struggling to really develop those relationships, what are some things they can do that you felt like really worked?
Yeah. So I think relationships can be scary for a lot of teachers too, right? Because it becomes this idea of, like, what do we do if they think we're friends? And now they're going to act up in my class or act a certain way. And so I'd rather, on the front end, before I even talk about, like, that question, because I think it's a great point. I'd rather have that problem than the opposite. Yeah. I'd rather have kids get aggravated with me because I'm coming at them because I want them to win than kids, like, thinking that I don't care. And so I think when I think John Maxwell says that people don't know people don't care what you know until they know that you care. And so this idea that I need to prove to kids, right? I think that we get it twisted sometimes. Saying I love you is one thing, or saying I care, or saying that you're important is one thing. Love is an action verb, though. Like, you have to show love. You have to show care. You have to show that someone's important. And so one of the ways that I do that is, one, by creating a safe space, right? Your classroom has to be a safe space. And I think when you're talking to students, so that could be like I really like cool classrooms. I'm like, that's just like my jam. But I realize that not everyone is, right? Yeah. So for me, it's creating a safe space that smells good. I teach all teenage boys, right? It smells like farts and BO most of the time. So it is like getting plugins for my room, being mindful of like, is there spaces that are inclusive for students to hang out? So like, there's a couch in there, and there's stand-up desks, and there's like clipboards if you want to lay on the floor. So you're creating like this inclusive environment that makes students want to just physically be in your room, right? There's always music on. And the vibe is one of acceptance, of fun, of a lot of silliness. And so, but there are other teachers that's not their jam, right? They're not going to create the physical environment, or they don't have the physical environment to create. So I think what those folks are doing is stopping what you're doing and giving kids the presence of your presence. And so you are stopping and paying attention. So you're not half grading, you're not writing things on the board, you're not organizing stuff. If I ever have stuff I need to get done, I will do one of two things. Either tell a kid, yo, can you help me out? Like, I want to talk to you, but I need to get these desks in order, or I need to get these things in place. And kids love helping. The second thing is letting students know that I can't talk right now, but you can, like, this is when you can come back and we can hang, right? Because I want to hear the story, but I want to give you my full and undivided attention. And so if I can't do that, then now is not the moment. I learned this from an old principal I had, Dr. Noah Tennant, who is the assistant superintendent in Philadelphia. When you went into his office as a principal, he would just stop what he was doing and just listen to you. And it's not so much that he cared about what I was saying, it's that he cared about me. Because kids will talk to you all the time about stuff that I don't care about. I don't care about manga. I don't care about anime. I don't care about whatever, a million TV shows that they are watching. But that doesn't matter, right? I care about you. So I think that's one of the first ways to kind of like show kids that, like, I'm going to pay attention to you no matter what you're talking about, because I think you're great, and because I want to be an active participant in your learning process.
Okay, could you have like come talk to me, I don't know, like a really long time ago, because I was really good at multitasking.
Yeah.
But I knew that I was doing it wrong. Like, I was like, I got to do these things, but I also want to hear you. And so we're going to do both. And I knew both of the things. Like, I would make errors on the board as I was writing. I was barely listening to a student. And I think it's so interesting because you gave two easy strategies: asking the kid to jump in and help you. So if it's something physical, moving desks, even just like, hey, can you help me write this stuff up here so I can get it ready for next class? But then also, if that isn't an option for whatever reason, giving them an opportunity to come back. So that, seriously, CJ, where were you like 4 years ago when I was trying to figure this out? Because that's
Good
so
news, I have a
that's
time
such an
machine.
easy thing.
Yeah, I have a time machine, so we can just handle that, no problem.
Perfect, thank you.
So
I
in the
appreciate
multiverse, you're good. Yeah, it's these. I think the point there, though, too, Katie, is that like it's these simple shifts. It's not these big, overwhelming, like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to be like that kind of a thing. It's like on Monday, you can show up, and when a kid talks to you, just stop what you're doing if you can right then, or tell them, I want more than anything to listen to you. Can we talk in 10 minutes? Can we talk at the end of the day? Can we talk at lunch? And then really being present.
Oh, okay, love that. So having a conversation, but actually sitting and listening to them, not just like continuing to work, which is a tricky but a simple step. Really asking them about things that they care about. I think you brought up a great point. We know that they don't always share things we care about, but they also don't care about stuff we share. So, it goes both ways, but just being intentional to build that relationship. Okay, so how do you kind of show them who you are, especially for teachers who are nervous? Like, I don't want to be vulnerable. I don't want them to know who I am outside of this classroom. You seem to figure that out. You seem to have it like nailed perfectly. Tell us how you do it.
So I think, some of this, if I'm real honest, some of this is a giftedness, right? So like my whole life, I've been in shopping, like food stores or the playground, and kids just come over and talk to me. It has happened my whole life. Was very, very weird when I was younger, because if you feel like a weirdo, when I'm playing with my kids at the playground when they were little, other kids would come over and they're like, "My name's Tim. Can I play tag with you guys?" And I'm like, "Tim, where's your mom? Like, this is going to get real weird in a second." It was, so that has just kind of happened. But it is, I think that it's what do you do with the giftedness that you've been given, right? So everyone has like their own thing that they're bringing into their school. So what do you do with that? So one of the things I did is it's trial and error, a little bit of it. But what I found, because sometimes you will overshare. I'd rather have that problem than have the opposite.
That's true.
We do a project in the beginning of the year that's called your Life Odyssey that I suggest every teacher do this. It is literally 10 moments in your life between birth and now that made you into the individual you are today. So I do one of myself first, and I talk about some things that are kind of vulnerable, that they used to feel more vulnerable than they do now, really. But it was like, this is when I was born. It's the fact that my dad passed away when I was 4 years old of brain cancer. It's that I was a very angry young man, but that music was the way that I, playing drums and punk bands and rock bands, like I found sort of exercise some of those demons. It was my first car was a big deal to me, that I married my high school sweetheart, that I made 2 children, that I had, like, wrote a book, and all the things that I did. And then what happens is the students start thinking about their own lives, and they will tell you things that no one else knows about them. They tell you things that aren't on the parent intake form. They're not on the IEP. They're not in the 504. And they will tell you that and things that are important to them. So maybe that their dog passed away. Maybe their foster parents adopted them. Maybe their dad isn't a part of their life anymore. And so you start finding out all of these things, and not just the dark stuff. It's some of like the really wonderful stuff too, that they won a trophy, or they won a drawing competition, or they love building puppets after school. There's no conversation ever else anywhere in the school that you're going to find out that a kid likes building puppets outside of school, because it's not like a thing that you bring up, like, "Hey, what are you guys doing after school?" Crafting some puppets. So it's these things come up, and then more about your students than almost anyone else in the building. Like, we'll go to meetings and someone asks, like, "This kid keeps acting up in class and they keep, whatever. And I'm like, "Yeah, do you know that, like, he was in a foster home for 6 years and 2 of his siblings got adopted and he didn't get adopted yet. Now he's 16 years old and he's worried." And they're like, "No, well, I didn't know that." It's like, yeah, because it's not on the form, right? But now I know that because I asked the question. And then the beauty of that, Katie, is that you take what kids have gone through, what they're interested in, what they care about, and you become what Wade King calls it, a student of your students. And so you're literally collecting all this data, and then that comes up and you share that in your lessons. You connect what you're learning with the lives of your children in your classroom, and then learning comes alive because kids see themselves in the things that you're doing in class.
I really like the idea of the Odyssey project, but what I like more that you could take anywhere is the idea that you're asking for 10 things, whatever the number is, a number of things that are important to them. Because I know I've written, the personal narrative, I've done the whole, tell us a moment in your life. And it was always tricky when a student would say this really small activity, like, "I broke a nail on the playground." And I'm like, is that really a pivotal moment in your life? But it's important that what you're kind of saying is, it doesn't matter if the adult thinks it's important or not. It's important to them. And that's what matters. And that's the takeaway. Yeah. And being able to bring those things up at meetings is so powerful. It's almost like jaw dropping, when you're sitting in those meetings and someone says something that you're like, "Oh, well, had I known that, things would look different," and it's so powerful. Those little nuggets of information you can gather and just, like you said, just kind of store them in the back of your mind and bring them up throughout the year, continue to make connections.
Yeah.
So helpful. So you've kind of you've mentioned it a few times. If you accidentally share too much, or you're, maybe being a little too real with them, that's not a bad problem. And why? I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. That's not necessarily a bad problem. But why? Why is it not a bad problem? Because we always hear, you're the disciplinarian, you're the leader, you're the person. But really, you're saying the opposite. Like, no, just be there.
Yeah, because I think once you put yourself in it, like, look, there's even if it goes a little bit deeper than that, right? So if we start thinking about classroom management, right? Like, what do I do if a kid acts up and now they think we're cool and now it's awkward? I think classroom management is one of the worst terms ever. I think classroom leadership is how we should be looking at things. Managers are they're like lifeguards, right? They blow the whistle when kids are running and tell them what not to do all the time. They don't ever say anything to do. There's no suggestions. We're not leading kids to fun. We're just making sure kids don't drown. And so, but if you are the swim coach, now I see who you are and I can see where you need to be and I can help you to excel in this environment that we're in, right? So what I want to do is help lead kids. And so if there is that awkwardness, right? If a kid comes to you and says, I thought we were friends, my answer is that we are not friends. This is something so much deeper, so much better than that. That's what I am trying to do is mentor you, because here's the thing that I don't care about. I don't care if you get mad at me. I don't care if you're upset with me, because I care about your success so much more than anything else. And to be honest, if we were friends, your best friends will call you on your stuff. Your best friends will keep it real with you. Your best friends are the ones that will go, nope, he's not for you. She's not for you. You should not leave that job. You should, they'll tell you. I've had friends that are like, yeah, I think you were a little bit hard on your son there. And I'm like, yo, bro, what? But they'll keep it real with you because they want not to put you in your place. They want to unlock your greatness. And so that's what we're doing with students. And so sometimes we have to go into that vulnerable place to get kids to really share what they think, what they feel, what they're about. But we have to be the example, right? You always have to be if you want your kids to work hard, be nice, you have to be nicer and work harder than they are. If you want kids to be vulnerable, you have to be more vulnerable. If you want kids to open up and try new stuff, you should try new stuff and open up more to your students. And then that is being the example that we're trying to lead kids into.
Oof. It's so interesting that you say, I'm still processing it, that when the student says, I thought we were friends. Now you taught older students. So, some of our younger kids may not always lean on that phrase, but it is a phrase we've heard before. We've heard that concept that students kind of forget, where the line is. But you take that line and you completely erase it and kind of ignore that it exists and remind them, it doesn't matter if you see me as your friend, I am your coach, I'm here, and really kind of laying out what the role of you in the classroom is that you're helping them be their best selves. But you said something kind of subtly, and it's interesting because you said something like we're being the models. And when you're vulnerable with students, that means it also goes the other way. And so if a student calls you out, now obviously disrespect and all that looks different, but if a student calls you out and it is something you needed to hear, I think it's great to model for them how you react, because I know that there have been times that I've reacted poorly because it caught me so off guard. But in reflection, I was like, dang, he was right. I should have listened to that kid. And so being able to, it's a two-way street of they can be vulnerable with you, just like you're going to be vulnerable with them, because you're building that relationship to bring each other's greatness out. And that in itself is so powerful.
Oh my gosh. For kids, for you. So what happens is once you start doing these sorts of things, you have a reputation. Mm-hmm. And what I like to hold on to that is that kids know that my reputation is I'm not afraid to be wrong, but I'm also not afraid to apologize.
Yes.
Like when you apologize to a kid and say, look, I was out of pocket. I went too far. I should not have said that or done that. How often has a kid been apologized to in their lives by an adult? It's someone that really meant it, and that going forward, you can be sure that I will not behave that certain way, or, because everyone has those bad days, right? You have a day where you got an argument with your spouse, you got stuck in traffic, like your kid was up sick all night, and then you go to school and you are a little bit shorter. You don't have the bandwidth that you typically do. And even if I'm not being mean or nasty, I'm not just talking about that, but I was sort of indifferent. I didn't give some of my full attention. I like to go back and pull those kids in and say, look, yesterday you tried to tell me a story and I was really not present. I had a hard day, and that's not an excuse, but it's a reason. And I want you to know that I really care about you. I want you to know that I apologize for being like that, because you're important to me and you deserve my full attention. And just something like that, kids don't even know what to do with it. They look like a deer in headlights half the time. They're like, what is even happening right now? But that's because when we shift from there's this idea that being a leader in your classroom is being a dictator, and we're not. I think we're facilitators. We are working with students to help them to get to a place where we're normalizing this sort of thing. We're normalizing sharing. We're normalizing apologizing. We're normalizing saying, you know what, this lesson kind of sucks. Like I apologize. I thought this was going to be cool. Like in my brain, this was a great idea, and it's kind of a dumpster fire. So like, let's put this one out, and we're going to build something new. What do you all think we should do? And then that takes on a whole new life of its own as well.
Well, and like you said, it can be something simple. Like I remember, how many of us have taught a lesson when we don't feel well, like we've been sick or we've been up with sick kids all night. And just being real in that moment to be like, sorry, guys, I am not feeling 100%. So just bear with me. That is such a small thing that makes them feel they can do it too. They can say like, sorry, I'm not participating because I don't feel well today. Or I had my baby brother was bugging me this morning, whatever. It makes it open and honest for them to be open and honest with you, which, we talked about this morning, some of those tough nuts to crack, those kids that are really hard to get to know. That's all they need is they need an open door to feel that they can be real with you in those moments. So being able to model that is incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
CJ, I don't know why they thought that we only needed 30 minutes because I feel like
30 minutes.
Ray was getting ready to cancel the 12-hour and just keep talking. And I think we could do the same. However, we do have a great segment coming up next, which I feel like maybe we should let them. Maybe
we could. I mean, look, I could talk about this stuff all day, which is why I do it for work because I love it. So yeah, but we can give someone else a shot. That's fine.
All right, that's fine. So CJ, before we kind of wrap up, I do want to remind people. I know we've said it literally all day. We're gonna say it for the next 9 hours. There are a ton of giveaways. You know that, but you also wanted to give a giveaway because you're amazing. You want to give one of your books away. So I want people to drop in the comments one small change they can make to be authentic for their students. We're going to let these comments kind of keep coming in as we transition into the next segment, which is totally fine. Jeff will be able to announce. I'll make sure that it gets into the chat. But CJ, thank you for coming today. We've got your book. We've got a ton of other books. Let me list things. We've got tons of swag from Out of the Trenches, Education Blueprint, Zero Apology Zone, and Digital PD for You. All of them have swag. And that is just like a teeny tiny piece of all the things that are in the giveaway. So make sure you go register.
Awesome.
But again, you're dropping in the comments something to win one of your books. So
yeah, let's do this. Katie, I'd like to give away. Can we give away 2 books?
Let's do it.
People, yeah. I just want to help people as much as possible. So go ahead and then let me know who gets it, and we'll send it out to you right away.
Perfect. Well, CJ, this has been so short, but so awesome. Tons of great quick takeaways that I'm excited for teachers to be able to take back into their classrooms on Monday. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming to Teach Better 22. We hope to see you at Teach Better 23. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We've got Jen Manley and Jeff coming up next. So stay tight.
Awesome. Thank you.
Our family continues to grow and grow, and that makes all of us better. Thank you for being a part of it all.
Thank you for being here and for being committed to better.
Thank you for being a part of this family.
Wow. And welcome back to 12 Hour Live. We are still live, believe it or not. We're just about to hit 4 hours officially into this, live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, and LinkedIn. Jen, my friend, it's so awesome to have you on screen with me right now. We're going to dive right into this because, listen, we only got 30 minutes, and I'm feeling just like Ray and Katie, as I already know that we could talk about this for days and days. So I want to dive right into the goods for people here. But real quick, Jen, I've known you for a little while. I've gotten to get to know you quite a bit over the last 12 months or so, really. And you talk and you speak and you teach on a lot of different things. Today, we're diving into a specific part of that. But can you take like 30 to 60 seconds and just give us the quick introduction piece here?
Yeah.
Who is Jen Manley?
So first of all, I apologize. I have whatever daycare gunk my kid brought home. So I sound
Oh, no.
I know, it's fine. I feel good. But my name is Jen Manley, and I have been a teacher in some capacity for the last 8.5 years. I taught middle and high school computer science, and I now teach college computer science, and I support teachers in making sure that they're able to achieve a little bit of work-life balance. So sharing the message that you can be effective and efficient, and that you don't have to work 60-hour weeks in order to be a great teacher and to do what's best for kids.
I love it. And that's actually what we're diving into today, is talking about being effective as a teacher with maximum results. And I want to get right into it, Jen. And you already kind of touched on it, and we talked about this the other day, you and I, like, teachers are tired right now.
Yeah.
Teachers have always been tired because it's just a hard job. It's always been a hard job. And we've been saying that a lot, but even more so over the last several years, it seems like it's gotten so much harder. And teachers, I talk to teachers all the time, and they're like, oh, I love my job. This is all the good thing that's going on, but I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm beat down. I'm burnt out. So I want to jump right into it. Like, this part of the 12 hours is all about getting takeaways that we can put in place right away as soon as possible. So can you share with us, like, what's a couple strategies that teachers can take right away and put in maybe on Monday into place to maybe help with a little bit of this being exhausted all the time?
Yeah. So I think the first thing to note is, like, there's a reason why you're so tired. It's not a failing of you as a teacher. If you're coming home exhausted and, maybe it's your first year, maybe it's your 15th year, and you don't understand why you're so tired, the job is exhausting. The demands of the job are exhausting, right? And that's because we have so much to do. We have so many different types of tasks to do. And then on top of that, we're serving multiple stakeholders, and we're also being asked to do, a little bit of physical labor, lots of mental labor, and then also this emotional labor that is just sometimes impossible to leave at school, right? We've all been there, where we have something going on with the student, and you can't just leave it in the classroom. It comes home with you. So there's a lot going on. I think the number one thing that teachers can do immediately is take some time and decide what boundaries you want on your time. So I talk a lot about working your contract hours, but if you're somebody that's currently working 55 or 60-hour weeks, the idea of dropping down to 40-hour weeks is not attainable, right? And so I think, setting some of those boundaries for yourself and figuring out, how much do I want to work? What days do I want to stay late? When I'm working on the weekend, what time block do I want to be working on the weekend, so I don't find myself in this hole of grading here and there all weekend, which means I never feel like I get a break. And so once you've determined what those boundaries are for yourself, loop somebody in, have somebody who can be your accountability buddy, maybe somebody at school, maybe it's a spouse or a partner or an older child, if you have older children, who are able to hold you accountable to the commitment that you're going to make to yourself. So I think that that's the number one thing, is start by setting the boundaries that work best for you.
And I want to have you touch on this, because something that just stood out, the way that you phrased that, is like, you can set boundaries, but your boundaries don't have to today or on Monday be the target boundaries, the goal
Totally.
boundaries, right? Because we get in this thing where when we get in the attitude that I got to work late nights, I got to work weekends, whatever, to get stuff done, what happens is we end up starting taking on more and doing more than can be done in a contract hour work week. So the idea, to your point, of trying to go all the way down to contract hours from, if we're way over, that's just not going to happen. And your boundaries aren't going to work. They're going to break really quickly. So I want really everyone to hear that, like, you can kind of phase your way into there, right? Is that where you're going?
Yeah.
That was an important piece I want to kind of harp on.
Yeah, right. So what is most reasonable for you? So if you're somebody, and this is one of my favorite like first boundaries to set, because I was so guilty of this in early on in my teaching career, right? Is I would come home on the weekends and I would work, here and there on Saturday and here and there on Sunday. And then I never felt like I had a break over the weekend. And I probably ended up working, more hours than I thought I was going to, because at the end of the day, work expands. So if you're giving yourself all this time to work, as a teacher, you're always going to find more to do, because it's a creative job and there is just always more to do. So I think one of the best things that you could start doing today, right? You're watching the 12 Hour Live now. I'm sure you have things you want to do over the weekend. Maybe you already work your contract hours and you feel good about that, and that's amazing. Sit down and write out what you want to get accomplished this weekend for your job, and time box it. Figure out how much time you think it's going to take you to do that amount of work, and then pick, like, if it's 4 hours of work or 3 hours of work, pick a 3 or 4 hour chunk on one day that you're going to allow yourself to work, so that it's constrained, right? Mm-hmm. Here I am on Sunday morning or, Saturday evening. I have a 3 hour chunk of time. I'm going to do the work during then, and the rest of my weekend is for me. And that's going to make you feel, maybe you're working the same amount, but because it's condensed, the rest of your weekend feels like it's free.
You free, especially if you do it on one day, right? If you do it only on Saturdays, then your Sunday, like, because when you're like, oh, I'll put in a couple hours this weekend. Well, a couple hours on both days. Now both days you've worked and you really haven't had that out. I also want to note that, just everyone can pay attention here, that I keep saying you can put them in on Monday, and Jen's like, no, we're not waiting for Monday. You can do this today. You can start today.
Now, I will say, again, if you are somebody that's already working your contract hours, or you already don't work on the weekends, I'm not telling you to work on the weekends. So for you, you can put in some boundaries on Monday. But if you're somebody who is going to work on the weekend, you're planning to work on the weekend,
do it now.
Do it now. Yeah.
Awesome. So, all right. So kind of staying in there when we're talking about, okay, we're setting boundaries and putting things in place. I know something that you talk a lot about is systems, like creating systems that we can put in place to be efficient, which is really key to have structure and efficiency when we're trying to put boundaries in that are less than what we have been putting in. So can you talk a little bit, speak to that about, like, how do we go about, like, finding systems and thinking through systems and putting those in place for ourselves?
Yeah. So I think the first thing is that teachers are already really good at putting in systems. You already have systems in your classroom for your students that you've identified that help your students work better. And what I'm saying is that you as a teacher also deserve to have systems in your work and your life in order to help you work better too. So one of my favorite systems that I like to talk about is how I grade redos, right? Because I'm sure, like a lot of the Teach Better family, I believe in giving students multiple opportunities at mastery. But the reality of that is that there is more work to grade, right? There is going to be more work at the end of the quarter, but also throughout the quarter to grade. And so for me, like, my redo system is, I have a form. The kids have to fill out the form if they do a redo, so that it's all in one place for me. And I pick one day a week that I do grading redos. And that helps me to make sure that, again, I'm blocking that work off. I'm doing it all at one time. And then the kids know what to expect as well. Similarly, for the work that you're doing in your classroom, as much as you can build in structure in your classroom itself, it's good for kids, but it's also really good for you as a teacher, because you have essentially a skeleton that you're prepping into. So instead of you having to reinvent the wheel every time or come up with an entirely new lesson plan, you found a structure that works for you, maybe the grid, maybe something else, right? That works for you. And for planning purposes, it's a lot easier. It's a lot less of a mental lift for you to be able to plan out new lessons. And that takes less time, which is good for us when teachers have so little time to work.
Yeah, and so I heard in there you mentioned blocking again, and you kind of talked about this about on your Saturday and your weekend work, but also you mentioned about when you're grading your readers. Do you do a lot of calendar blocking?
I do, yeah.
So can you give us the quick for anybody who might have just heard that term, be like, well, what's that? That sounds interesting. And it's how you do that while working within the constraints that your job schedule puts in, and also that your newly found and newly set boundaries put in. How do you go about your blocking piece, if we can go that route for a minute?
Yeah, so I think the first thing that I want to say is that, and this is something I think a lot of teachers haven't heard, the schedule of teaching is not conducive to the type of work that teachers are asked to do. So regardless of what grade you teach, elementary teachers, I think, have it a little bit worse in terms of like how these blocks of time are spread out, but even secondary teachers, for most teachers, you're not getting more than a half an hour or 45 minutes of consecutive time that you can work. And for teaching, some of our work is very creative, right? Lesson planning is very creative. Grading sometimes is very creative, especially when you're trying to provide feedback. And creative work takes flow, and flow takes time to get into. You can't just jump into flow. And so understanding that the schedule itself is not necessarily built for the type of work that teachers are doing, we have to do a little bit of calendar blocking, like you're talking about, finagling, to try and figure out how to do our best type of work. So what this looks like is identifying where you have blocks of time to work and figuring out what blocks of time are best for the type of work you need to do. So for example, creative work, I know that I don't want to put that type of creative work in any block of time that's shorter than 45 minutes, because for me, I'm not going to be able to get into flow unless I have at least 25 minutes, and then I need time to work. So that's where like when I was full-time in the classroom, K-12 classroom, I loved having an hour block of time after school or a 2-hour block on the weekends, because that's where I would put all of my creative work. And in those shorter blocks, those 15-minute blocks of time, 30-minute blocks of time, we can figure out, okay, what other tasks do we need to do, and put those tasks in those blocks. The other thing that I think you're talking about, Jeff, is this idea of batching. And so when we're batching our work, essentially what we want to do is make sure that we're doing like tasks together. So a lot of people think that they're capable of multitasking, but your brain actually cannot do that. Your brain cannot do two things at once. And that includes switching between two different tasks, right? So multitasking is really this thing called task switching. And it's less productive because it takes us time to think about, okay, I was just working on lesson planning. Now I want to go to grading. And we don't notice it, but it takes our brain time to adjust to that new task and to go back and forth. So for example, if I know I have all these grading tasks, I'm going to batch those tasks together because it's less work for my brain to go from this grading task to this grading task than it is for my brain to switch between different types of tasks.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to grade everything, a bunch of things now in this time, right? Once versus a couple today, a couple tomorrow, a couple today. I actually heard someone, and you do a lot of content creation too. Someone, I can't remember where I heard it, that talked about this. Like he said, I guarantee you it's much easier to outline 5 videos one day, edit them or record them another day, edit them another day and publish them. He goes, it's a lot easier to do that than to try and do the whole process. And the same thing when it comes to lesson planning, grade and stuff like that. It's a lot easier to do because of that switch. And that's something that I think really is hard for people it took me a long time to go between and realize, well, I just switched, Jen. Like it literally took me seconds. But when you really process how your brain actually gets into that and talk about flow, like you need flow, like your brain gets flowing into anything you're doing. And that's what takes the time. So it might take you 3, 4, 5 minutes. And that's just not as efficient as if you stayed in the same batch, using the words we have.
Right. Yeah. And I think too, you mentioned, because I think a lot of teachers, when this is the first time they're hearing this, they hear grading everything on one day and they're like, but I want to have multiple days to do it. That's fine. Split it into 2. What we're saying is doing it every single day is less productive. And so if you can find ways to split it into, maybe you grade on Mondays and Thursdays, right? So you have 2 different blocks of time. You still are splitting up that work, but you're not doing 8 different types of tasks every day of your job, because you already have to do that, right? Like teaching in and of itself is, you're doing 80 different things at once. So during your plan time that you have to do your logistical work, you want to make sure that it's the lightest lift as possible for your brain.
So I want to take a real quick second to congratulate our winners who won CJ Reynolds' book, and that is Megan Baldoff and Megan Wells. Megan and Megan, you won. Make sure you email Katie at teachbetter.com and let her know that you won that. So CJ will send you that book as well. So appreciate CJ for doing that. There's so many giveaways. So you add that in there. It's awesome. All right. So I want to keep going because we're about halfway through already somehow, Jen.
We are chatting.
And I want to note that your voice is doing fine.
It was, you know what? I was so worried because yesterday it was a disaster.
Well, I'm glad you got that out of the way yesterday. That's yesterday's problem.
We feel good today.
So we're good here. All right. Let me ask you this because it's something I've heard you talk about. Like you talk about a lot of things, and I get to hear you speak and see you on things. And we're talking about this having maximum results and being efficient. One of the other struggles is we have a lot of kids in our class who all need different things, who need different types of support and different differentiation pieces and things of that nature. How do we efficiently meet the needs of all of our students while also keeping in mind that I'm trying to do less work, not necessarily less work, but trying to do more efficient work and not kill myself? Because obviously I can meet the needs of everyone if I just work all hours every day, all day long, a lot easier. So how do I continue to manage my time to take these strategies and also still focus on how do I efficiently impact and reach in all my students in my classroom?
Yeah, I think this comes back to the systems piece and the systems of what you're using with kids, and also empowering kids to be able to have some of that control over their learning as well. So the grid is a wonderful example of this because when you build in that kind of repetition that has differentiation built in, kids are able to access their learning, at different places at different times. So I think there's other strategies too that are similar to that. But what I would suggest is, number one, figuring out what that is that works for your classroom. So whether that's the grid or like I said, I teach computer science. So I do a lot of what's called tiered code, where students are going in and they have different levels of scaffolding on the code that they're working with. And I do a lot of like mastery points before assessment, which is like a mini grid sort of. So kids are like,
sure. Yeah. You have you're checking off,
right?
You're checking your levels. Yeah, sure.
But using those tools that are just naturally differentiated, that give students choice, that have options built in, but you have this structure that you are constantly using. So you're not reinventing the structure, and really your prep is around figuring out what pieces go in, right? To
of
make
that structure,
applicable to that structure. And again, it's less uptake on your students. And I'm sure, you as with the grid, just like the grid, right? Once they know how to use it, you're getting fewer logistical questions. And so in class, you really can focus on not only, being able to answer questions as they come that are about the content and not necessarily about the process. Students are working more efficiently, and it frees you up to give feedback during class, which again,
yes,
grading, I think, and I think it happened earlier, but we had another PD earlier about grading. But if there are ways for you to streamline grading, you free up a lot of your time. So, and I know we talked about this last week, right? This idea of when we're thinking about grading, there are ways to make it efficient. So kids are getting immediate feedback because they're self-grading, peer grading, or it's auto-graded. And it takes you less time, and it frees you up to give this more meaningful feedback on larger assignments or to give feedback in person. So just rethinking how we're structuring our classes to build in that repetition and to empower students to take on some of the load that we might take on. And just one last example that we talk about is, when I taught middle school, we did a lot of like STEM challenges, right? To like open up the school year to get kids to get to know each other. For me to prep STEM materials for the kids took hours, right? I was teaching middle school, had 220 kids. To prep STEM materials took literal hours. But if I just put it out at the beginning of the class and I gave the kids the chance to grab their own materials that was a 5-minute activity, right? So
Sure.
here I am doing 2, 3, 4 hours of materials prep, depending on what the activity is, when I could just give up 5 minutes at the beginning of class, empower the kids to get their own stuff. And now I have that much time freed up to do my lesson planning, to do grading, to give feedback, whatever. So I think just rethinking how we're doing some of this work to make it more efficient.
I'm hearing a few different themes. One is rethinking, right? So really reflecting on what you do. And I'm hearing both angles. We talk about your calendar and your time, but also the efficiency within your classroom there. And then also the structure and piece of it and the repetition piece of it. And I think you touched on with the kids where if you have these built-in structures and it's a repetition where the kids begin to understand this is how the classroom works, you're less likely to have those logistical issues, right? And there's little other pieces like you talked about, like automating grade and stuff like that. And I think the connection back to the earlier piece that we were talking about, which is around your calendar blocking and your batch and stuff, as you get that structure in place and you learn that, you're going to become more efficient at it because you're going to have less logistical things because you're going to think about it. You're going to know that you have that project coming up or those things that are going to take a little extra time to assess and give feedback on. So you already have how you batch your calendar. So it's really about, so much of this is about how do you set in the structures first and then stay true to them, really.
Well, and something you just said triggered this for me, right? Like efficiency is not an immediate thing. So you're going to choose a structure, or you're going to start batching your calendar, or you're going to start these different strategies, and you need to give yourself time, because when you first start doing it, you aren't going to be as efficient as you can be. But with more trial and error, more iteration, more reflecting, right, you're going to get better and you'll improve the systems for yourself. But I think sometimes, and I see this with teaching a lot, right, where like we go to a conference and we get inspired by all of these new strategies and we try to implement 5 new things at once and they don't work right away. And we're like, okay, so it doesn't work.
Yep.
And that's not the case at all. It's just that trying new things, first of all, you should never take on more than 1 to 3 new things at a time because it's overwhelming for your brain. But it also takes time for you to get good at it. It takes time for your kids to get good at it. So being able to like be in that introductory period and not give up before the process works or before you give it time to know that it doesn't work.
What an important note of giving it time, because I think that happened. Right? My mind was going to like working out or going on a diet. It's like, well, I haven't eaten, dessert for 3 days. Why haven't I lost 10 pounds? Right. Like, and that's why we quit so often. Right. Or, hey, I've lifted weights 3 times this week. Why am I not big and bulky and awesome? Right. It's the same thing. Like, hey, I implemented this strategy and the structures in my place. I'm still having logistical problems. And it's been even 2 weeks. Well, got to give it time. And I think I think Liv just commented about the reflection piece is like reflecting on it. And so you recognizing that the little progress that might be happening so you could stick to it. But the time piece is officially, and I love how you touched on, never be trying more than 1 to 3 things, because I think we do that and today's a prime example of this, of a potential, also, for lack of a better term, danger of today is I've grabbed 15 different things. I can think of 25 different things that people probably grabbed from Tom Schimmer's segment earlier with Ray, which was about the grading that you referenced, where it's like, you're not going to be able to do them all at once. Right. So, and they're not all going to work right away. So giving you time and being mindful of that, I think is really, really important.
Well, and like make a note, right? If you see all these things, and this is the advice that I give people, who are maybe going to conferences for the first time or whatever, right? Write down everything you think is cool. So you have that information for later, but pick the 1 to 3 things that you want to try and implement immediately and give them a fair shot. And you always still have that information. You can always go back to it.
Always go back.
Or add it in or whatever. But I think sometimes things don't work because we haven't really given them a fair shot, right? Because we're taking on too much, we're overwhelmed, or you're in a place where you are so overwhelmed that you don't have room to add anything else. And then you try to add new things and they're not working.
Let alone give them a good shot, right?
Absolutely.
Because Jen, this reminds me of I'm stepping away slightly, but for this kind of reminds me of you and TikTok.
Oh, me and TikTok.
Right. You just give it enough time. And now if you don't follow Jen on TikTok, the handle is actually what's under her name there. But like it blew up last year and you did that from give it a time. So I'm kind of like, that's a little bit of an analogy, right? You you and I discussed, and you put a plan in place. You're like, I'm going to do this for 30 days or what? I think it was 30 days.
Yeah.
And the first couple of weeks didn't, but then boom. And now you're doing such good work and impacting so many other educators through that. It's a similar thing. Things take time. And patience is huge.
Yeah. I think, it's really funny you said that because, so Jeff is the reason that I'm on TikTok. And I did a 30-day challenge. And I think on day like 20, I had a video that was so silly. I didn't even think that nobody was going to see it, blew up, and then was able to like kind of feed off of that. But I actually had a very similar experience recently. And maybe if people are watching that are on social media, this will resonate for you. But I was stuck at a certain amount of followers for like a month, maybe. I was like right within this realm. And I put out like 2 videos recently that did really well. And I experienced that again, that sort of blow up that I was like, this is never going to move. And it did. And it was just giving it time and continuing to put out content and continuing to put in the work. And it happened. So,
and I love that we can connect it to this because it's the same thing when you're trying something in your classroom, put structures and routines in place, or doing it with your own calendar. Consistency and patience is huge. You have to be consistent. Trust that what you're doing is the right thing. Now, I'm not telling you to just blindly go forever if nothing's ever changed and nothing ever working. Be sure that you're reflecting and assessing that.
Give it an amount of time. Yeah.
What you're putting in place is working, but really figure out like this isn't something that should change everything in a week. It's going to take some time. And I think that's really, really key. So I love that we're harping on that. I want to make sure that I don't forget to mention this because we are just about out of time, is that we have a ton of giveaways going on, which we've mentioned a few times. We actually just gave 2 books away that weren't even on the initial list of, 50 or 60 that we have. I'm looking at my list here of a few things. If you go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, you can enter to win a whole bunch of different giveaways. We've got affirmation cards, 25 affirmation cards from Define University. And I just saw Lindsay pop in the back end there. So appreciate that. We have a self-care package box or self-care box from Caitlin Smith. And we've got the guide to cultivating classroom wellness routines, and a Pamper Me kit. I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. Both from Gracefully Yours. So
giveaways.
I'm all that. Katie, can you just put my name? I want the Pamper Me kit. I don't even know what it is, but put mine. She's saying no. Okay. So make sure you go over to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways to enter in to win all the different giveaways. And like we mentioned, we have a lot of swag on there, a lot of books, a lot of awesome things going on. Jen, before we go, can we make sure that everyone who's watching, because we've had a lot of great comments going on, know how to find you, how to connect with you, and where you prefer to be at? Can you share like your social media and things of that nature?
Yeah, so I'm on TikTok and Instagram at Strategic Classroom. I'm on Twitter at Jennifer Manley, Jennifer_Manley. I probably should change it over. That's something that's on my list to Strategic Classroom. And then my email is jenmanleyedu@gmail.com. You can reach out to me there directly.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate it. You said underscore, and it made me think, well, we've got the double underscore man coming up next. Ooh. Ray and I cannot say his name without saying Joshua _Stamper, who's coming up with a great crew focused on leadership and talking. You're going to get a little bit of an insight here into, or a little look into our weekly administrator mastermind, which is led by Josh and Brian Zwimpke, who's also with us today. A great group that's going to have a good conversation. So stick around for that. We've got more 12-hour live going all day. Jen, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I appreciate you. And the rest of you, stick with us. We're only 4.5 hours into this. We'll see you soon.
All right, we are live. Welcome back to our 12-hour live stream. I have an incredible crew of administrators. I can't wait to dive in and talk to them, but I just wanted to say that I'm so happy you're here. My name is Joshua Stamper, and we are going to be doing the Admin Mastermind Leadership Lunch, and we're going to dive into a topic that we're actually speaking on right now in Admin Mastermind. I have the wonderful pleasure of co-facilitating that with Brian Zwemke, who's with us today. Brian, thanks for being here with me, and thank you to everyone else who joins every Tuesday morning. And you saw a little bit of that in the commercial. Again, the segment, I want you to jump into the comments, ask questions, throw in some green hearts when you're loving what our administrators are saying as we go along. And I want to talk to you real quick about how to win in this segment. So I want to highlight just a couple of books. I know there's going to be a self-plug here, and that was not intentional, so I'm going to blame Katie on this one. But my book is one of the books being given away during the segment. But we also have two other ones, Inside the Principal's Office by Charles Williams, and then Leading the Whole Teacher by Allison Apsey. And we're so fortunate to be connected with these authors, these leaders. And so if you're interested in getting some of these giveaways, go to teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. You can register to win. And then, of course, you saw in the commercials, we've got a huge announcement, Teach Better 23. So make sure that you are getting the savings for today when you use that one code for this live 12 hours. So my crew that is with me, thank you so much. I want each one of you to get a chance to introduce yourself and just provide your name, your position, and the area of country you serve. So Brian, if you wouldn't mind jumping in and sharing a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy lunchtime. 12 hours been going really well so far. So Brian Zwemke, I serve as an assistant superintendent supporting middle schools and high school in Illinois. Happy to be here.
Lindsay, if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about yourself.
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. Lindsay Titus here. I'm currently an assistant principal for a 7th, 8th, and 9th grade junior high school in the Rochester, New York area.
Dr. Porter.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Sharon H. Porter, elementary principal in the Washington, D.C. area, Maryland specifically.
Wonderful. And Mark, if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself real quick.
Hey, everyone. My name is Mark Heller. I'm the principal at Plano Middle School, which is in Plano, Illinois, in the northern part of Illinois.
Wonderful. And thank you all for joining. You guys are with us every Tuesday morning for the most part. And right now, this month, we are actually talking about self-care. And so, you know, I love this idea of the segment because everyone kind of has the privy of seeing what a mastermind is all about. And so for those who don't know, our administrators come together every Tuesday morning. They gain support and learn from other administrators throughout this country. And it is my favorite time. One, because I get to spend it with you all, but also I get to facilitate with Brian Zwemke, who's an amazing leader. Brian, if you wouldn't mind kind of setting the stage for us, you know, right now, this month of February, we're very intentional about taking on the topic of self-care. And February is tough for a lot of folks. We're not going to lie here. So, you know, just why is it so important for educational leaders to focus on this topic?
Yeah, you know, what we get to do every Tuesday morning is special, and you know, a number of the folks that are able to block out and an hour of time really get to connect and build their network. You know, people that they've met in real life and people that are they've met through social media and otherwise. And you know, what we get to do each week is talk about how we're doing as administrators, and you know, there's not a lot of folks who get to do what we do, and you know, to be able to have that support network throughout. Specifically, you know, we usually do some sort of a theme each month, whether it's data, whether it's school improvement, and we really thought that we should take the time this month to dig into who we are as leaders, how we're handling that great opportunity to lead, in elementary, middle schools, high schools, and throughout, and taking that time to dig into self-care. It's so important for who we are, because ultimately the way that we can handle our workload certainly allows us to be able to support others, other effective leaders, so that they can do their work with their teams and with their kids.
So with that set up, I want to ask every single one of you, and we can just kind of go around this round table here of giving just some strategies of self-care. So I want to know what works for you personally that potentially other educational leaders can adopt themselves. So Lindsay, I'm going to start with you, and then we can kind of go around and get everyone's input.
Yeah, so I think it's really important that when we talk about self-care, I've actually flipped the script and I call it caring for myself. And it's a minor linguistic change, which shouldn't shock anybody that that knows me. I do everything with words, but it made such a difference because it went from me trying to find that one act, that one thing that was going to take away all my stress or help me escape. And instead, it became a lifestyle. The lifestyle is through the ups and the downs, through the highs and the lows, through it all, I get to care for myself. It's the lifestyle that I choose. And so it's not about one thing. And this ultimate strategy is that I stay present to how I'm feeling to then connect the actions I'm going to take to how I'm feeling and how I desire to feel. So I'm no longer trying to run from the emotion or escape the emotion. But here's what I'm feeling. What's going to allow me to process it? So if I'm angry, if I'm feeling anger, if I'm feeling a lot of frustration, I go to calming music. I go to time by myself. I might make a cup of coffee just so I can hold it and kind of have that like smell, like that sense of smell come in. And that helps me then come back to the present moment. And then I'm going to start thinking, okay, now where do I want to go? What do I want to feel? I want to feel calmer. I want to feel more free. I want to feel like I can release. So then I might go play with my kids. I might go for a walk and listen to a podcast. So, and I have these, like I have lists. I have them written down. So to go from this feeling to this feeling, here's a list that's worked for me in the past. And that to me is what really helps me create these choices, these decisions that help me in the moment, but also help me move forward.
Lindsay, I knew you had a list. That's why I want to go to you first. So Dr. Porter, I want to know what works for you. I know everyone is very different and there are different strategies that work for different folks. And I just want to see if maybe someone identifies with some of your techniques and strategies that you use for your own self-care.
Absolutely. Mine is all about my morning routine. First of all, my sleep is a priority. I'm an early riser, 3 a.m. Okay. So in order to get up that early, I have to go to bed early, right? And so I'm an intentional 7:30 to 8 o'clock at night. I've got to be in the bed because 3 o'clock I'm up. So that's the first thing, making sleep a priority. And then also what I've started doing probably within the last 6 to 8 months has been mindfulness. Oh my goodness. I take that 10 minutes in the morning and I listen to mindfulness, self-guided, that wonderful music. It just gets me there. It just helps me get my day started and I'm ready to go. And then thirdly, in the morning, my third part of my morning routine is gratitude. I start my morning with a gratitude journal. I used to hear about that so much, right? And I actually put it into action. And oh boy, does it really change your mindset when I walk in my school building at 6:30 in the morning. I'm ready for the day and I'm able to really share that positivity that I've just experienced the last 3 hours on those people who are like, oh, why are you so happy this morning? But I've had 3 hours of getting ready and getting prepared. So it's really about my morning routine.
Oh, I love that so much. And that's that mentality that you've built prior to even entering the building. I love that so much. Mark, I want to know about you. What are you doing, each day to help through the stress of the job?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with what Lindsay and Dr. Porter had to say more. Lindsay, what you said about the concept of it's about a lifestyle, I think a lot of people that are constantly seeking more are people who think that self-care is empty the cup completely and then fill it back up, empty it again and fill it back up. But I think the real goal is how do you keep it full all the time, And yeah, for me, the routines, the practices, the routines, the prioritizing what is most important and trying to stay focused on what is most important and not let the other things catch you off guard or not let the other things consume all of your time is definitely a big part of it. Setting morning routines, setting end of the day routines, how do you be efficient with your day? And to know that taking care of yourself is different for every single person. You know, Lindsay has, depending on how she's feeling, maybe it's a workout day, maybe it's a time with kids day, maybe it's a just sit and reflect day. Knowing that there's no one way or one right way to do that, I think can help people go a long way. But certainly being scheduled, being routined, even when you have a routine, it allows for the things that come along, the unexpected things during the day. Okay, you can stop and do those, but then you know when you get back to your time, you know what it is that you have to do.
Brian, you've been an administrator for a long time. I'm curious if your mindfulness or your self-care has changed over the years.
Yeah, I think it has, you know, to echo everybody's point, you know, they talked a lot about winning the morning. And I think that's a part of the day that you can really control the most, you know, in the field of education, because you really become that servant leader throughout the day. And so not being able to necessarily understand where your time is going to go during the school day because you want to be responsive and respectful of other people's time. Yeah, I mean, I think it changes over time because I think you really start to recognize over the years some of this, what we do to ourselves, we are literally doing to ourselves, creating timelines that have more urgency than necessary, and doing that to other people as well too. So trying to be aware of like, what's the cycle of work that's coming up? Where's the level of stress that might be coming in? When is a board meeting? When is that parent-teacher conference? When is whatever that event is? And then kind of backtracking and thinking about, okay, how can I prepare myself for that next phase of work that's coming up? And then help support, you know, our teams around us in order for us not to, you know, have that sense of panic or level of stress that might be unnecessary, you know, to whatever that task is.
Dr. Porter, I want to go back to you. You had talked about some healthy habits that you put in place for your life, specifically in the morning. I was wondering if there was anything else, you know, over time as you've been in this administrative and leadership position that you've made sure that you've done every single day to make sure that you're successful within your self-care.
Absolutely. You know, and it wasn't always like that. I need to say that. First of all, because you do learn things as you go, right? You do learn things. And that is not to really feel guilty about not doing it. As you know, you said during the day, you're there for your staff. You're there for your parents. You're there for your students. But at some point, if you need a little time, you shouldn't feel guilty about stopping to take that time. If you need to just eat, get a bite of something, right? Because we go without eating for hours. We do. That's not healthy. And so that's one of the things that I had to learn during the day, that it's okay to stop and take care of me. I didn't start out doing that as an administrator, but over the years, I've learned that I had to, because you can't give if you don't have. So that would be my one point, is to really take care of yourself during the day as well.
Mark, what about you? I mean, you've got a lot of experience also. I'm trying to think back on my own experience. I know when I started, my habits were not healthy. And as I got into the job and started to realize some things that were important, and my health being one of them, I started to put some things into place. So did you have anything similar? And if so, what were some healthy habits you put in place?
Well, I've definitely changed a lot, yeah, over the years and learned. You know, you learn every minute of every day. I was thinking about this when Brian was talking, that when I first started teaching where I'm at, and then when I moved into an assistant principal role, I worked for a principal who was a fantastic principal, but he literally would, like, one of his badges of honors was that he missed his son's birth because he was coaching a basketball game and doing what his job duty was, right? And I think it was his way of showing that he was committed to his job and he was committed to what he was doing. And I think that's good to know that from, you know, whatever time we get there in the morning till we leave, yeah, we're committed to all of those people. But when we leave, you have to recognize that you got to turn it off and you have to set boundaries. And I think setting those boundaries, you know, as I started to have my own children and they started to grow older and have more needs for me as a parent, setting those boundaries, I think, is one of the best habits that that I learned to put into place, of separating work and home life.
No, I think that's an important topic, and I'm going to send it over to Lindsay in regards to the boundaries piece, because I think for myself, I did not put boundaries in place. I was working insane hours and I had a real imbalance in my life, which is natural to a degree, but we don't want it to tip over. So Lindsay, is there some specific examples you can provide in regards to creating really healthy boundaries so that you can feel a little bit more balanced?
Yeah, and there's certainly something, just like everybody is saying on here, I think it's something that's really important to remember. These are processes, right? We get to practice every day. So what works today, what works tomorrow might not work 6 months from now. I'm kind of living that. I have an 8-month-old at home. Like our whole boundaries got shifted the last, year and a half, really, because it started, while I was pregnant. This is my second year as an assistant principal. So I feel like I'm learning so much all the time. But something that I started from day one in the position is the standard that I decide when I'm leaving, and when I leave, meaning for the day. And that has really helped me know, okay, I've done my best today, whatever that looked like, whether it was the highs or the lows. And now I'm shifting and I use things that are already here. So literally I use my office door. When I shut that office door, I have an affirmation that I'm like, I did the best I could today at work. My day has ended. I gave my heart. I'm ready to go home. And it's just something internal. I don't stand at my door and talk to it. But it's something internal, so that as I'm leaving the building, I'm already shifting now into a different role, right? I'm shifting into mom role, or I'm shifting into Lindsay role, or whatever it might be. And that signaling of shutting my door, I actually have something on my door that says gone for the day. And that just helps me be able to close that down. Now, as I'm going through each day and things shift and things change, I make sure energetically I'm there. And if I'm not, I have energy check-ins throughout the day to regain that control back, or work to gain that control back. But the piece I did with that has helped me is I've shared this with my admin team from day one. I've shared that I love being an assistant principal, but I also love being a mom, and I love being the founder of Define You, and I love being this, and I love being that, and I'm going to continue to do those things. And we have open conversations about that too. We talk about our schedules. We talk about who can do this commitment over that commitment, who's got this and who has that. And I really think that honest conversation that we're able to have helps me stay accountable to the standards and the boundaries that are set.
I think that's a great point, Lindsay. And it makes me think about, as educators, whether you're a district administrator or a principal or a teacher, I think one of the beauties of being an educator is we do have, whether we like it or not, or want to accept it, we do have control of our own world, right? Like as a teacher, when you get going, you have a long-term plan, but on every day it's going to shift based on your students or even based on yourself. Like you have that ability as a teacher and as a principal to be in control of a lot of what happens during your day. And I think a big thing is identifying, like, why did you become a teacher? Why did you become a principal? Why did you become an educator? And is everything that you're doing helping you to fulfill why you wanted to do that? Like, are you being who you wanted to be as an educator, or are you trying to be what somebody else wants you to be? And hopefully you're in a position where everyone's able to be who they are. And as educators, I think, and as people, we make thousands of decisions a day, right? And we have to know what are those 1, 2, or 3 values that we value most, that, like Lindsay said, when you leave for the day, regardless of what happened, you can know that, well, I did my best today, and the decisions I made, maybe they weren't the best, but they were ones that I can go home and I can live with because they were, they were made with integrity.
Mark, just to your point, and others, some of it is like, can we define our workday? And, not necessarily in terms, it might be in terms of hours, it might be in terms of tasks, it might be in terms of a number of things. But, the idea about like good work, we all want to, as leaders, to collaborate with others. and we don't do a lot on our own for larger, bigger decisions. And I think one of the things that's not only important to us as ourselves, but something that we can give to others and create that culture at work is when we're going to collaborate, that's going to take place, generally speaking, during the workday. And every once in a while, we might need to make a phone call, 8:00 at night, on a Sunday evening, on a Saturday morning when something's going on. But that should be really the exception rather than the rule. And if we can take that time to really try to cultivate that culture to say, okay, work is happening roughly between this and this. And I know some people like, Dr. Porter, you're getting there at 6:30 in the morning. Cool. Some people are going to stay till 5:30 at night. That's fine too. But just to try to understand the majority of the people that you work with, what are their work habits? What's happening with them before work, after work? And then really say, okay, during the day, this is when we're getting knee to knee. This is when we're getting around that circle table. This is where we're going to bang out some really good ideas. Now, if you choose to do something after that time, do you? That's what makes sense for your life. But then trying to make sure that you're not, as a leader, creating that expectation that everybody's reading that email Sunday night, or that everybody is engaged at 4:30 in the morning, because they're not. And I think what we have to do that is for ourselves and for our teams as good leaders is to try to create that culture and cultivate like some regular, normal expectations on a day-to-day basis. And then when those exceptions come, and that's, also a part of what, that's a part of our job as administrators is, sometimes you're working at 9:00 at night and that's going to happen. But for that to be the everyday norm, that's where we burn ourselves out. That's where we burn out our team members. And then we lose that joy. We lose that fun.
Absolutely. I wanted to add, though, to basically what Lindsay was saying. I live under the philosophy of where my body is, so is my mind, right? Mm-hmm. And so meaning wherever I am present at that moment. And so if I'm at work, I'm focused on the work at hand. When I leave, just like Lindsay said, I'm gone for the day. I am gone for the day, and I focus on that next task. I think that is so crucial to creating that work-life balance. You have to set that boundary. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I agree. And even within the day, right, Dr. Porter, within the day of, hey, right now I am meeting with this team, or I'm meeting with this teacher, I'm doing this. This is what's most important right now, not anything else that's coming through. And that can be really hard. And you definitely have to set those boundaries of how are you going to manage that so that things aren't pinging and catching your attention, or people are interrupting you in the moment for something that maybe could be handled in a half an hour.
Mm-hmm. I love this new feature on Google Calendar. I'm a big, Google Calendar nerd, and it's called Focus Time. And just to take like focus time and say, okay, for these 45 minutes, so I don't get back-to-back meeting at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, to slip in focus time, say, okay, this is the time where I'm going to reflect on maybe my morning. I'm going to think about who I need to contact in the afternoon. I'm going to read that email. I'm going to eat something. Using that focus time to just kind of block out some time during your day in order for you to then, regenerate yourself for the afternoon has been crucial for me in my role.
Josh, I want to go back to a question that you asked a little while ago. You asked a question about like, was there anything in our careers or in our points that maybe like really shifted or changed things?
Yeah.
And I've been thinking about that, and something that I do say as an answer to that question that some people out there from a principal's perspective, they totally disagree with. But there was a point in my role as a principal or assistant principal where I was a part of a training, and I came to the realization that as a principal, I'm a supervisor of people, and that my job is to help grow and develop everyone within our organization. And I think sometimes we shift out of the classroom into administrative roles because we were really good at being doers. We were really good at getting things done and accomplishing tasks, and we change. but we have to understand that also our roles change a little bit. And if we get ourselves caught up in being a principal who should be, supervising the whole organization and making sure that everything is running well, and you let yourself get caught up in just doing the tasks and doing tasks, you're going to completely miss the boat and not do what you're intended to do. And I think that was a real turning moment for me, was when I realized, a lot of people become administrators, but I don't know that the training along the way really trains you to be like that business mindset of running a company and running an organization.
Yeah, I think that's an important shift we're going to kind of take in the conversation. I want to know real quick, though, for those who are watching, I want you to throw in the comments, what are you doing for your own self-care? I want to know your strategies. What are your healthy habits? What are some boundaries you're putting in place? I know, Brian, me and you, every Tuesday, the last month, we've heard some really fantastic things that people have put into place because of the conversations we're having in those masterminds, because they're starting to understand that they need, like Lindsay said, care for themselves, right? We need to do that shift in our minds, because it's so easy to not eat, like Dr. Porter was saying, to not shut our door, to always be on. And what happens is that we feel like we have zero energy, we have nothing to give. And then when we do need to make that shift of putting the parent hat on or the spouse hat, right, we don't have anything left to give when we get home. So, what are we doing to make sure that we're putting those healthy habits in place? So I want to see what you have in the comments. I see folks already putting stuff. That's awesome, because what you are sharing is going to potentially uplift someone else that they can put that into place. Brian, you have a brand new position this year. You were in the central admin office, and I know for you, it probably looks a lot different. And Dr. Porter said something really important. She was talking about guilt. Now, I think we've all felt that, of taking a short break. Maybe it's 10, 15 minutes. Maybe it's taking a lunch. Maybe it's even taking a mental health day. God forbid we take one of those, right, as an administrator. So for you, what do we do with the possibility of feeling that? Is it something that we just say, oh, I'm insane in the moment and I'm going to do it anyways? Or, what are some things, have you felt guilty for one, Brian? And if so, like, what have you done to kind of move past that?
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to, starting to recognize that, you're going to have a lot of feelings through the workday, through the work week, through the month, and some of those are okay to lean into. I think relying on members of your team to say, hey, is this what this is like? What is coming up, in the next few weeks? Why am I feeling like this? So is anybody else feeling like this? And using your networks, I think it's great for us to have, our Teach Better family to lean on. I think it's also important within your own organization to have some trusted people to say, hey, I'm struggling a little bit right now, or, what I did before, I got used to and it came a little bit easy, and now I'm doing something new and I don't fully understand how to do this yet. So I need a little bit of help too. And I think that piece right there, as leaders, we really are expected to be the face, to really know just about everything. And I think that adds to that level of guilt, or that adds to that level of stress in our own self-care. To sometimes we have to recognize, I don't know how to do X, Y, or Z. Someday I will, but right now I don't. Or I understand partial pieces of that. And I think that's the realization. And no matter what part of our role, we all just led out of the most difficult time that we ever faced in our COVID era. And none of us were trained on any of that. And the thing that I think that brought us together is we reached out quite a bit to one another and said, how are you doing this? And I think that many, many good things will come out of the pandemic to impact education. I hope that's one that remains, is for us to pick up the phone, or go to another district, or meet another administrator for a coffee and say, hey, I'm struggling with something. How are you handling that? Even as we get back to our normal day-to-day responsibilities.
So, Lindsay, I'm going to throw this to you because you are on the newer side of admin. What Brian is saying is kind of a foreign concept for me, because initially when I started admin, I thought self-care was my sole responsibility. However, you talked about a little bit in a prior answer of being transparent with those you work with to make sure that they understood everybody's role and their capacity, which I thought was phenomenal that you're already starting to do that. And that was something that I learned much later in my career. You know, if I had a time machine, I'd go back and tell my younger self to get that in gear and put that in place. But for you, do you have some coworkers or people in place to help you in regards to your capacity and self-care?
I do. Yeah. And I think I do because I didn't for so long. So I did have that mindset for many years. So, you know, I taught for 5, I did kind of behavior specialist consultation for about 10. And then now I'm in 2 years of this. And a lot of the time as a behavior specialist, prior to being an administrator, I was alone. I was, you know, the only behavior specialist in our district, or there might be 2 of us, you know, but a lot of the roles I served, I was very isolated. And so I didn't have that ability to, or I didn't create, I had the ability, but I didn't create that. I thought it all fell on me. And ever since then, and since I've been on my own personal growth journey to really find the joy in life inside and outside of work, because for so long I didn't believe you got to have both. I thought you had to pick one or the other. And now I know it's possible to have both. It really took me sharing it. And I started that conversation. I share that, like I said, I share that I'm pretty vulnerable with my current assistant principal. There's 2 of us and my principal. And I love it because that's like the first thing we ask when we sit down to meet now. How's everybody doing? What does anybody need? Open up your schedules. Who has a busy week? Where can I help? Like, and this is coming from my principal to us, and I'm getting to have that modeled. And then I'm getting able to share, here's what's going on. I'm really overwhelmed with this. And so it's become a habit to me to ask for help and not see that as a deficit or something that I don't yet have. I very often have to remind myself, I'm in year 2. This is still new. This is still me figuring it out. I'm not supposed to have all the answers. You know, I have these Post-its all over my desk to remind me of these things because I want to jump to, I should know it, right? And I jump to, and those of you that know me know that's shouldville. And I get there pretty quickly sometimes, especially on those tough days. And so having those reminders, having that person you can send that quick text to, my assistant principal that I work with, she will read me my quotes from Facebook. She will, you know, if I call her stressed, she says my words back to me. And so we have a really good relationship. And so, and it doesn't have to be another admin, but have somebody that that's your accountability partner that's going to, you know, lift you up when you're feeling stuck, is so important, especially on those days.
Dr. Porter, I'm going to send it to you because I thought it was very important. The idea of a badge of honor, working through breaks and you know, not really listening to other people telling them to slow it down. You don't have to be Superman or Superwoman. You know, is that something that you've ever fallen into? I know I have personally, of especially young in my admin career, of not taking breaks because, you know, I wanted to look like I was the leader. I was doing everything. I was always available, open door policy. Did you ever fall into that?
Early on, you know, you gain so much knowledge as the years go by. But early on, I did. I do not fall into that trap. I really don't. I don't even feel guilty about it. And actually, I make sure my staff does the same. Like today, it's snowing in the Washington, D.C. area. About 2 days ago, it was like 80 degrees, right? I got on the PA system. I said, after the kids left the buses, I said, it's 80 degrees. Go enjoy, right? So they knew that automatically meant that they were free to leave at that moment, that they did not have to stay. You know, we had no meeting scheduled, no after school. And so I do that. It was a gorgeous day, 80 degrees in February. Get out of this building, right? And so it's things like that I like to make sure that I do for my staff so that they can see I'm honoring your self-care as well, right? So I can honor mine because I'm right behind you. When you leaving, I'm leaving. And so yeah, I quickly got out of that, that badge of honor. I got out of that, and I really employ what I say now and bring that onto my staff as well.
And I think that's super important what you just said there, that it's about creating that culture too, right? To let everybody else know that they can be themselves within the day, not that you have to be this person, and now when work is over, now go and take care of yourself, right? Like, how do we create the climate within the building, within the day, to make sure that people are comfortable and not overly stressed throughout the day, because there's enough stresses naturally in our profession.
Mark, you have a wonderful culture on your campus. I know that you model a lot of self-care, as a principal. I just want to know what things that you're doing to make sure that your teachers understand that they need to take care of themselves.
Well, as principals, we don't really do anything, Josh. It's other than create the space to let the staff do those things themselves, right? Like I have two outstanding people that created a committee. They call themselves the Sunshine Committee, and they do a lot of, staff pick-me-ups. They do a lot of birthday things for people. They do a lot of those little things that just bring a smile to your face as a staff. And I don't do anything about that other than creating the space for it. And I think having schools where you can provide teams so that you don't get isolated and you have other colleagues to be able to collaborate with and talk with, whether that's about an academic content, that's about a student topic, or it's just about something that you got to get off your chest, or you need help problem solving. And I think creating those teams is a big part of it. And then recognizing, what are some of the things that that can help alleviate stress. I saw somebody put in the comments, about one of the things they do is listening to music, right? So like incorporating music into our school, whether that's playing it in the hallways before the school day starts, when students and staff are coming in, allowing teachers the ability to have that flexibility within their classroom to set the tone within their classroom with playing music, is a big part of that. Having things for Friday breakfast, Friday celebrations, little tokens. But I think it's as leaders, we have to remember that it needs to be about how do you ingrain that into your culture, not just something like, how do we make this 1 week in February a focus on self-care, or we're going to do this one special thing today, but tomorrow we're going to be grinding on you and we're going to be asking you to do too much. It's how do you create that culture? And I know a topic that we've had in Admin Mastermind, I've seen it on Teach Better all the time, and everyone has different opinions about it. But for me, when I hire people, they ask, well, what's the dress code at your school? And I kind of laugh and I think, that's a really good question. Business comfortable, I guess. I do believe that, if you can, I don't care whether you wear jeans or whether you wear a shirt and tie, whatever you are comfortable in to be the best version of yourself is who you are.
Yeah. Amen to that. I don't think I want to get into jeans day conversation, but but I do think that is a piece of infusing within the school culture, as far as, if you're comfortable, then obviously you're going to do a better job. So Brian, I'm going to throw it to you because, how do we as leaders infuse that as far as impacting the mental health of the teachers that serve our students? Because if their well-being is in the right space, then obviously it's going to make a huge impact for our students. So like, as an administrator, what are you doing to impact the mental health of your teachers?
Yeah, I think that to echo Mark's point, I'm now a step removed from the building. So now, I have even more space to try to create. And, I'm fortunate in my current role to work with really outstanding principals. And I think a principal really does drive the culture. I have not been a classroom teacher in 15 years. I started, in 2000, and we didn't check email or voicemail every day. It's just a different era, right? So I think one of the things we have to not do is try to associate the time that we did it with the time that they're doing it right now. Same thing with principal. I just moved into a new role, but at the same time, I don't know everything that you're going through on a daily basis, but I am aware of, like, time, for example. I needed to get back to somebody the other day, and it was like a Friday afternoon. And I thought to myself, that waits till Monday, because if they're running around crazy on a Friday afternoon, they don't need to hear from their curriculum person. And if by some chance they have a light Friday afternoon, let them enjoy it. we'll get back to that, issue on Monday. So I think some of it is just recognizing the cycle and the pace, and then also, really trying to listen to them on what are you dealing with right now, and then how can I support you, versus bringing 5 things to them and saying, how can we get these 5 things done? I want to start meetings. I want to come into their office. Hey, what's on your mind? These are a couple things I wanted to chat about, but what do you have first for me before we go ahead and get started? And try to lay out that type of modeling for our principals so that they can do the work that they do.
Brian, I can appreciate what you just said there. I know you're not far removed from being a principal, and I've known you for a long time as we've moved through our career. But as principals, always remembering what it's like to be a teacher, and making that important. And as I appreciate what you just said about, as district office administrators, always remembering what is it like to be a principal, and how do we make sure that, not only are we directing those people and providing them a clear vision, but also supporting them and making sure that we understand what's happening and what's important to them and what their needs are at each of their schools.
And for those who are watching, I'd love, in the comment section, I can see some folks who are doing that. Like, if your admin does something that helps your mental health, what is that? What's a good example that as a teacher you are experiencing, and that should be a habit or a piece of the culture somewhere else, right? That may benefit. So if you can throw that in the chat for others to learn from. Dr. Porter, I want to pick your brain on this too. What are you doing, or what have you done to impact the health of your teachers? I know we've talked about the gift of time, right? But I know there's other pieces of permission that we can give, because sometimes teachers won't give their own permission. So as a leader, we have to give that to them. So what are you doing to help your teachers through that?
So the main thing that came to mind is just protecting them from things that they shouldn't be getting. And it was talked about a little later, whether it's a parent. One of the things that my school district has instituted is appointments, that any visitor coming to the building must make an appointment. That really has been the best thing ever. We honor that. So you're just not coming up, unless it's an emergency, right? But you're just not coming up to the school and need to talk to a teacher. We're not pulling a teacher out of class. We're not doing that. And so I had to set that culture, so protecting them. And then if I can hear the concern and handle it, I do that, right? Because they have enough on their plate. And so I think just protecting them from unnecessary things is so important. And I do that. And I hope they appreciate it because I really take to heart that. I will turn a parent away. Just leave your name and number. I give it to them. They will return your call. They will email you back, whatever it is. But we're not pulling them out every time a parent comes and wants to speak to a teacher.
Lindsay, I'm going to throw it your way for the same question, because I know you're obviously a big advocate of this. Dr. Porter, I will say, Megan just threw in the comments the exact same thing as far as taking unnecessary things off of plates. So someone else is already resonating with what you're doing on campus. So that's great. But Lindsay, I want to give some more examples for our leaders. If there's anything else that you embed into the culture of your school in regards to giving permission to your teachers.
Yeah, I think the thing that comes up for me that I try and model is, so we have a lot of teachers that they will use their time as they should. And that I highlight that. So because it's often met with, they'll come see me and they'll be like, I was out yesterday, I took a personal day, and I'm like, good, like amazing, good for you. Like, and I celebrate it. I encourage it because I want them to know, like, I want you to do that. Like, I am not sitting here like, oh my gosh, they didn't come to work today. This, I might ask, like, is everything okay? How can I help? But I really try to, kind of like Brian was saying, like, start conversations as to where are you at? Like, what's going on? How can, and I try not to even go with how can I help in certain situations, because a lot of times I'm just met with, I don't know, I'm not sure. And so it's more, I'm here, please let me know. I'm available. I'm out. Hopefully they see me, they see that my concern for them as a human being is my goal. And so there are all sorts of different roles, but we try as, you know, as an admin team to really focus on who are you as a human being. So, you know, again, I'm still relatively new to this building. I'm still trying to get to know people. I'm still trying to get to know, you know, who they are outside of, you know, their role. And, you know, we do the same thing. You know, our teachers are pretty good about leaving, you know, kind of right at the end of the day. And we encourage that. We're like, good, like go home, do, you know, be with your kids, be with your families. I usually do a walk around the building usually about 30 minutes after, you know, dismissal. And if anybody is there, I just you know, I step in and I'm like, how are things going? What's going on? Just to chat, right? And just to say, I see you. Thanks for being here. Make sure you do something for you today. As I'm sure you can imagine, that is what's plastered in my office. And so it's plastered, one, for the kids, because I want them focused on who are you being today? What are you doing for you today? But it also helps. And I've had staff comment on that too. When they come in, they're like, what have I done for myself today? And I'm like, it's a good question, right? And so then before they leave, they have to tell me something that they're going to do for themselves that day. But I just try to make it part of the daily conversation. So it's not something huge, right? Because we don't ever want something else to do. But how can we just embed it into those simple interactions that we're having so that people feel seen and heard? Because I think ultimately that's what helps them then feel okay to take that step for caring for themselves, because they know if I see them as a human being, then I hope they see themselves as a human being too.
Lindsay, you bring up a really good point about like in you're walking around and you're saying goodbye to people. Early in my career as an administrator, when I saw people were leaving before I did, I got very judgy about that. And you know, over time, I've you know, matured and recognized that like a lot of people are doing a lot of different things, you know, throughout. So I might be going home early in my career and I have, you know, a giant bag and a box and I'm grading or I'm doing this or I'm doing that. And then somebody else is walking out with nothing. And I think as leaders, we have to like take a step back and go, okay, is the work getting done? Is it high quality? Are they good to kids? Are they a good teacher and a good staff member? Are they coaching? Are they this or are they that? Before you just go, oh, it's 3:15 and this wing of the school is dark. And you're like, let's not jump to any sort of conclusion on what other people are doing because we don't know what they're going through. We don't know what their home life is like right now. We don't know that they might be going to a second job. And I think early administrators, especially who are hustlers and they move through teaching and a dean and assistant principal and boom, 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 they move up the ladder. That's not everybody. And I think it's important to recognize that not everybody works at your pace and your pace may not work for everybody or even yourself. So that judgment piece is critical early on to try to avoid that.
I think recognizing that too, Brian, as a leader in a building, in individual teachers, and you know, when you see the person that you know is not only putting in a 8-hour, 9-hour workday, but then is going home and spending 2 or 3 hours lesson planning or grading or whatever, you know, I think it's a role of ours to recognize that and to help work with those people on how can you get done what you're doing outside of school during the workday? Like, how can we create that space, or what sort of structures can we put in for you? I'm going to put a cheap plug in here for the grid method, but I had a teacher a number of years ago who was kind of in that boat, and I knew she was young and I knew she was going to be outstanding, but I also knew that she wanted her kids to do so well that she was just taking it home with her every night and working so hard at what can I do differently? What can I do differently in the class? How can I make that change? And after seeing Chad present on the grid method a few times, I said, hey, why don't you go to this? Let's see if this might fit in and help you out with some of these things. And within a year or so, it changed her world as a professional. And I was kind of joking with her just yesterday morning. We walked in together and I laughed at her because I said, I remember when you used to walk with all kinds of papers in your hand. I said, you're literally walking in with your lunch this morning. You know, you're just here because the grid method has helped set her classroom up where no matter how kids pace, she's ready for them. She has the plan. She knows how to handle wherever kids are at in her class. And it has just really made her thrive as a teacher.
Well, I'm going to pivot real quick. If you weren't with us at the very beginning of the show, I want to say that there's giveaways throughout this 12 hours. So make sure you sign up at teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways, and you can register to win there. We have so many different prizes for you. It's pretty astonishing what we've got to provide. Also, you'll see throughout the day, there's a special code for Teach Better 23, which was just announced. So you make sure that you use that because it's a one-day thing. I want to talk because we've talked about leadership as far as ourselves, what we can do for self-care. We've talked about how we can model and provide permission for our teachers. The third component I want to talk to with the short amount of time that we have left is with our students. Mental health obviously has been a pretty large concern with our kids the last couple of years for obvious reasons. So I want to know what you're doing on your campus to help teach and model with our students as far as tactics so that they are able to go through some adverse situations. Go ahead, Dr. Porter.
Okay. I wanted to say my whole theme this year is empathy, teaching with empathy and leading with empathy. That's what we're doing a book study on teaching with empathy, and I'm reading Leading with Empathy. That is the main thing, is empathizing and listening to our students more. So I take the time when I get a referral. So I'm not just looking at the behavior. We're having a conversation. We're having a discussion. Sometimes it's not even about what they came for, right? Because I want to listen. I hear them. I want to let them know that I see them, I hear them, and we can work it out. We go over what's our way and what they should do, and we move forward. A little empathy, I think, has really helped my staff this year, teaching and leading with empathy.
We've done, we started last year, but we've continued this year. We do Monday morning meetings in first period classes every week. That's tied to an SEL category, some SEL component. They're short, they're sweet, but they kick off each week. And then each month we have 2 9th grade student leaders who do a presentation. It's either in person in our auditorium, or this past one they did a video and it got circulated around to the classrooms. And so these two do about a 10-minute presentation on the different SEL mental health components, and that having that student voice. We utilize student surveys a lot to get a check-in, get a pulse as to kind of where kids are, and then based on their results, we do individual meetings, group meetings, lunches, things like that to really get a sense of what's going on. And then, like I said, individually, I created my office space. So you can't help but have to reflect when you're in there as the student. They know when they leave, they're going to be asked some type of question that relates to, how are we moving forward today? What's a strength of yours? When you look at yourself, what do you love? Like, it's something related to that, regardless of why they came to see me. They know they're going to leave having to share that information. And for some of them, that's the hardest part of the conversation. So those are some ways that we're trying, both individually as well as a school, to really live and breathe it every day.
And if I can just add, because our teachers also do mindfulness with our students, that is the most adorable thing, to go into a kindergarten class and they're doing their mindfulness Monday, is what we call it. Love it. And so that, I just wanted you made me think of that added thing, but I love that. And that really speaks to us trying to help them out throughout their mental health as well.
I would just add, one other piece of thinking about it from a student's perspective is building it into your systems and structures through MTSS to have a universal screener. If you're a school district that talks about mental health and self-care, building it into everything that you do with MTSS, whether it's Panorama or BEST or whatever you're using as a universal screener, and then creating your curriculum or purchasing a curriculum or implementing a curriculum. We're using Ruler right now, focusing on mood meters for kids so that they have an awareness for self-awareness. But it's taking that time to say, this is our curriculum. We care about the whole child. Yes, we are going to keep our data on English and math and benchmark and progress monitor. We're going to do the same thing for mental health through surveys and through that MTSS structure. If it's not within that structure, it can get lost. And certainly a kid can have a great relationship with the teacher but that teacher may change over time. So I think it's important to not only value the relationships that the kids have with their faculty, but also build that into a system over time in a K-12 so that it can be supported year over year over year.
All right, I see some comments coming in regards to what they're doing on the campus. So if there's anything else you're watching right now, there's something that's amazing you're doing on your campus, make sure that you throw that in the chat, in the comment section, so that people can learn as far as what you're doing with the student component, right? Because it's important that we model and help support their mental capacity, right? Because they're young and they've got a lot of going on in their world. Their brain is developing. So Mark, I'm going to let you answer this question too before we kind of wrap things up. So what's going on your campus in regards to the student mental health component?
As a middle school, we for years have always had an advisory program in place. So our students open, the day, they spend the first 30 minutes with one common teacher, and it's a group of about 12 to 15 or so students. And I think during that time, just the different strategies that teacher uses, that the teams use to get to know their kids and build trusting relationships. An important question for us always on our student climate and culture survey is there an adult in the building that you trust? Like, that's a huge question for us to gauge that weight on. And the results of those, always know that what we're doing is working. Certainly we have universal screeners like Brian talked about in place that we do throughout the year. The thing that I always kind of weigh there is when those screeners come back as a principal in a building that stresses relationship building with kids, the thing that I'm always looking for is there any kids that are showing up on this screener that our teachers hadn't already identified and put through to our team? And I'm always kind of pleased that pretty much everybody that shows up on that screener, our teachers have already identified or have already, let our student service team, our MTSS team aware of those kids. So, to know that relationship component is really working for our students and our staff, and creating a culture where they feel accepted and they feel safe and comfortable.
All right, y'all. You are amazing. All of you that are on the screen. I'm so honored that you were with us, but I know people will have some additional questions in regards to this topic of self-care for leadership and what they can do on their campus. So how can they reach out to each of you to connect and to make sure that, they can ask questions, not just today in the comment section, but beyond that. So Brian, I'll start with you and we can go around real quick to let people know how to connect with us on social media.
Yeah, social media at Brian Zwemke on Twitter and Instagram, but Tuesday mornings at Mastermind with myself and Mr. Stamper over there, the double underscore. We're always happy to have people stop by and hang out with us and talk.
Lindsay?
Yep. So Lindsay Titus EDU is on Instagram. That's where Facebook and Instagram is where I am the most. Or you can head to defineuniversity.com and reach out to me there.
Dr. Porter?
Yes, Dr. Sharon H. Porter on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and Sharon Hargrove Porter on LinkedIn.
Mr. Heller?
Josh, I'm just a little principal from Northern Illinois. I'm just glad to be here with such an awesome group of people. But yeah, at Mark Heller 2115 on Twitter, or mheller@plano88.org on the email. And hopefully we'll see some more new faces on Administrator Mastermind.
Mark, you are not getting yourself enough credit. All right. So yes, if you want to connect with any of these folks too, myself, Brian, we have the honor every Tuesday morning at Teach Better Mastermind. You can jump on our website and sign up. It's free. So you can come and join some amazing minds. I've learned a great deal every time I'm there. So make sure that you join us. We're going to spend the next week here up on this upcoming Tuesday, finishing off this topic of self-care. So if you found any topic, strategies, things that we discussed today, we're going to dive into that again. So honored to facilitate with Brian. He does a wonderful job too. But before we leave, I know we've got just a short time. I want to make sure that you understand a couple things. So again, the giveaways, teachbetter.com/12-hour giveaways. We've got a bunch of books that we've talked about, other fantastic prizes. Make sure you register to win. But also Teach Better 23. There's a code. And then we have a change, which is a stream, right? We got a new stream, new link. You're going to see a commercial in just a little bit. And that's going to give you some details on how to access all the wonderful content. So I'll let Ray show us what the new link is.